Hey, welcome in.
Welcome to the Arrowhead Addict podcast.
We are here coming to you live. Let me tell you, the dopamine, it's flowing.
I am damn excited. Damn excited.
That's a terrible drum roll.
Oh!
Boy, how you doing, man? Patrick.
Will, Sterling.
Yeah.
Super Bowl champion, two-time Pro Bowler, and Trent Green. Trent Green, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
And he picked it up! He picked it up! He's gonna score!
And we'll see you next week, but until then, as always, go Chiefs.
Welcome into the Arrowhead Addict podcast. This is our draft special, and I feel like I need Bruce Buffer here to say it's time. It is the time that me and Christian, we've been waiting for since pretty much last draft. Maybe Patrick's not been waiting as long, but he's been secretly sending me mock drafts on Slack, so he's getting hyped. We are here covering every single pick of the NFL draft, the first round, trade up, trade down, stick and pick, whatever your Kansas City Chiefs do. We'll be covering it here and talking and relating every pick back to your Chiefs. And then, we'll be analyzing the picks. And I'm really excited. I think we're going to get a great first round here. Let's do a quick vibe check. Patrick, how we feeling?
I'm feeling good. As you mentioned, I started to get hyped today. I started getting real weird with my mocks. I was doing all offense mocks, all defense mocks, just trying to see what kind of wild trades I could cook up. It was a lot of fun. Brett Veach will probably do none of my suggestions, but it was a good exercise nonetheless.
Christian, you just watched the movie Draft Day, which is embarrassing for you. That I texted you today and I was like, hey, make sure we do. And you didn't even know. So you haven't watched it, but how are the vibes?
Dude, okay, so Draft Day as a movie, do a little quick movie review before we actually start here on the draft stuff. A lot better than I thought it was going to be. That's like one of those little clips that if I haven't seen it at this point, I was kind of like, this is going to be not very good. I usually am like on top of all the newest cinema and stuff like that. But dude, I was surprised at how many how many celebrities were in it. Not really A-listers, but those B and C listers like Terry Crews. Who was that other one? Who's the running back?
Arian Foster's in it.
Arian Foster. Yeah. You mentioned that to me. I was like, that's him too. But
it's not a particularly good football movie as far as accuracy goes, but it's a good movie. It's
It's not. It's terrible. Come on.
It's not
that movie. That movie is not good in any way, shape, or form. I know you've got a soft spot in your heart for it, but
if you take the football sense out of it, it's a good movie. The spirit of the love of the draft and stuff. But yeah, don't trade 3 first-round picks, draft an edge rusher and a running back in the first round. Yeah, don't do that. And then my favorite is like when he trades for the first-round pick and he's like, is that going to mess us up with the salary cap? And it's like, buddy, you just made the trade. You should have already known that. And you were sitting at 7. You move up to 1. If that draft slot messes up your salary cap, you were screwed already, my bud. But It's all good. Good news is that we don't have to worry about the Chiefs trading up for the number 1 overall pick. I don't think that that's going to be happening tonight. There's been a lot of rumors around the first round, and I think we're in for a really exciting night. I know Adam Schefter said, expect fireworks here in these top 10 picks. I think the reason why we are going to see a lot of dynamics across the board here is going to be because this isn't a great class. And the more and more I think about it, the more and more I just think teams, they're going to start doing weird stuff because it's just going to come down to preference and need. And these teams, a lot of times we see like tight ends and running backs and things like that fall down the board because teams, they don't covet those positions. But with the lack of talent in this class, I think we might see some teams do some things that they don't normally do. Moreover, it sounds like we thought that this draft was going to start at pick 4 or 5. And now it's really starting to sound like pick number 2 for the Browns could be up in the air. Sounds like they're starting to get some huge offers for the second pick. The Cleveland Browns are. That would obviously be Travis Hunter, which is, kind of a big thing. But you think about the Browns and where they are right now, who's going to be the Travis Hunter is this, really unique Shohei Ohtani level player. Who's going to be throwing on the ball? That's kind of important. That team needs picks. They need talent. So do they move the second overall pick? What do you think, Christian?
Ooh, I don't know. I think it would take a lot to get Travis Hunter onto a different team at this point. He's such a unique prospect. One team I could see as kind of a dark horse trading up that I haven't heard a lot of people talking about is the Jags. Like, they need cornerback, they need wide receiver, they have that number 5 pick. You know, Browns need more than just a wide receiver cornerback combo. It seems like a perfect pairing.
What do you think, Patrick?
I mean, they should look, Travis Hunter's not going to save them. Like, as a Northeast Ohio guy, I cheer for the Browns. I watch a lot of their games. They're screwed. Like, that Deshaun Watson thing, they need as many young, cheap players as they can possibly get because they're not going to have any money. They're going to be cash strapped. Everything's all screwed up. They've got this albatross hanging around their neck. They have no business taking Travis Hunter at number 2 if somebody's giving them multiple picks in this draft, because they need to load up on young, cheap talent, try to figure out their quarterback situation, and then figure everything else out. And they've got a good coach. Kevin Stefanski's a good coach. So if they can move back and still take a Shedeur Sanders or something like that, but plus load up on extra picks, that, you know, it's not going to fix the Deshaun Watson thing, but it'll at least ease it a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be really fascinating to see how it pans out. It feels like a team. It's probably going to be a team in the top 10, right? Because that's already going to be a massive offer, especially when you factor Travis Hunter into it. And like, this is a guy that you're going to get who's going to play both sides of the ball, hypothetically. Honestly, I think it would be a win for us as NFL fans to get a player like Travis Hunter out of Cleveland. That franchise, like, if there's a franchise you feel not great about getting a player like that, it's him, where you could easily see it being a disaster. So yeah, like, get him with Trevor Lawrence, get him where the weather's nice and stuff like that. I could definitely understand that. Real quick, before we get going any further, we want to tell you about some of our good friends over at Underdog Fantasy. With Underdog, there's finally a way to make picks on sports without leaving the house. You can make picks on the draft right now. The game is in your hands. Underdog is one of the leading sports apps, and you can play now in your state, including Missouri and Kansas. They've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Create entries with baseball picks or mix and match your picks across the sports. You can even do it with the NBA playoffs. You can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. So turn $1 into 1,000 just with your sports knowledge. Download the Underdog app and sign up using our promo code Arrowhead Addict to unlock a special offer up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with our promo code Arrowhead Addict, that's all one word, to claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama, Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Massachusetts and Arizona, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.npcgambling.org. In Arizona, call the 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 433-543-342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-8778-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY to 467-369. I'll never live up to Sterling, but it's okay. It's okay. I tried. I started getting messed up with the numbers there. I started to panic. I started seeing stars. It all got going too fast. Okay. So let's break this down real quick. We'll bring it back to the Chiefs. So it feels like pick number 1, Cam Ward, write it in Sharpie. It's done. Pick number 2. It's going to be Travis Hunter. It's just, are the Browns making that pick? And how do the Browns, if the Browns do trade out, how does that play out? Where do they go? Pick number 3. It's starting to feel like as a lock, Abdul Carter with the Giants. There has been some sprinkles of Shedeur Sanders, but at this point, I'd be surprised to see anybody other than Abdul Carter go to the New York Giants. 4, it's Will Campbell. That's everything I've heard. It sounds like Todd McShay was talking about on his podcast today that the Patriots, they love Will Campbell, the player, the guy that he is. They view him as a culture setter. Then the draft starts at number 5. So let's say hypothetically that the Jags are sitting on the clock at pick 5. What do you think they're going to do, Patrick? And what do you think they should do?
Well, I keep hearing a bunch of stuff about, like, the Jags are going to make waves. The Jags are going to do something bold. I've heard a bunch of reports about that. What does that mean? I don't know, man. I don't know. They really could go in any direction, I feel like, because they're kind of a little bit of a mess right now. They need to get help. I've even heard people saying that that they could take Gentry. Like, that seems crazy to me with the whole ETN. I know he hasn't been performing that well. But maybe that's going to be their play, that maybe that's their bold move, that they're going to take the running back and trade. Maybe they'll trade ETN to somebody. That could be a big splash that we've been hearing reports about.
Well, and it seemed like for a long time in mocks that Mason Graham was the chalk at pick 5. Then these rumors start coming out that they want to make a splash, as Patrick was saying. Let me ask you this, Christian. Do you think that the Jags are a team that's like mature in its life cycle? Are they ready to be able to pick up a running back like Ashton Jeanty out of Boise State? Or is there something else that they need more there at pick 5?
I mean, it is the Jags, so they're going to make kind of a boneheaded pick no matter what, it seems like, with these drafts. I know they just got rid of their GM, so at least they're not going to be picking, LSU defensive tackles with 55-inch arm spans. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you're right. If Balky was still there, like Shamar Stewart is 1,000% the pick at pick 5.
Yes, 100%.
That's no longer on the table.
Yeah, so I mean, I would assume that they'll mature a little bit, but if I'm Trevor Lawrence and we get a running back instead of another wide receiver, I'm gonna be a little pissed. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, they need more than just a Travis Etienne upgrade to become an offense that's actually formidable. I think Tet McMillan is probably my chalk pick there. If I'm them, he seems like he would fit that sort of offense that they run there. I don't know about Luther Burden. He is an off-ball kind of like Z kind of slot wide receiver, so it could be him as well. But if I had to place my bet on anything, I mean, the Jags are into taking big swings. Like, just put Tet in that offense and let him rock.
So let's think real quick. Like, when Trevor Lawrence has been at his best, he had that 1 year with Doug Peterson, comes to the playoffs, loses an Arrowhead, and then at Clemson, right? When he was considered, the next best quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck. Who were the guys that he was throwing the ball to for Clemson? 6'4" T. Higgins and 6'4" Kansas City Chiefs legend Justin Ross, right? Those were his guys, big targets. They've already got a big speed, vertical stretch guy with Brian Thomas Jr. had a super underrated rookie season. I think it makes sense to go Tet here. If they have decided that they want to go offense, get your other guy. And also, like, what are some of the comps you've heard to Tedero McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona, Mike Evans, right? I don't think he moves like Mike Evans. Like, Mike Evans is just such a good route runner and a separator. I think Tet McMillan's a little bit more smooth than Evans is. And I also don't think he's quite dynamic at the catch point as Mike Evans is. I mean, Mike Evans is just so good there, but you can kind of see it. I think, I think the comp that I've heard for him that I like a little bit more is Cortland Sutton for Tedero McMillan. But either way, that's the type of player that they need to get. And then, like, cool, you've got your slot reps that are still open. They move on from Christian Kirk. That becomes interesting. But you could go get a Jaylen Walker. You can find guys on day 2 and day 3 to run on the slot for you and be effective. So I like that. I think that's a better fit. I think Ashton Jeanty is by far the better player, but I think the better fit there is McMillan.
Hear me out. The Chiefs, the big splash is that the Chiefs call up the Jags, offer up Ross, send him to Jacksonville,
4 or 5,
reunite those two, and the Chiefs move up to 5. Now, if the Chiefs were at 5, who would you want them to take?
That's a great question.
Given the way that you've said the board would play out.
Boy, that's tough.
Oh, this isn't that tough price. Come on, this is chalk. Armand Mimbu. He lives just down the road.
Yeah, I think that's. I was thinking tackle. I mean, Mimbu hasn't played left before, but that's really just like he hasn't done it before. Not that he can't. I think, like, even at worst case scenario, you draft Armand Mimbu, you give him a red shirt year, and he comes in and it's a dynamic starter at right tackle next year. Like, that's the floor of that pick, because I feel really good about him being a day 1 starter at right tackle, and you give him some looks at left tackle. I think that's probably the right thing. The fact, though, is that it's kind of crazy that this draft, like, if the Chiefs did have the 5th overall pick, I still wouldn't feel particularly great about anyone there. Like, obviously you'd like it a lot more than 31, but there's not a name that just comes to mind that's like, oh, smash, that's definitely it, right? Because of the questions around the tackle class. I mean, like Mason Graham would look pretty good playing next to Chris Jones, not going to lie about that. But yeah, it's interesting. Let's see if we've got Tennessee on the clock here yet. Usually we get those signature Tennessee is on the clock. Yep, here we go. Okay, so obviously we know that the Titans are going to be going Cam Ward, the quarterback out of Miami here. I want to ask you guys, as the Titans are in the AFC, the Chiefs have seen them in the playoffs before. what do we think about the Titans ultimately going Cam Ward over a Travis Hunter, or, maybe auctioning that pick off for a load of other picks? Patrick, what do you think about them selecting Cam Ward? It's not official yet, but basically.
I think that's the right move. You look, if you don't have a quarterback, forget it. Like, it doesn't matter. That's why, like, when teams don't have quarterback. Now, if there's nobody, okay, like, I get it. Take the best pass rusher or whatever in the draft class. But if you don't have a quarterback, it doesn't matter. Like, we were talking about the Browns earlier, right? Oh, they've got Myles Garrett. He's this unbelievable player. Who cares? They stink, right? The Chiefs had Tom Bahali and Jared Allen and Derek Johnson and Brandon Flowers. We had all these good defensive players. We stunk. We were terrible. It didn't matter until we got Patrick Mahomes. So from my point of view, generally those picks are wasted picks, because when everybody tries to get cute and like maybe you get lucky and you're an Eagles and you get a Jalen Hurts late, and it works out for you and you've got that stacked team. But in general, I respect the move of going for the quarterback. As far as like how it impacts the AFC, they stink. They're not any good. I don't care. Most of these quarterbacks never work out. So like, as far as like my concern about the Titans, like, no, I'm worried about the Ravens and the Bills, and I'll start getting nervous about the Titans in a couple of years if he takes off. But we got a few more problems to worry about before those guys.
So Christian, let's get into a little bit of Cam Ward, and just kind of the player that he is. Obviously, really unique journey to the NFL. Was a wing T quarterback in high school, then to Incarnate Ward for a couple of years, then to Washington State for a couple of years before ultimately landing in Miami. One thing that's really interesting about him is the way that he plays. This will probably upset the chat a little bit, but I'm going to say strictly the scrambling. The scrambling, he scrambles like Mahomes in the sense of he's not a runner per se, but he's a scrambler and he's very good at it. Quick release. One of the things that I like about him is he definitely has the most pure arm talent of any quarterback in this class. He's made some throws that are flat-footed that are just silly. When I've went back and looked at Arroyo or Samuel Brown or Damian Martinez, there's some really silly throws from him. He's a creator. He's an extender. Now, I will say, sometimes those things get him in trouble. Where, Christian, do you think you would stack Cam Ward in this quarterback class from last year? So, obviously, Caleb Williams, all those guys, where would you probably put him in that quarterback tier?
So that's tough. I mean, I could really kind of see him as like a Jordan Love plus type of player. And if you're getting Jordan Love at 1 overall, like, thank you, by the way. If you're getting him at 1 overall, it's like, that's a little rich. Is he the best out of all of those quarterbacks? Probably not. I'd probably put him either 3rd or 4th. I think that I was really, really high on Jaden Daniels last year. Obviously Caleb Williams is Caleb Williams. He's not anywhere close to that. Yeah, probably 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think like that JJ McCarthy line, right? Like McCarthy had a lot of intangibles, a lot of things. Oh, shout out to a great show on Arrowhead Addict, the intangibles. But a lot of intangibles, ran a pro style offense. Obviously, championship, has a lot of arm talent. But I do think like right in that area, I think he'd probably be before Penix. Penix had the injury concerns. I think the thing about Cam Ward is there are a lot of things about his game that you feel like you can't teach. The ability to extend plays, the ability to throw off platform. He has a lot of changing arm slots, a lot of, like I said, those scramble plays. If you can teach that guy to play on time, that's a special player. And I think with Callahan there, the head coach, they have a chance to start building an offense that, frankly, it's never felt like Tennessee has had, right? It's always been a defensive first team with Vrabel and the culture there. Now, they need a lot of skill talent to build around there, right? Like it's basically Calvin Ridley and not much else, but it's a start. And to what Patrick said, if you don't have a quarterback, none of the rest of this matters. Christian, I don't know if you've been aware of this, but the chat, especially Slothy, he's all over you. He's got a super chat here. I still can't get over how Christian looks like Timu Kelsey. It's a good look.
Jesus.
Oh, say that again. Say that again.
Okay, so Slothy here in the chat says, I still can't get over how Christian looks like Timu Kelsey. It's a good look.
Oh, thank you. Well, I guess thank you. That seems kind of like a sneak diss, dude. I've heard who's that guy that plays Captain America? I've heard that comp before as far as my face card. But
I'd take that one over Kelsey.
Oh, I don't know, man. Kelsey, not to get too out there on this podcast, Kelsey's a handsome guy. I'm gonna take it as a compliment, Slothy.
Not a hot take. Not a hot take.
He's no Chris Evans, though. I mean, he's a good-looking guy, but I'd take Captain America. By the way, if it makes you feel better, we're talking about ridiculous comparisons. Adam Schefter is just on the ESPN show talking about how the Titans see a little bit of Patrick Mahomes in Ward. So there you go.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like it always stinks whenever you like bring up such a high level player. Like we could do this about anybody, right? Where it's just like, hey, there's elements of this game. I always try in my mock drafts to do shades of, not like true comparisons, right? Because there's just some guys you're never going to be able to replace. We've got a $10 super chat here from Stephen Och, I believe it is. Thank you guys for doing this. I didn't want to have to listen to Mike Greenberg. Let's have a successful draft. I am confident the Chiefs aren't taking a step back. Excited for the upcoming season. Thank you so much, Stephen. All the super chats here that come in today, they're going to be going back into the show to help us grow this network, to grow this community, to add shows like we added, like the Kingdom Queens that are now Wednesdays at 7 p.m. Glad to have them on board. Rumor is the ladies might be joining us here in a little bit to get in on the fun. But yeah, thank you so much for those super chats, and we'll be reading those as we go all along the way. Titans, let's go. We've known this since like March, right? Like, are they going to submit this card? Let's get
It's
this
brutal.
in.
There's like 6 minutes left on the clock. I don't know. I think the NFL does this. Like, I think they probably turned it in. But I feel like the NFL does they want to draw out the number one pick a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And, I think like having been to a draft too, like there's a lot of pomp and circumstance. Like when in Kansas City, you got to like for hearing when it was in Kansas City, Kelsey and Mahomes, the real Kelsey, not Christian Ainsworth, came out with the Lombardi and stuff. So there's a lot of pomp and circumstance. All right. Looks like we have the first pick locked in here. Per Albert Breer, the Titans are on the phone with Cam Ward. All but official. The quarterback from Miami, Cam Ward, will be a Tennessee Titan. It's the pick that we've all thought was coming for a long time, but it's finally here. Tennessee is starting the Cam Ward era. They recently signed Tyler Lockett to be kind of a veteran wide receiver. They've got Calvin Ridley in there. They've made some moves to try to really improve that roster. They bring in left tackle Dan Moore to try to, fortify that offensive line. So this is the next step for them, is bringing in Cam Ward. And now is when the fireworks begin, not just because the Browns are on the clock. We also have the Kingdom Queens here with us. We've got Lexi and Jody. Ladies, welcome aboard.
Hey.
How are we feeling? How are the vibes?
Hello. Our goal was to get here right before they announced the first pick. And we made it. I'm
killing it.
You made it just in the nick of time, so perfect timing. How are we feeling about pick 31? We haven't talked a lot about the Chiefs yet. We've kind of been talking big picture. I, of course, am always just going to want to talk about all the draft all the time. So let's stay on topic here. Today has been a rumor day. It really started Monday, but where are we feeling about the rumors and where we think this pick is heading for the Chiefs? Lexi, why don't you go first?
Oh, man. I think this pick could go a few different ways, and I think it literally what everyone's saying, it's just how the board wants to fall. So I think all everyone knew was the first pick, which was going to be Cam Ward, and that was pretty much the only given tonight. I feel like everything else is kind of up in the air. So I'm super excited just to see what happens. I'm kind of feeling like we might go offensive tackle. It's just like the gut feeling I get, but I don't know if that means they have to trade up, like if that will be with someone like the Vikings or the Packers, something like that into the earlier 20s, because it just kind of sounds like there could be a run on offensive tackles early on. So that's my guess, is that we go offensive tackle. If not, I think we look at the D line just overall, whether that be edge or tackle. And then I think from there, you kind of go wide receiver, running back, depending on who's there. And yeah, that's my take on it.
Okay, so this is from Mary Kay Cabot, who is like the go-to Cleveland person. She's putting on Twitter that she believes that the Jags are trying to make a push up to number 2 and that there's real belief that this can happen. So we'll have to see if that does end up happening, but it looks like number 2 being up for sale is a very real possibility. So maybe Travis Hunter and Trevor Lawrence is going to be the new tandem out there. So Jody, how about you? Pick number 31. What are you thinking?
I think it's going to be a receiver. I would like for it to be defense. If it did turn into offense, I'm cool with that. But in my mind, if Luther Burden is there, you got to go grab him. You got to get him. And that's not because I'm a Mizzou fan. But.
Okay, so I was going to ask, like, Christian's a Mizzou alum, so I've been hearing it quite a bit here. So it's not just that you're a Mizzou fan, but also you love the talent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's all about like what's going to happen with Rashee Rice. We don't know yet, right? So
okay, here we go. So sorry to cut you off there, Jody. The Jaguars now have the second overall pick. They send the second overall pick, the 104th overall pick, a 4th round pick, and the 200th. So they send a 2nd, a 4th, and a 6th. The Browns give the 5th, 30. They get the 5th, the 36th, the 126th, and the 226th first. So the Jags give up their 2026 first round pick to get up to number 2 for what we presume will be Travis Hunter. Patrick, Travis Hunter in Jacksonville. Does that change how you feel about him?
Yeah, I think that's a good match. You get a weapon on both sides of the ball. You get a little bit of excitement. Shad Khan wants to put butts in the seats down there in Jacksonville. It hasn't been, very sunny on the football field for them. And shout out to me for calling this just a moment ago that they were going to trade up the number 2.
Oh, no way.
Right on top of that.
Well, the smoke has just been, it's been there, right? That like this was that the Jags were wanting to make a splash. And I don't know if you've seen the GM, Gladstone, I think I just know that because that's a town here in Kansas City. Do you remember his first name? I swear this kid was like playing Fortnite during the pandemic like 5 years ago, and now he's a GM. But he looks like a Succession character, honestly. But here he is. They're up on number 2 for what we assume is Travis Hunter. And, we haven't really got into a lot of Travis Hunter dialogue because like it's just a foregone conclusion that he's going to be nowhere near with the Chiefs pick. So, Christian, let me ask you this. Is Travis Hunter the next Shohei Ohtani of football? He's a baseball player, by the way. I just want to make sure because you're not a big baseball guy, so I just want to make sure.
Okay, all right. Well,
he plays both ways.
I know I haven't seen draft day. I'm not up to date with all the comparisons you're going to make tonight, but I do know who Shohei Ohtani is. I don't know, man. It's so tough. Like the amount of reps you play in college and the intensity of those reps are not anywhere comparable to an NFL game. Like you're not playing against NFL level competition day in and day out, especially playing for Colorado. So that's going to be tough. I do think that he has the ability to play number 1 reps on both sides of the ball. So maybe he's not going to shadow the best wide receiver all game. Maybe he's not going to have 10 catches on 15 targets for 150 yards. But I mean, can he come in and do those types of elite level things like throughout the game? Absolutely. So to me, for the Jags, this is a slam dunk. Like if they come out of this, I know they haven't selected yet, with Tet McMillan and Travis Hunter still on the board, there's going to be a riot in Jacksonville, as they should.
So let me ask you this. You're, for those of you that don't know, Christian coaches wide receivers and defensive back for a high school football team. In your opinion, obviously, I hear good things about your football program, but not quite the NFL. What do you think? Like, how do you think that works out? Do you think that he is a guy who is going to be primarily a wide receiver that dabbles on defense, or do you think that he needs to be primary defense and dabble on offense?
I think it'll vary. And I think that he has the ability to do that. Like, there's going to be some games where they have they're playing against somebody with an awful slot cornerback, and they're just going to be like, Travis Hunter, go out there. You're going to get 10 targets, and we'll bring you in on every 3rd down. And that'll work perfectly. The one thing that's really, really good about Travis Hunter is his ball skills. Like, if the ball's in the air, he's going to get underneath it. He's going to make a play on it. If you had to, gun to my head, where is he going to play most of, his football? I would probably say corner. And I would probably say slot, somewhere inside where he can use that speed to cover those guys that, are uncoverable in the NFL. The hardest players to cover come out of the slot. He just seems like that type of player.
Yeah. And boy, the compensation to get up there, they give up a 1st, I believe a 3rd and a 4th to get up 3 slots. It really feels like they're paying a Travis Hunter tax there, which is understandable for the player with how special he is, but giving up a 5th, a 2nd. So they gave up a 5th, a 2nd, and next year's 1st and a 4th. That's a lot. That's a heavy price to pay for a team that still has a lot of holes. And Travis Hunter can fill more than one, which is something that's special about him. But boy, that's a lot to pay. Patrick, what do you think? You think this is a mistake on the Jags' part? James Gladstone, he's 34 years old. Like I said, he was playing Among Us like 3 years ago, and now he's an NFL GM. Good choice or bad choice?
Terrible choice. He's a great player, and it'd be great if you could get him, but you're sitting there at number 5. You have a premium draft pick. There are guys that are going to be on the board that are worthy of being taken in that spot that can really help your team. And you, just like the Browns, the Jaguars aren't exactly sitting pretty in terms of deep roster talent. They got some things that they need to figure out as well. This feels like a guy playing Madden, being really excited about this fancy shiny object. And Travis Hunter, he's a two-way player. Yeah, okay, you're kind of getting 2 players, but they're going to have him play one side of the ball much more than the other, or they're going to grind him into dust. I love this for the Browns. This is smart for the Browns. As we talked about before the draft started, they need young, cheap players. They're moving back 3 spots. They're picking up an extra second-round pick where we think there's going to be a run on receivers. Quarterbacks could still be available there. Like, this is now the Browns are already picking. I think they've got 33 and 36 now.
They already had a lot of capital too.
Yeah, a couple of 3rd-round draft picks as well for the Browns. So I think now they've got 33, 33, 36, and 67 and 94. So they've got a bunch of top 100 picks here. They got to make the right picks and also figure out the quarterback situation, but love it for Cleveland. Don't really like it for Jacksonville.
It looks like it is official with the number 2 overall pick in the draft via Cleveland. The Jacksonville Jaguars are taking Travis Hunter, the cornerback, wide receiver out of Colorado. The Heisman candidate, or the Heisman winner, is headed to Duval. So what do we think about this, Jody? Like, how do you feel about Trevor Lawrence to Travis Hunter?
I like it. I like it a lot. And Travis Hunter, if it's about the money, he should go there and be a receiver. Just because the way that market is growing, the Jags have just opportunity though. So, I mean, they have a lot of things that they need to do. I just don't believe any team is going to let him play both sides of the ball. So we'll see if Jacksonville is really going to let him play both sides of the ball. This isn't college. This is the NFL. You're a lot more valuable now. So we'll see how that really goes.
Yeah, it's something that I haven't really stopped to think about a whole lot is, where will he spend majority of his time in meetings? Because it's just, you hear about how complicated NFL offenses are, and the defenses are so much more multiple too. The coverages and things they run. Personally, I think the thing that would work best for him is to be a predominant corner. I think that's also where he's at his best, in my opinion. Some of the comps for Travis Hunter have just gotten insane, where it's like, as a receiver, I see Odell Beckham, Justin Jefferson, cornerback, Patrick Surtain, Deion Sanders. It's like, guys, we got to calm down. Like, this is a great player. This is really exciting, but let's take a breath. Although I don't think we're talking enough about the fact that Deion's son is in if I told you, hey, there's a guy in the NFL draft, he plays cornerback and wide receiver. He was the Heisman winner, and Deion's son in the draft too. Who would you pick? You'd be like, oh, Travis Hunter. That's definitely his kid, right? It's like, oh no, actually, it's like the kind of unmobile quarterback who might fall to the first round. So kind of funny there. But hey, that's what he was the number 1 recruit in the country. He chose an HBCU, Jackson State, and now Travis Hunter is going to be catching passes from Trevor Lawrence. Good for them for making a big splash. Lexi, put out a percentage. What percentage does this work? Does Travis Hunter actually become the player that they're wanting it to be?
God dang. It's hard to say because they have a new coach. They have a whole new regime over there in Jacksonville. So, I don't know for sure. I want this for Trevor because I want to see him succeed. I really want to see Travis Hunter succeed. Like Jody said, will they really let him play both wide receiver and cornerback? I don't know. I have to imagine it's heavier on the wide receiver stuff than it is cornerback. I know Sean McVay and Andy Reid both said I think it was before the combine, if they were to draft a Travis Hunter, would they let him? And they both said they would have to give him a package to at least see if he were capable of playing both and kind of like explore the options. So I'm excited for him. I hope he gets the chance to play both. It's going to be completely different in the NFL. You're not going to play 100% of the snaps because I just don't even think possible. But he's going to try to make sure that he does at least a few times. So very curious to see how that goes. We get to play the Jaguars this year, so
hey, that's a good point. That'll be fun,
right?
to see. Yeah.
I didn't catch that the Jaguars gave them their 2026 first round pick.
Yeah.
That's a horrible trade. That
so he better be
I want to revise that. I don't like it, that they're idiots. Like that's incredible value for Cleveland.
That was
a panic. It was bold
To move up 3 spots. Come on, man. That is they're gonna. This trade's gonna get roasted. Price. Let me ask you, or Christian too, because you guys are the draft experts in this one. If Travis Hunter was just playing wide receiver, if he had said, "I'm going to be a wide receiver, that's what I want to be in the NFL," and he was in last year's draft, how many wide receivers would have gone before him?
It's tough. I think there's a lot of people who are a lot higher on his receiver stuff than I am. I've been surprised at how high people are on him. The fact still remains, like, he's 180 pounds. And I think that he moves extremely well. And, like, his ball skills are really special for a guy of his size. Like, honestly, a little Tyreek Hill-esque in the way that, like, he goes up and outmatches bigger guys than him all the time. And that's part of what makes him a special corner. To me, like, I think he'd definitely be behind Marvin Harrison Jr. I think he'd be behind who after him? Why am I escaping?
Rome Odunze?
Rome, definitely behind Rome.
I think he'd be behind Rome. Who's the guy? Neighbors. I think that's where he'd be. Like, we forget that Brian Thomas Jr., as productive as he was, we forget that there were a lot of questions because he didn't do a ton of route running. He actually ended up about being as good as any of those guys. But I think that he would fall in between those two guys. I think we've just gotten carried away with like what he can do as a receiver and a corner, where we just need to be a little bit more realistic that, like, hey, the reason why he's the Heisman, the reason why he's the number 2 overall pick is because of both. And the fact that he can do both. Like, his ceiling as a receiver isn't Justin Jefferson, and his ceiling as a corner isn't Pat Surtain. It's just the fact that he can do both, which is insanely valuable.
And I'm not trying to hate on the guy, because it's awesome. Like, I think it's really cool that he's such a gamer. He's super talented. He wants to play both. Like, I respect that. I think that's awesome. It's old school. Guys don't really do that anymore. But like, he goes in last year's draft as a wide receiver. He's probably going in the teens, maybe in the early 20s. And so to give up this amount of draft capital when, like, this isn't college, you're playing 17 games, hopefully 17 plus games.
Yeah.
So I don't care how good a shape you're in, man. These are some of the best athletes in the world. If you're trying to play both sides of the ball every snap, you're going to be toasted by the 9th game of the season in the NFL. So what they're going to do is they're going to pick one that's going to be his primary, and then they're going to mix in. I've seen people say he should play cornerback like most of his snaps, and then have a package of wide receiver snaps. Do you guys agree with that, or do you think that you should use him to score points?
For me, I just keep coming back to the fact that I think that's where he's best at, like his ball skills and stuff, like really play up at the corner position. And you can use a wide receiver who mixes and dabbles more in the offense as it goes. So for me, that's where I lean, but I think it'll actually be the other way around. I think it'll be a full-time corner or full-time receiver and then mix in on defense. I'm just not exactly sure how that would work.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you as well. I'm a little bit higher, I guess, on Travis Hunter as a wide receiver than even you are, Price. Like, I think that if he commits 100% to wide receiver, it's like him and Malik Neighbors are pretty close to the same. I think that he's got a higher ceiling. Again, if he's just focusing on the wide receiver reps, than Luther Burden does in this draft. Like, he has the ball skills, he has the speed, he has the quickness. And if you're just going to put him in there to play the slot role, like, that's perfect. He'll just catch 7 or 8 balls a game and get you 100 yards and do great. I just think it's so hard to be a corner in the league. Like, it's hard to be a wide receiver. Don't get me wrong. Like, the timing and everything that goes with that, and the releases and knowing where you're supposed to be, and that's all well and good. But like, put him on Xavier Worthy out of the slot and just have him on a go and see if he can catch up. It's like, that's tough. Being able to step up and press, that's tough. Like, that's not something a 180-pound guy can usually do. But yeah, so I would say mostly wide receiver and then maybe some slot. which I would imagine
Okay.
is the way that it's going
Looks
to go.
like we've got another pick in here. This one's been pretty chalk for quite some time. With the number 3 overall pick, the New York Giants are taking Abdul Carter, the edge rusher out of Penn State. At Penn State, he was absolutely dominant. The burst, the first step, the bend. This is everything you want an edge rusher to be. He wrecked playoff games with one arm as he had a shoulder injury in the offseason. He got the best of some of the best tackles in this class. Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State, Josh Connerly Jr., the tackle out of Oregon, a true star in the making. And I think this nugget here from Diana Rossini, these next two things are connected, right? So they take Abdul Carter. It sounds like, according to Diana Rossini, the Giants are trying to trade it back into the first round. This enter the Chiefs and also enter Kayvon Thibodeau. So the Giants now have a monstrous pass rush. They got Sexy Dexter Lawrence on the interior defensive line. They've got Kayvon Thibodeau. They sent a bunch of picks and cash for Brian Burns from Carolina last year. Now they bring in the most talented edge rusher in this class, Kayvon Thibodeau. I believe they've got to pick up his 5th-year option. He's a guy out of Oregon. He could be on the move and could be a part of that package that the Giants may be trying to get back into the first round. So what do you guys think? Is it the right move by the Giants? Should they have went Shedeur Sanders? I know that's what a lot of people say. Like, we've talked about it here. Hey, if you don't got a quarterback, you don't got nothing. They've got Russell Wilson. They've got Jameis Winston, which is going to be one hell of a hard knock season. But I don't even know if they're on that. But I would just love to see those two people interacting together. Feels like some great content there. What do you think, Lexi? I'm sorry, I caught you on mute.
Oh, sorry. I think it's good. I think it's predictable. I think we all saw it coming, kind of what happened at picks 1 and 2, right? It was pretty much going to be Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. I think after this is where it's going to start to get fun. So I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
I like it for them. I mean, again, I can add to this too. We're going to play the Giants as well this year, so we better have our O-line ready. That's going to be a tough D-line to go against. Glad we don't have to play them twice a year. Abdul Carter's a beast, as we all know. So good for them. Good for the Giants. I think, and I agree, like, with their quarterback room. I mean, they could still take a quarterback later on, but I do think with, like, Jameis and Russell Wilson and then who's to come next season, I think the Giants might be better off getting a quarterback next season, though I don't know that, like, Dayball and them are going to have jobs through the season if they don't start winning some games. So I'll be interested to see, but he could be a game changer.
And that's probably where that good old trying to trade back into the first round goes, right? Where it sounds like they've been really connected to Jackson Dart, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. So that makes a lot of sense. Christian, tell me what you love about Abdul Carter.
Ooh, to me, he's like Von Miller incarnate. And if you're telling me you add Von Miller to this defense that that New York already has, it's like, dude, that's, textbook play. Easy A. You made it out of the draft with one of the best players. He's tied for first in my best players available. Just a classic pick, man. This is fantastic for them. They get to offload Kayvon Thibodeau. I know that kind of like limits the the asking price that they can ask for him now, but like, I don't know. It's just perfect pick.
Dude, I just can't believe that we're like 3 picks in my huddle report mock competition. I'm already off. Travis Hunter to Browns felt like I was like, I feel like I can at least make it a pick 4 with my huddle report actually being accurate, and it's already off. All right. So far we're good. If you're a Chiefs fan, Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, Jack, obviously Cam Ward was never going to be on the table for them. We're good so far. Let's see if this is where the tackles they start coming. I feel like that's a good chance. And my update is correct. The Patriots, with the number 4 overall pick, are selecting LSU offensive tackle Will Campbell. Now, when we're talking about the Chiefs and we're talking about tackle, Will Campbell was never going to be on the menu for them at tackle. Would they have taken him at guard? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think that they're drafting a guard in the first round this year. They better not be. But with Will Campbell, it really just comes down to the wingspan. 77 3/8 arm wingspan, 32 5/8 wingspan or arm length. That puts him well below normal. That puts him in the 21st percentile for offensive tackles. Actually, that puts him in 21st percentile for all offensive linemen. Excuse me. So really short arms on him. Now, it sounds like the Patriots, they have fallen in love with the character that he is. Really high character guy, leader, has a really unique stance. I don't know about you, Christian, but when I took a look at LSU, the way that he stands, he's very upright in his posture, but it works for him. Do you think that he is more served as a tackle or a guard at the next level, Christian?
Oh, dude, to me, he's Joe Thuney, and he's super athletic, can play outside if he really needs to, is athletic enough and powerful enough to play inside. The only question that I have about his kind of game, if he was going to move to guard, is the intensity. Like, you talked about his stance a little bit, but to me, he just doesn't really bring that grit that you'd want, like an athletic interior offensive lineman to bring in the run game. How do you feel about him playing as a guard? Like, if they came in, obviously they're having offensive line troubles. Is there a reason you wouldn't play him at guard?
Well, I think the body says guard, right? Like, not just his arm length, but also like the way he's built. I think he's a pretty smooth mover, though. I think if you're in an outside zone scheme or something like that, like a Kyle Shanahan system, I think that he could really get to those like run alleys and really be a dynamic blocker for you. And to me, if you're the Patriots, you're just looking at this as a best five. Like, especially for a team that's rebuilding, trying to reset the culture with Mike Vrabel, trying to build around this franchise quarterback in Drake May. You just need to get a best five guy, right, in a culture setter. So you give him every chance to play tackle, and then you move him inside. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Similar to Peter Skronsky out of Northwestern in the 2023 draft. He's almost played exclusively guard, but hey, guess what? Who also drafted that guy? Mike Vrabel, right? He was a part of the Titan staff that drafted Peter Skronsky. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I think that what they feel really good about this is like, hey, this isn't going to be a bust. And, never say never, but let's get the ball in the green here. We've got a lot of other capital, so it'll be interesting. What do you think, Patrick? Well, this is totally off topic.
Okay. But we are on a Chiefs podcast, so it's about the Chiefs. I have a conspiracy or a theory of something that I think might happen at some point during this draft that I want to put on the record in case it does, so that I can gloat about it. And if it doesn't, just forget that you ever heard me say this. Everybody's excited about Luther Burden, Chiefs maybe going wide receiver, getting more weapons for Patrick Mahomes. I think there's a chance, a small chance, but there's a chance that they might trade for a veteran wide receiver at some point during this draft, and that veteran wide receiver is Jameson Williams from the Lions. Now, hear me out on this. The Lions have to pick up Williams' fifth-year option by early May here. The Chiefs brought Jameson Williams in for a top 30 visit. He was in Kansas City. Didn't work out. The Lions took him really early. It hasn't really worked out for Jameson Williams in Detroit. Had a breakout season last year, goes for over 1,000 yards. I think he had 7 touchdowns. Fast, dynamic, still a little bit of a knucklehead. Chiefs love knucklehead wide receivers. Join the crew, Jameson Williams. What would you offload him for if you're the Lions? If the Chiefs were to trade for him because they want to stay away from wide receivers early in this draft and shore up other positions like tackle, maybe go defensive interior. If you're the Lions, you trade him to the Chiefs. Chiefs could we're not going to pick up your 5th-year option. He's like $5 million this year. If he plays well, we signed you to a long-term deal, and now we've got you, Hollywood's probably going to depart and all that. We've got Jameson Williams. Would you give up a 3rd for that guy? A 4th? If you're the Lions, would you take a 3rd in this draft? Remember, the Chiefs have 2 third-round picks, one early, one late.
I think so. So you connecting the dots there with Jameson Williams, it's something that has been done by a lot of people. They just paid Kirby Joseph. They've got a lot more people to pay. They get, they've got a lot of bodies to pay out there. And yeah, Jameson Williams, part of the thing with him there is just like right away the injury. Like, Chiefs brought him in for a 30 visit. That was to check out the medicals because he tore his ACL, I believe in the SEC championship or something very late in the season. Basically lost most of his rookie season to that injury. But my comp, when I wrote my scouting report, which, by the way, the first player I scouted in last year's draft class was Xavier Worthy. I was like, this guy is a Chief. I already know it. My comp for him was Xavier Worthy was Jameson Williams because of the strides, the movement skills, the body type. I didn't realize how small Worthy was at the time. I was just kind of guessing. We didn't have measurements back then. But yeah, like I could definitely see it like that. That would make sense. And hey, guess what? If the Lions wanted to reset that position, You go get Matthew Golden, who might be on the board still there, 4.29 speed, a guy who has some similar traits, so they can kind of replug that role in. Now, if you're the Chiefs, whether you're picking up his 5th-year option or not, yeah, I would say a day 2 pick, maybe the late 3rd or the Chiefs 4th or something like that. But the only thing that I would say about that wouldn't make sense is we're looking at not paying wide receivers, right? Like that's what you're doing with Rashee Rice. It's what you're doing with Xavier Worthy, but it would be a way to make a splash on this offense without necessarily having to invest real draft capital into it.
Yeah, $5 million this year. I think his 5th-year option is like $15 million. So it doesn't make sense for him to do that. Bring him in. Like, I guess the question is there somebody in like the late 3rd round that you would rather have over Jameson Williams if you could get a tackle, defensive interior guy in the early rounds?
No, right? Like that's the thing, right? Like Jameson Williams is closer to a finished product. You've seen him against NFL competition. He's done it year over year. He's much closer to a finished product versus, taking a Jalen Royals or someone like that who might be a little bit more of a project of the receiver position. And it's a way to make a splash, right? Like Christian and I have been big on this the last couple of weeks, that like at some point in this draft, we feel that the Chiefs are going to make a move that's going to be like an hell. The Chiefs are doing this on offense again because of the way things have went. So that would be a way, right, to make that sort of move. Okay, looks like the Browns, who are at number 5. This has been kind of interesting because we've just had the Browns written in ink for so long at number 2 with Hunter. Looks like the potential slide for Mason Graham did not happen. The Browns at pick number 5 are selecting Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham. Mason Graham, this is a high ceiling, high floor player. I love his floor because of what he is able to do against the run. Really great power, great anchor. Doesn't have the longest arms, which is something that people have brought up when maybe they're criticizing him. But if you go back to that Rose Bowl in the year that Michigan won the national championship, they wrecked Alabama's interior defense offensive line. A lot of people thought Seth McLaughlin, the center there, like that he was not going to be able to keep playing football after what they did to him. Him and Kenneth Grant had their way with him. The Browns go safe here and still raise the floor of that defensive line with Myles Garrett, now with Mason Graham, continuing to build around that defensive line. So what are we thinking? Lexi, what do you think? Mason Graham, what are your Mason Graham takes? Do you have big Mason Graham thoughts?
I don't think I do, because I always knew he was going to be so out of reach. So I didn't have a whole lot of thoughts on him, which I know isn't super exciting to say, but no, great pick for them. Great on the D line with Myles Garrett there in Cleveland. I mean, it makes sense for them. Who do they have at quarterback right now in Cleveland? Joe Flacco?
Great question.
Joe Flacco.
That'd be Joe Flacco and Super Bowl champion Kenny Pickett.
Oh, of course. Let us not forget.
So, and I mean, hey, if we want to bring this back to the Chiefs, though, right? If there's one thing that you wanted to see if you're a Chiefs fan, and these early top 10 picks, obviously we're going to see the fireworks, we're going to see the big guys come off the board. But now, if you're a Chiefs fan, I secretly think this time you don't want to see a quarterback. You don't want to see Shedeur at 5. You don't want to see Shedeur at 9, because if the Chiefs, I think that there are more opportunities for the Chiefs to trade back here, which I ultimately feel would be the best thing for them. So you get more teams knocking for Jackson Dart. Is it Jalen Milroe? Is it Shedeur Sanders? Is it Tyler Shuck out of Louisville? They start come knocking for that. There might be a couple of teams that, because it sounds like everything you hear, basically the whole back 5, 7, 8 teams in the draft are all looking to get out of the first round. So that could be an opportunity. Jody, you look like you have a thought.
No,
yeah, you made a face.
Okay.
You were like,
yeah, you made a thought. I thought you were gonna
had breaking news.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Jody, do you want the Chiefs to trade out of the first round and trade back like Price?
Actually, I do. So, I've actually been team trade out of the first round for probably like the last 2 or 3 weeks now, especially because there are so many great picks in the top 100. So if you're gonna trade back, I would like to see that come either in the second or the third round. We'll see what that looks like. Just because I feel like Veach did so good in the offseason. He filled a lot of the holes. Last year, we knew we needed that receiver in the first round. This year, it's kind of like best player available. So if you can trade back, get more picks, give up a few 7s, I'm not mad at that. If we can get some more just guys that we know that probably may play this season. So
what do you think we can get, you guys? I guess it depends on how far somebody's coming up, right? But it seems more likely that it could be a team like the Browns. Now they've got 2 early second-round picks. Would they give up a pick that high to go and get like Shedeur Sanders at 31? I mean, who's going to take him before them?
It's almost like you kind of want the Saints, who are like sitting at 40, where you could actually pick up another like round 3 or a second round pick. If you're getting the Giants or the Browns, who are, you know, just sitting right there, you're just basically moving back 2 or 3 spots. You might be lucky to pick up a 4th round, or what could happen is that they swap something, like maybe the Chiefs swap their 3rd for the Browns 3rd or something like that, and they basically have like consecutive 3rd round picks or something. So you could see something like that, which, hey, like either way, you'll take it. I think the thing that you got to remember here with the trade back is you're not necessarily, yes, it's nice to have quantity of picks too, but when you look at the board at 31 and then you sim maybe 3 or 4 more picks later in a mock draft simulator, it's not a lot of different. There's not a huge change in the players that are there. So pick up a little bit extra capital and still pick in that same range. The talent level, it's just not the same. Okay, here we go. We have another pick, and this one, it's going to be interesting for us Chiefs fans. The Las Vegas Raiders at pick number 6 are taking running back Ashton Jeanty from Boise State. Boy, you want to talk about a time to solidify your run defense? It's Ashton Jeanty coming to the AFC West. Ashton Jeanty was the only running back to come close to tying Barry Sanders' all-time record in college football. Had more yards after contact than any other running back had rushing yards this season, period. Ashton Jeanty, a military kid, raised in a military family, traveled around the country, traveled around the world, went to high school in Naples, Italy, used to take bus rides of 8+ hours to go compete against other high school football teams. This was really cool. I found this out too. Used to practice in an old inactive volcano. There was like a football field in it, and he would practice football in an inactive volcano in Italy. Really cool stuff. Ashton Jeanty is a special player, an underrated receiver at the position, coming out of Boise State. He's in the AFC West. Pete Carroll gets his running back, his bell cow. What do we think? How are we feeling, Chiefs fans?
That was my face.
I appreciate your enthusiasm about him being so good.
Yeah,
I hate that he's a Las Vegas Raider.
That what she said. Like, I hate that.
No comment.
The Raiders are going to finish 2nd in the AFC West this year. That's my flaming hot take.
What did I say, Lexi? Look, what have been my takes about the Raiders?
Jody says it too. I think it's the Broncos, but Jody has said that too.
I'm telling you, Pete Carroll, he's coming in. They got Brock Bowers as an absolute maniac. Now they're adding Gentry. Like, Geno Smith's a good quarterback. He's going to stabilize them. Like, they're going to score points, man. Like, they're going to score points. Don't be surprised. And they're playing that a lesser schedule as well. So don't be surprised if they sneak in there at number 2.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, here's the thing that I come back to. Like, a lot of times we thought that this was going to be probably one of the tackles, that we thought this was going to be Banks or possibly Mimbu out of Missouri. I just look at this as like, everything about what the Raiders are doing right now is like, hey, let's win right now. They go get Pete Carroll, the oldest coach in the NFL, a guy who is, not about rebuilding. They go get Geno Smith, an older quarterback, give him a new contract. And now they're taking Ashton Jeanty, a very much kind of dessert type of player, without eating their vegetables. The offensive line, it's still below average. They're having a contract dispute with Colton Miller, who hasn't reported to phase 1 of camp. He's their best offensive lineman and their left tackle. So I'm honestly quite surprised that I saw this. I thought that Spytek and Brady would take a little bit more of the safer path and take a trench player. Let's be clear. Jeanty gives them a clear identity, but really on defense, like, there's still a lot of holes. You want to go, like, their cornerback room is legitimately one of the worst position groups in the NFL after they move on from Jack Jones. So I think, like, if you're a Chiefs fan, you're definitely nervous about stopping this guy 2 games a year, especially because, like, hey, they hand the ball off to him, he gets going, and then they've got Geno Smith, who can drop back and pass to Brock Bowers, and some of the things that they have there. Geno Smith obviously brings a certain level of competency, but Geno Smith is much closer to Alex Smith than he is any other quarterback that I can think of, right? Like, he's much closer to an Alex Smith level quarterback than.
And what did Alex Smith do? He returned. I think the strategy here, with like Brady involved and Pete Carroll, is to return the Raiders to competency, not to get them to the Super Bowl. It's like, we got to stop this like clown show and just like start winning. And that's kind of what the Chiefs did when they went and got Alex Smith, right? They were like, all right, we got Andy Reid. We need a guy who can help us win games and like change the culture. And so maybe they don't finish second in the AFC West. I think you'll end up with a log jam there behind the Chiefs and, you know, a couple games here, a couple games there with some of these teams, but they got a lot of draft to go. I like what they're doing. Like, I agree with you, Price. Like, they got a lot of things that they need to figure out, but this will put butts in the seats. It'll make an exciting offense, hopefully, and maybe actually win them some games. Pete Carroll's no dummy, so it's going to be interesting to watch it. AFC West is loading up, man.
And we've seen this time and time again. This is kind of how it goes, right? Like, you look at this, like, how many Super Bowl appearances are in the AFC West now? It's like close to 10 with Andy doing most of the heavy lifting there. You got Pete Carroll with 2. You've got an appearance and a win with Sean Payton. It's going to be a tough challenge stopping Ashton Jeanty. Whether they, eat their vegetables or not, the Chiefs are going to still have to deal with it. A good time to, maybe look around at that defensive tackle board. So far, we've not had any defensive tackles go besides Mason Graham. So the dream is still alive for Walter Nolan at Kansas City. What do you think, Christian? Ashton Jeanty is a Raider.
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, I love the player. Obviously, Ashton Jeanty is like one of the funnest players that I got to scout this year. It's like, but you look at the rest of that offense and you go, okay, wide receivers, Jacoby Myers, Trey Tucker, Kyle Phillips. Oh, not exactly, the best room. I guess they're expecting to check the ball down a lot, would be my guess with Geno Smith, because Brock Bowers is the only guy getting open on that offense. I don't know. We like to trash on the Raiders a lot for drafting players outside of the rounds that they should probably be drafted. This was like a chalk first round pick, but a running back in the first is a dangerous game. We know that as Chiefs fans. Like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, there are people still rioting in the streets about that pick. So not that Jeanty's going to turn into him, but you could have got a wide receiver. You could have gone left tackle here with Armand Mimbu. The best wide receivers are still on the board. The best cornerbacks are still on the board. You talked about that cornerback room. I mean, transcendent player. Yeah, maybe not, the best pick in my opinion.
All right. Well, we have another pick in, and this one will be relevant for those of you sitting in the state of Missouri, as the number 7 pick for the New York Jets is Missouri offensive tackle Armand Mimbu, a Lee Summit graduate, played football here just in the neighborhoods of Kansas City. The right tackle from Missouri was a quick riser from the combine and the Senior Bowl. This guy just doesn't take losses. You look at the tape, whether you're looking at Luther Burden or any other Missouri player, he just doesn't take losses. Athletic, great build, great ability to reach the second level, powerful, really well anchored, super technical player, and also a guy that still has a lot of ceiling left in his game. He's just 21 years old, one of the younger players in the draft, 6'4", 332 pounds, was second team all SEC this year. Really great player. It looks like the Jets are kind of doing what we were hoping maybe that the Raiders were going to do and just eat their vegetables here a little bit. The Jets take Armand Mimbu. Christian, I assume you probably watch quite a bit of Mimbu, being a Missouri fan. How do you feel about him being a New York Jet, and how do you feel about him, the player?
Fantastic pick. I mean, he comes in and you can project him at left tackle as much as you want. Worst case scenario, he's a high-end starting right tackle in the NFL for a Jets team who's been directionless for the past 20 years. So some stability at the position. You talked about that super high ceiling. Like, he could be one of the 5 best tackles in the league. I see him as like a Tristan Wirfs type of impact player that can come in, just eat those downs up, play incredible football. And I mean, he's a Mizzou grad, man. I love him. What do you expect?
Yeah. It sounds like Jody is a little bit of a Missouri fan too. How do you feel about Mimbu landing in New York?
Big Mizzou fan. Hate that he's going to the Jets. Love that. He's an incredible player. You already know that whatever he brings to that team, he's going to go there and make an immediate impact. He was just so great with Mizzou, pretty much everything you just said. So there's no need for me to say the same thing, but very excited for him. The Jets, there's still a lot of opportunity on that team. So I expect him to Kinda
Well,
be
and
there
they
for a
get their
while, and
bookends, right? Like this is like if you're thinking about the Chiefs and how hard it's been for them to replace the tackle position. They now have Olu Fashanu from Penn State, a consensus top 10 pick, and then they go tackle again. So Justin Fields, he likes to have long, drawn out dropbacks. They now have guys who can protect there. It makes a lot of sense there for them. Also, looks like we got a super chat here from Eric Humphreys in the chat. Thank you, Eric. He says, Raiders suck. True. Casey needs to go get CJ some help and a wide receiver. So I'm going to assume CJ is Chris Jones, which I agree. We've seen the Chiefs just like consistently nickel and dime the defensive tackle position next to Chris Jones. It would be nice to see them get a real threat next to Chris Jones. Start getting Chris Jones some, single looks instead of double teams time and time again on the interior of the defensive line. So we have 2 tackles off the board in the top 10 picks. All the smoke around every mock draft from people who know what they're talking about, your Daniel Jeremiah's, your Todd McShay's, all of them have the Chiefs taking tackle at pick 31. First off, what do we think? Do we think that the Chiefs are really just dead red, sitting tackle, that's what they want in this draft, hell or high water, or is it a smokescreen?
I think it's a smokescreen. I think it's a smokescreen.
It's not like the Chiefs to be this blatantly obvious. I feel like the fact that it's been this and let's keep in mind too, they're not coming out and just like advertising it, but it does seem more obvious than the Chiefs have usually been in the first round.
I think it's because of what just happened in the Super Bowl, to be honest with you. I feel like it just is the obvious thing that we need an offensive tackle. So I feel like you can kind of say that without doing a lot of research into the Chiefs and maybe how they operate otherwise. Because we know all these guys. I mean, they obviously do their research. I respect guys like Daniel Jeremiah and all that, but like, I do feel like it's maybe not a smoke screen, but it's just kind of the obvious thing that needs to happen. So if there is someone that falls to us that would be talented and could be a starter in the NFL, I think it makes sense to get one. But I also think you took a chance on a guy out of San Francisco and paid him a lot of money. So I don't think if you're like 100% certain on that pick, I don't know that we need to get offensive tackle. The vibe I get, but like, I think it could be a little bit of a smokescreen to like make everyone think we're going to do that and then do something completely different because we did pay Jaylen more out of San Francisco.
I think it's more likely that if they do take a tackle that they move up because it's just such a shallow class at the position that it would have to be a situation in my view where there's a guy they really like if it's Josh Simmons or whatever, like that they've determined we like this guy. We think he's our starting left tackle of the future. And it gets to a point where they're going to go up and get him because they don't, if they think he's that good, other teams in front of them, like the Texans who need a tackle, are going to think that he's that good. And they're going to try to get up and get in front of them. So I think if they stay put, it's less likely that they take a tackle because they're not going to see, they're going to see there's going to be somebody else on the board at that position that they're like, we've got to take this. We can't take, like, we'll take Travion Henderson over some of these guys at tackle that are, that are left when we're at 31. So I think if they move up, I expect that they'll take a tackle. I'd be shocked if they moved up and took any other position. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Lexi, sorry, I cut you off. It's just going to happen with this big old long stream. Go ahead. Or sorry, Jody.
Yeah, it was me. I just feel like most of the tackles in this draft class are probably more like guards. So I prefer us not to. I don't even really want us to waste our time because are they going to leave him at tackle or are they going to move him into guards? So I would rather, kind of like you just said, I would rather us go a running back if that's the case. And I am team do not draft a running back in the first round. So that speaks to if we're going to move up to go get a tackle, I would prefer not to do that.
Looks like we have another pick in here. The Carolina Panthers, they were fielding some calls, but it looks like they're going to end up sticking and picking. The pick is
that me?
Wide receiver.
It was me yesterday.
Oh no, we lost right on the pick.
Price is out of the stream. Oh my God, Patrick, save us! What are we gonna do?
Right when he said what the pick was going to be, it's Ted McMillan. So the first wide receiver,
there we go,
goes off the board to the Carolina Panthers.
I love that.
God bless him. He's going to Carolina. Good luck. But this guy is right, Christian. Like this guy has been far and away. There's never really been much of a debate like the best wide receiver prospect, pure wide receiver prospect in this class.
Yeah, there was some smoke around, like Luther Burden going earlier than Tet McMillan, but he's just got the size, he's got the speed, he's got the traits. I mean, his first game this year, he had like 218 yards and 4 touchdowns. I mean, like actually put up that stat line, which you do that your first game out, you're going to draw some attention even at Arizona. Yeah, he's been a lock for a long time. People see him as like the next Drake London. You talk about those earlier draft classes, like the draft class last year. Is he in the top 5 or top 3 of that draft class? Probably not, but he's still the best guy on the board at wide receiver at this point in the draft. And God, I don't know if you've seen the depth chart for the Panthers wide receiver room. Adam Thielen's like 100 years old. Xavier Legette hasn't really proven anything. And Jalen Coker is, have you heard of him? Because I'm a draft guy and even his name's a little shaky for me. So
I thought actually, just being like a fantasy nerd, I thought Jalen Coker had some good flashes towards the end of last season. And like I had to like pick him up when like I had like 10 wide receivers injured, type of thing. And he had some good moments, like some good flashes. So that's how I learned about like these names I don't know as much as like in fantasy football. But as I get what you're saying. I think Tet McMillan's a great pick for them and for Bryce.
It's interesting. A lot of mocks that I was doing on PFF leading up to this, McMillan was going to the Patriots, who obviously need weapons for their young quarterback as well. They end up going with the tackle. Now the Saints are on the clock. And this is where I think things get really interesting because they're a little bit of a wild card, right? You're hearing all this stuff about Derek Carr being, he's shot before. Now he's injured. Do they go for Shedeur Sanders? Do they go for one of the running backs? Alvin Kamara is not getting any younger. Christian, what do you think? Like, what's your gut on what the Saints are going to do here? They need a wide receiver. They need a running back. They need defensive line help.
Yeah, they need a lot. If I'm them, I'm taking Shedeur just because there's no guarantee that he's going to fall to you if you were to trade up with the Chiefs. And I think Shedeur is a great prospect. I don't have him in my top sort of echelon of players this year, but he's still a great, great player. I think he has dealt with a lot of the adversity you expect from a guy who is, Deion Sanders' son. He's got the spotlight on him. He's had money for as long as he can remember. He's already dealt with all that. So if you're worried about the off the field stuff, I'm not sure that even applies to Shedeur Sanders. If you're looking at him purely as a prospect, he has the timing, he has the accuracy, he's mobile. If I'm the Saints, I'm probably rolling with that. But man, if you're a Kansas City fan, you're kind of hoping that maybe they don't and they trade back up and some of these quarterbacks start to fall. Is there somebody you would see that would maybe be a better fit for them on the board still?
How I feel about quarterbacks. I don't know how good. I don't know how good Shedeur is going to be, but I think in the right situation, he's obviously a really talented player. Like I think he in the right situation could succeed. It's not exactly a horrible offensive situation there in terms of weapons. Kamara is still a productive back. They've got Chris Olave. Obviously, he's got some major question marks with the really scary concussion stuff, but he's a great player. I can't remember the name of their deep threat off the top of my head out there.
Rashid Shaheed.
Rashid Shaheed's he's a really good player. He's exciting as well. Juwan Johnson's a good kind of, he's never been a super productive tight end, but he's a good player. So it's not like the cupboard's bare out there. So if you do need to start him this year because of this Derek Carr injury stuff, it's not the end of the world. I think he's not walking into an absolutely horrid situation down there. He'll get to play inside. So I would take the quarterback. Like, just stop messing around, get your franchise guy down there in New Orleans. And hopefully, if they can keep Chris Olave from, Derek Carr's hospital balls, he might actually, he might actually be able to have the career that everybody expected him to have based on his talent, and Shedeur Sanders could be a part of that. I'm going to turn things back over to our guy Price. Are you all right, man? Did the vibe get so immaculate that it disconnected your internet?
He was so excited about Ted McMillan, he got disconnected.
I tell you what, man. I at first I kind of did something with my feet here, and I've got cords underneath me. I work from home, so my internet is usually super reliable, but I don't know what I did. Give me an opportunity to drain the main vein, and we're back like we never left. So
there you go.
We're ready to go. Ted McMillan to the Panthers. How about going and getting the little guy, not CJ Stroud, sorry, Bryce Young, some targets, some big guys to go get. You've got Xavier Legette out there. You have Jalen Coker out of the slot. Now they go get another big target, 6'4", Tedroll McMillan, a super smooth mover. I really like him. He can be your traditional X, really talented player. I'm glad that he did not fall much further than this. Looks like let's see. Hopefully this time I won't unplug anything. We have another pick in here at number 9. The New Orleans Saints are taking offensive tackle Kelvin Banks Jr. from Texas. I really liked Kelvin Banks. There was this weird thing that was happening about a month ago where Kelvin Banks is starting to slide in mocks. Part of it is the length concerns. All right, we've got Patrick here with the cowboy hat on.
Every time Texas guy goes, I'm putting my cowboy hat on.
I think you might have another at least one more time. Oh, you're gonna have 2: Jaden Baron, Matthew Golden, maybe. But here we get a best 5 guy. The New Orleans Saints, they've got lots of holes to fill. They recently did not pick up the 5th-year option on Trevor Penning, a tackle they drafted in the first round a couple of years ago. This makes all the sense in the world. He can come in this year, compete at guard, has that ability, has that body frame, but he is a super smooth mover. One of the things that I like about him, never loses fast. When I took a look at him looking for the Chiefs, I love the fact that when he was losing, he was able to still make an impact on the rep. You did not see him get blown by ever. He's got really strong arms, really good core, but you could see him transitioning into guards. Here, the Saints, they eat their vegetables, they go get another tackle. So we are 10 picks in on tackle watch for the Chiefs, and we already have 3 tackles off the board. I don't think anyone was ever thinking that Will Campbell, and I'll be honest with you, depending on what measurements the Chiefs go, the Chiefs have never drafted a tackle with sub 34-inch arms. I'm not sure if Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks would have been tackles for the Chiefs. Armand Mimbu probably would have still remained a tackle, but here we sit, 10 picks in, 3 tackles off the board. A little bit concerning if you're team tackle for the Chiefs.
Yeah,
but we kind of expected this, right?
It sounded, the closer and closer we got to the draft, the more and more it sounded like, hey, these tackles, they're going to go quickly. And I mean, we've seen that in the first round for a long time. Going back to the comparison of the 2023 class, where would these guys go in the 2023 class? After Amarian Mims would probably be Troy Fautanu, kind of has some similarities to Kelvin Banks with the body type and stuff like that, where, you could see him transition to guard, but Fautanu still had over 34-inch arms. So I'm not entirely sure where these guys would have fallen, but yeah, this is what we expected.
Yeah. So do you guys agree that they should have taken Kelvin Banks over Shedeur? Because I feel like we were saying, Derek Carr has been such a question mark for them. I don't understand, but I don't know what that means for Shedeur.
I think there's a real chance
Derek Carr's cap hit? What's his cap hit this year, Derek Carr?
Well, so
that would probably be why.
That's part of the conspiracy theory is that Shedeur or this injury and when it came up and stuff like that with Derek Carr, that they might be able to wiggle out of some of his cap number for injury reasons. Either way, everything that I've heard, and I want to be clear, when I say when I've heard, it's not like I'm texting scouts and GMs. I'm talking about the people who write and live this stuff. The Saints were never taking Shedeur. It just wasn't a good fit. It's not what they wanted. You think about the offensive coordinator who's now there, Kellen Moore. He's had quarterbacks like Dak Prescott, like Jalen Hurts. Shedeur Sanders is not that mobile guy. If they're going to take a quarterback, it's much more likely to be Jackson Dart from everything we've heard. So, hey, we talked about it. Pick 40 for pick 31. Let's talk business. Get you back up in here. You get that 5th-year option on Jackson Dart, a guy who might need to develop a little bit, and we get some nice juicy picks from the New Orleans Saints.
Do you think what about the Cowboys for Shedeur? There's the obvious connection with Dion. Jerry's crazy. I know they've got Dak, but Like, would it
Now-
shock you?
What's Dak's cap hit? Dak's cap hit is like insane this year, right? Did he
Yeah,
restructure? It's like almost
No,
60 million.
Yeah, he's going to be there for a couple of years for sure.
Yeah.
I think like there's a real chance that Shadur Sanders falls out of the first round. It's entirely possible. I think the
Not
pick,
to the Steelers, not to the Steelers.
yeah, the
maybe?
turning point is the Steelers, right?
Yeah.
That's the one where it's like, hey, are they waiting on Rodgers? What is obviously you've got a guy who really manages really strong personalities with Mike Tomlin. How is that going to work? There's just a couple of things with Shadur that like, hey, you've got a guy who like basically has gone his whole life being coached by his dad. How's it going to work in the NFL? How is he going to take feedback? He doesn't have a particularly super elite trait at the quarterback position already. And then like, oh, by the way, we just spent like 20 minutes glowing up Travis Hunter. He's had him his entire career too, which we've seen, an elite wide receiver, it can make a difference for a college quarterback. All those things being said, the quarterback position, it's more valuable than anything else. And I wouldn't want the fate of my franchise being in Aaron Rodgers' hands. So maybe the Steelers, they just stick and pick Shadur Sanders. But you don't know, right? Like this is the type of chaos. Like if there's one positive so far for the Chiefs, that is the fact that the quarterbacks continue to slide, give some Chiefs some opportunities if they want to trade back.
I wouldn't want the fate of my lawn getting mowed in Aaron Rodgers' hands.
Literally.
He's like, those like,
Literally.
those awful like rage posts, like people make posts and stuff like that. Like Patrick Mahomes isn't a top 10 quarterback right now. And what they want, who's the guy who helps fill in on Colin Cowherd's show, Jason McIntyre?
Yes.
People,
that guy.
you got to stop retweeting his stuff and raging at it. That's what they want. You're doing it. You screenshot it. We don't engage with bad takes. It's the same thing here, right? Like engaging with bad takes. The more you share it, the more you spread it, the worse it gets. So sometimes you just got to like learn to like disengage. We're not engaging in this conversation. Don't give it the traction it needs.
Yeah. Oh, Bears pick is in, Price.
All right, here we go. So this has been a speculation for a long time. The Chicago Bears, they are continuing to rebuild that offense around Caleb Williams. They take Michigan tight end. Your first tight end off the board is Coulson Loveland at pick number 10. Tyler Warren isn't the first tight end off the board. That was kind of a little draft bingo there. It's easy to see why. Coulson Loveland, he is, we've heard this before, but one of the best route runners, pass catchers in this class. Really good yak ability, a better blocker than he's given credit for. I think a lot of people see Tyler Warren, they see the mullet, they see number 44. He grew up in Mechanicsville, Indiana. They think, oh, this guy's the blocker. But Loveland, playing in that Jim Harbaugh pro-style offense, this is a guy who can legitimately be a move tight end for you. He can line up on the line and play Y, and then he can be your move H tight end as well, too. I'm not surprised at all to see him be a top 10 pick. I'm not surprised at all to see him be the first tight end taken. This gives a nice variety of weapons. You've got DJ Moore. You've got the Washington wide receiver for them as well, too. And now you've got Coulson Loveland. They continue to build around Caleb Williams and give him weapons. What do you think about Coulson Loveland? We haven't really talked about him a lot, but like, what's his ceiling as a tight end, you think, Christian?
Ooh, I'm a little bit lower on Coulson Loveland than you are. I don't know about the blocking, but you see his game and you definitely think reliable wide receiver off the line and somebody who can come in and play slot as a tight end. I don't think he's as versatile as Tyler Warren. This to me is kind of a head scratcher pick. Tyler Warren, we talked about the Saints earlier. Juwan Johnson, he's like that type of player where you can put him at fullback, you can put him at tight end. He played some Wildcat quarterback for his team this past year, Penn State. To me, Coulson Loveland is kind of a towards the end of the first round type of player. I'm not super high on taking a tight end in the first anyway, but I mean, they obviously have a vision for him. Like this is not going to be a pick where they put him in and, oh my God, how's he going to play? Where's he going to go in? It's like, nope, this is our athletic tight end that comes in and is our reliable third down guy.
Speaking of visions and athleticism, we've got Adam Best joining us now, the blog father himself. Adam, we're 10 picks in. How are you feeling about how the board's breaking down for your Kansas City Chiefs?
It was pretty chalk until maybe the last pick or so, right? And you said, I'll take some of the credit for the vision part, the athleticism. We're mini moons away from me having even a shred of athleticism, my man. So I think this is like the worst thing about being a Chiefs fan, which, I mean, how can we possibly complain, is the wait in the first round of draft night.
Nobody has it worse than us.
On this night. Nobody has it better than us 364 days a year, but on this particular night, we have it the worst.
Hey, guys, we've got like a ton of people in here. We've got 6 people. We're talking Chiefs. If you haven't already shared this with your friends, if you haven't already liked this or subscribed to the Arrowhead Addict YouTube channel, what are you doing? We're so close to hitting 55,000 subscribers. Who wants to watch, the same talking heads talk about the picks and analyze this and blow smoke up your ass about how this is going to transform the Jets? No, come and talk Chiefs with us. No commercials, right? Like, we're not doing any commercials. You don't have to watch the same Allstate or whatever insurance and commercial. We're talking all Chiefs all the time. So share this, like, and subscribe. Let's get more people in here. Let's just build momentum. Let's just get this up and going as we get closer and closer to the Chiefs pick. I believe, producer Richard, I think pick number 11 is in as well. If we're good to go ahead and announce that. While we're waiting for that, Christian, like, you were talking a little bit that you like Tyler Warren over Coulson Loveland. I'm surprised by that. Like, do you just think that, like, the floor for Warren with the yak is a little bit higher? I mean, I get the Kotelnicki offense and all those things. Oh, he snapped the ball and like all the different ways they used him. But I don't know. I just think, I don't know. I personally have Loveland ahead of him.
So this might just be the high school coach in me, but I just look at Tyler Warren and see a ball player. Like, hey, can this guy go out and do what we need him to do? Absolutely. What do we need him to do? Go in there like the Chiefs and put our tight end on quarterback sneak? Yeah, absolutely. He can do that. Do we need him to be a reliable third down target and catch, footballs over the middle of the field? Absolutely. Can he block? Yeah. Is he really strong at the catch point? Like, can he be a contested catch guy? Yeah. It's like, I'm actually a little bit lower on his yak ability than I think consensus. I just see him as this guy who is the backbone of an offense. Like, third and Tyler Warren is the name of his game. He can be exactly what you need him to be. Coulson Loveland kind of fits into this like little sort of box of receiving threat with some blocking ability. Tyler Warren to me is just a more complete player, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think it makes all the sense in the world for the Bears and what they're wanting to do. Honestly, you can see shades of Sam Laporta in Coulson Loveland's game. I think he's a better blocker than Sam Laporta is, but that's the offensive system that he's coming from with the Bears, their new head coach. So you're getting a 1-for-1. With the number 11 pick, the San Francisco 49ers take a guy that I think the Chiefs would have loved to have followed to pick 31. It's the long and rangy edge defender from Georgia. It's Michael Williams to the 49ers. This makes a ton of sense for the 49ers. They've got a guy who plays with his hair on fire, rushes the passer, and Nick Bosa. How many times have we seen Nick Bosa chase a Chiefs player off the run side, right? And the Chiefs, they just run right by him on a screen pass or a quarterback read. Well, now they've got this guy who sets the edge extremely well. Michael Williams, day one run defender on the edge, built in a lab to rush the passer, long, freakish arms, played most of the season injured, tweaked his ankle early against Clemson and that season opener against them, but really has all the tools to rush the passer. He's more of a project as a pass rusher, but you love the floor of the player as an edge defender. So looks like the 49ers are trying to get back to that defense. They've got Robert Saleh back in on as the defensive coordinator. Start getting that defensive line back because it's really Nick Bosa and not a lot else. All right. So Michael Williams, what do we think, guys?
Well, I got a thought really quickly on pick 10, and that's Coulson Loveland going at 10 this year when Brock Bowers went at 13 last year. That's an indictment of this draft class. That shows you that this like last year was much more talent rich, and this year for an inferior player to be picked ahead of generational talent like Brock Bowers, it just tells you all you need to know to some extent.
Yeah, and I definitely think that you're accurate in saying that, and it's probably a little bit of a market correction too. That like, hey, we like messed up the Brock Bowers thing. I think if there's one thing looking back on last year, I wish we would have get a little bit more credit, a little bit more credence to how talented that class was. Like, when was the first defensive player picked in that class? Wasn't like 15 or 16. Just offense. It was just a really special class, and we got to remember too, like, Bowers had fought off some injuries towards the latter part of the year, and the way that he was used was a little bit unique. A ton of design touches, right? He was taking jet sweeps, run out of the slot a lot of bit. It wasn't quite necessarily just a 1-for-1, like this is a plug and play tight end. I would say that the way Loveland and Warren have used a little bit more conventional the way that Brock Bowers was used. But yeah, you see what Brock Bowers does in the NFL, and it's like, oh, holy cow. Like this guy's matching up on corners and winning at the catch point, winning down the field. Like we saw him do that in Kansas City, that Christmas Day game. He had some tremendous plays in that game. So yeah, get yourself that guy who's just a mismatch.
And maybe he went late last year because of Kyle Pitts. I think people are a little trigger shy after Kyle Pitts. Brock Bowers comes in. Maybe we found an equilibrium with tight ends.
Yeah. And, like while we're talking about the tight end position, let's think here for a second. Tyler Warren is probably not going to be on the board when the Chiefs pick at 31, but we're talking about tight ends. Obviously, like I think most of us probably think this is Travis Kelce's last year. How big do you think that the tight end need is for the Chiefs? What do you think, Jody? How do you think about the tight end position?
I think that we're okay this year, and we don't necessarily need to go get a tight end. And if we do, it needs to be late. I don't think it's like a 911 need. I think we have more. I think we have other areas that are more important right now than tight end. I think Jaden Hicks is so great. I'm sorry, not Jaden Hicks. I'm sorry. I think rookie from last year's tight end,
Jared Wiley,
is amazing. As long as he is able to stay healthy this year, he'll be great. And he's learned so much already just from Travis, and then being able to go out and who did we just play last year? I'm sorry, y'all. I've been up since 5.
Noah Gray. Yeah.
So Noah Gray. So I'm just like super excited about what this draft class is. I mean, what this tight end room is going to be for this season. And I don't think we need to necessarily go out and get another one, especially because our receiver room is going to be deep. So
I agree with this. The guy just ain't there. Like it would be great to have that tight end for the Chiefs, but I do think they need to replace the Travis Kelce security blanket production with somebody. And look, you could make the argument that it was trending to be Rashee Rice was starting to step into that role, and Xavier Worthy is going to be your deep threat. I know our own Matt Connor, who's in the salt mines on arrowheadaddict.com, writing posts and covering this draft right now, feels the same way about this. If they were able to get their hands on him, Emeka Egbuka in this draft, not a sexy pick, but he, in my mind, is that player. And yes, I'm showing my Ohio State bias that could step in and be like, I don't know why Chiefs fans haven't been talking about him very much in this draft, because I feel like when I think about the receivers, even though he's not flashy, I feel like he's that guy that could come in and just move the chains, catch everything you throw to him, run incredible routes. He reminds me a little bit like what Ladd McConkey's given the Chargers. I would love to have a guy like that step in, and if we had him this year while Travis is still on the team, even better.
Do you worry he's a little bit samesies with Rashee Rice? They're both kind of power slots. I think they there's a lot of overlap and redundancy there. I mean, Andy Reid likes those kind of players, and Travis Kelce and Rashee Rice have complemented each other well. So maybe you're onto something, but I just thought I'd throw that out there.
This is one thing that I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump over you, Patrick, but this is one thing that just like I constantly come back to is like I look at the slot as like an accessory. It's a way to get players more open using the middle of the field with better releases, but it's not an exclusivity. Last year, both Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy played more snaps out wide than they did in the slot. Both players need the slot, but they cannot only run out of the slot. So like if we're talking Luther Burden, if we're talking Emeka Egbuka, these guys who run out of the slot, I don't view either one of those guys, Egbuka or Burden, as slot onlys. Like I've got snaps on my timeline of Luther Burden winning at the X. So I think that there's room in them in this offense. However, someone like Jaylen Nolan from Iowa State, a day 2 guy, Kyle Williams, really trendy wide receiver out of Washington State. Those are the type of guys that I don't necessarily see making a ton of sense because I do think that they are slot onlys. Patrick, I'm sorry, I cut you off. So go ahead.
Yeah, the way that they rotate receivers and they have packages and matchups, it wouldn't bother me. And he's just, he's a guy, having watched his whole career at Ohio State, that is so steady and so reliable. And like, let's just be honest, man, like Rashee Rice, not super reliable, right? Like he's going to be suspended. He's, hopefully he grows up and all that. And then you've got the stuff going on with Xavier Worthy. I don't know if he did what it did, all that, but like you don't like any of that stuff hanging over your head. Hollywood Brown's on his way out. So I'm team get Mahomes as many weapons as possible. Get Mahomes guys that can catch. Get Mahomes, for the love of God, get Mahomes guys that can get open, so that we're not sitting here in November being like, well, maybe Juju can turn back the clock a little bit. Because if we're having that conversation in November, I'm going to walk into traffic.
The Juju hate.
I don't hate Juju. I hate that Juju has been like, we've needed Juju Smith-Schuster in like a major way in recent seasons. Yeah. That I do not want. I want him to be like, I want him to be in like the Justin Watson role, where like occasionally he makes like 2 catches to move the chains, and we're like, oh yeah, Juju, old reliable, but like not
2
like,
for 60. 2 for 60.
Yes. Yeah, I'll take 2 for 45.
All right, looks like we've got some administrative things to get going here. Real quick, before we announce the next pick, we're going to announce a super chat from a loyal listener, Raymond Chandler. Thank you for the super chat, $10 from Raymond Chandler. We will never replace what Kelce can do, so we need to build a passing game without him. Totally agree. If you're looking for the next Travis Kelce, you're just going to keep looking and looking. He is one of one. You're not going to find a player like that, so you might as well start building the offense around some other skill sets. Hint, hint, maybe wide receiver at the back end of the first round. And I think we've got Travis Kelce in the call here, by the way, with Christian. We'll let Lexi and Jody decide. Do you think Christian is resembling Travis Kelce with his look right now?
This is insane glaze, right?
Stunned silence. We'll take that as a
Thanks,
yes.
guys.
Listen. There's a little bit of
put the cup next to his face, Lexi.
I'm trying.
I'm seeing more Noah Gray here, right?
Okay, you are going to make me blush on camera. That's crazy.
As probably the only person
from NFL players
met Christian in person, I can like vouch that does not have the frame at all. Like we're talking like at best slot corner, right? Probably like 5'10", 5'9", maybe pushing 175.
You put him into a bad position.
Hey, I'm a $180 after Thanksgiving, dude.
Okay, I was going to say, like, depending on how many Dr. Peppers you've had. Speaking of beef, this might be the first surprise pick of this first round.
Yes.
Never seen him going this high, but it makes sense. The Dallas Cowboys, they're doing what they do best. They are adding to their offensive line. It's interior offensive lineman Tyler Booker with the 12th overall pick from Alabama.
What?
Tyler Booker.
Yeah.
This is a guy that coaches will rave about. He was described as the captain of that offensive line, a Will Anderson-like leader on that team. After the loss to Vanderbilt, he was one of the guys who really helped that Alabama offense get back on track. You will look at his relative athletic score, which I believe is in the 40th percentile, and you're going to say, how is this guy the 12th overall pick? But when you look at what the Cowboys want to do, running that gap man duo power scheme, he is a brick shit house, for lack of a better term. He put some of the best pass rushers in this class at the interior position in hell. I took a look at TJ Sanders. TJ Sanders might as well just called in for the day sick against Tyler Booker. You're just not going to find someone who is much more technically sound and more powerful than Tyler Booker. So the Cowboys kind of surprised me here. I was expecting something a little bit more splashy from them, but they do what they do well. And the Cowboys don't get credit for how good they draft. And I think this is a good pick.
I'm actually not surprised by this, with Zach Martin just retiring this year. So yeah, that was their all-pro guard, and they need to fill that hole. So,
and I mean, they're building something.
Process it.
They're building something really exciting there. They've got Tyler Guyton, an athletic freak, converted H-back from Oklahoma at left tackle. They've got Tyler Smith, who's like an all-pro caliber guard. They've got Cooper Beebe as center, a guy I really liked out of K-State, and now they plug Tyler Booker in there. That's really starting to come together. They'll have Terrence Steele on the right side. I mean, if they go get a Quinshon Judkins or someone like that on day 2 at running back, they're going to be cooking. I can really see that when they start to come together.
Have you heard the quote from this guy? He said, I want to make guys not love football anymore. So I heard he modeled his
Okay.
game after Trey Smith. He's that kind of player.
Which, how cool is that? That like players in the NFL and are like, hey, I want to be like Trey Smith. That's great to hear.
Yeah.
But you got to wonder if Ted McMillan or Ashton Jeanty were still on the board, if Jerry would have just pushed the button on a skill player, and this was kind of like the backup plan, right?
I think I agree with Price, though. This makes a ton of sense. You get this mauler, you get somebody who can pull, get out there in space and block for you, and you got a deep running back class. There's no need, if you need help at the guard position where they're sitting, there's going to be a perfectly adequate, maybe even exciting running back for them the next time that they're up to pick. And now they've got the horses in front of them to open up. Like you mentioned, Judkins, right? Like he's a guy, he needs a good offensive line in front of him. Like he's not going to make a ton of guys miss. He might drag some tacklers, but having watched him at Ohio State, like you had a little bit of thunder and lightning there with him and Henderson. And Judkins would run between the tackles, get you some tough yards, drag a couple tacklers. I think he'd be a great fit for what the Cowboys are doing with their line.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this draft class, and we've talked about kind of the weakness of the class and how there's some holes in it. You look at this and you say, hey, we want to get the ball in the fairway. We want to not draft a bust, right? Like sometimes you got to look at the risk instead of stop looking at things of like, hey, what's the 100% outcome? What's the safest thing here? If you told me there's one player in this first round who will turn into an all-pro and it was Tyler Booker, I would not be surprised at all. Like I just believe that. Now there's some positional value questions there that come in, and I don't think he's for everyone scheme wise. This isn't a guy that you'd see go to a Shanahan system because of the lack of mobility. The movement skills aren't there, but I really like him in this system, and it gives them get back to that identity. And with Dak Prescott, that's what you want. And maybe they go get a day 2 wide receiver or something like that who can contribute there. So looks like we have another Arrowhead Addict contributor, Mr. Running Back himself. It's Lyle Graverson from Arrowhead Addict. Lyle, thank you for joining. It's been good to work with you about the draft. How are you thinking the board's playing out so far here for your Kansas City Chiefs?
Probably the only downside would be if you're a huge, Josh Simmons is the guy to go get. Having Banks go that early was probably not ideal if you're wanting them to go tackle. But other than that, I mean, maybe the order of the tight ends was a little surprised, but I don't think that affects KC at all. I thought the Browns made out great on that trade with Jacksonville. I thought Jacksonville maybe overpaid a little bit, but again, nothing that's hurting the Chiefs too bad at this point, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, and let's take a look at here what we've got on the board that's gone off so far. We've got a quarterback, Travis Hunter, unicorn. We've got edge, tackle, defensive interior, running back, tackle, wide receiver, tackle, tight end, edge, guard. So looking at the positions, like tackle is definitely taking a beating here, to be expected. But I'm honestly, the thing that surprised me so far, and maybe it's coming, I was expecting a bigger run on defensive line, which is a spot that I think the Chiefs could go at 31. So we've not seen, I don't want to say his name. I don't want the other teams to hear, but Walter Nolan, he's not come off the board yet. So Mike Green's still there. There's a lot of edge defensive interior line guys that I like that are still there. And you brought up the name, right, Lyle? Joshua Simmons, right? Like it sounded like the Texans have been pretty motivated to move up. They made a move earlier today to acquire more day 3 capital. There's been thoughts about them being it. But here's what I will say. All this offseason, we have heard all of this buzz about the Texans really wanting to reset the culture of their offensive line, which is like a weird thing. Like, I don't know. It's just surprising that there's so many things. They ship off a really good left tackle in Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders. Josh Simmons, there's been some maturity questions. I have several times retweeted and shared a clip from Todd McShay who said, like, there's some things there that teams aren't necessarily sure of. Nothing criminal, but that he may not be the guy who's going to, like, stay motivated, all the type of thing. So maybe the Texans are out on him. The Texans were a landing spot for Tyler Booker. He comes off the board at pick 12. Lexi, what are you thinking? How are you feeling?
About Tyler Booker on the,
or how are we feeling about the board in general?
Just overall?
How are we feeling as we're getting closer to pick 30? Sorry, I just keep throwing it to you.
No, you're good. I think it's interesting there's no defensive backs taken off the board at all at this point. So I think that's something to look for coming up here soon. I think Jaden Baron would be one I'm kind of waiting to see where he falls. Lots of O-line, which I think is smart. I mean, I get why Dallas picked what they did, but I don't know. It's all right. It's kind of underwhelming. I thought it'd be a little more a little more exciting than this, but I guess what can you expect when it's a draft like this? So yeah, not too much crazy so far. I don't think I expected that of Dallas. I thought they were definitely going to take a wide receiver, but it must be with what everyone's hearing that the wide receivers aren't going to go as high. They're going to start falling. Yeah, so once we get to the 20s, I don't even know what to think. I think it's going to be pretty underwhelming when we get up there next. But
okay,
I think if your team Simmons, right? Like if your team Simmons, now that I know that we haven't announced the Dolphins pick yet.
Yeah, we've got a couple of picks here to catch up on.
Yeah.
Why
don't we do that and then we get to
in just a second. So at number 13, the Miami Dolphins. This is a real culture changer for them and kind of the team that they've been. They're taking the big athletic freak on the interior defensive line. It's Kenneth Grant from Michigan, headed to Miami, a two-time member of the Bruce Feldman's freaks list, a guy who really is just kind of starting to tap his potential as far as a run defender and as a pass rusher, a guy that John Harbaugh once called a gift from the football gods as far as the way that he can move. We talk about what he did to Alabama in that Rose Bowl a couple of years ago. And then we've got another pick. The dream comes true for those of you with the Huddle Report who submitted your mock drafts. All those mock drafts with the Colts at tight end, they were true. It wasn't Coulson Loveland, though. They take Tyler Warren from Penn State, really dynamic tight end after the catch, had a huge year this season under Andy Kotelnicki, the former OC from Kansas, did everything. There's clips of him snapping the football, running 20 yards down the field, catching a contested catch, scoring a touchdown. This is a guy who literally was the everything to that offense. The Colts, they have felt very in on tight end for quite some time here. You've got to have a tight end for Anthony Richardson to overthrow and miss. So now they have that tight end to have Anthony Richardson miss wide open. So continuing to build for the next quarterback that someone else will draft instead of Chris Ballard. So a couple of picks here. We go get, we have Kenneth Grant. I do think Kenneth Grant was a guy who might have been on the board for the Chiefs. The only thing I'll say is, Lyle, you tell me what you think about this. Kenneth Grant, he's along that Jordan Davis, that Mozzie Smith, and it's not just because of the crimson and the gold, where it's just like, hey, this is a guy who's supposed to come in and be an impact run defender. I don't know how much I would have loved that at pick 31. Like, let's say like Tyreek Williams. What do you think about that, Lyle?
Yeah, no, I think he was my third choice between Harmon and Nolan. He would have been my third choice for defensive tackle at 31. So if a D tackle had to go, I'd rather him go. Now, he would have been a monster paired next to Chris Jones because they contrast each other really well. But if you wanted a guy that would be kind of like a fellow terror and then maybe eventually even a replacement for Jones when he eventually, not that we want to think about this, but eventually, starts to fall off as he gets older because Father Time is undefeated, then I think one of those other two tackles is better to kind of take over for him as he kind of starts to trail off. Whereas Grant would have just been like that kind of yin and yang with him, with the run stuffer next to the pass rushing defensive tackle. So it's just kind of the how Spags would want to build that defensive line. But I guess maybe I just like the aggressive mindset more. I like the idea of getting somebody with a little more pass rush upside. Not that Grant couldn't develop that. I mean, he's still young enough and has the freak skills that he could, but I think those other two are definitely ahead of him in that department.
I'm starting to get a little nervous here about pick 15. The Falcons are now on the clock. They're a team that is defense. They didn't even send their offensive coaching staff to the combine. Just defense, right? They've made several high first-round picks invested in the offense. Michael Penix. I think the thing that we really need to be concerned about is, like, do they just take Jackson Dart? Do they just keep the bit going, right? Like, you can never have too many quarterbacks. They told us that last year. Keep it going. Is this the Shadir Sanders landing spot here for the Atlanta Falcons?
It shouldn't be.
Right? That's what we told ourselves, right? But they shocked the world.
For entertainment value, it would be hilarious. Let's do it.
I feel bad for our country, but this is tremendous content, right? Like, just like strictly for content purposes. Actually, what I'm worried about here is I'm worried about a certain edge defender, one of my guys, Walter Nolan. I've heard that there's a lot of buzz around him at Atlanta. Really makes sense for Raheem Morris, that penetrating 3 tech. They just moved on from a guy like that and Grady Jarrett. So you could see the connection really making sense there. I'll also show that like Daniel Jeremiah had Walter Nolan falling all the way out of the first round in his mock last night. So the consensus is all over the board for him. What I had read and seen was that like the range for him started with the 49ers. We've made it through that checkpoint. Maybe this is the Walter Nolan landing spot. We will have to see.
Let's hope they go with a non-Spagsy edge rusher, like somebody that wouldn't be on the Chiefs board.
Mike Green. Let's go Mike Green.
Yep. Or if they wanted to reach for Pierce, they could do that too.
I'm telling you, and I'm telling the chat right now, more than anything in this world, what we cannot have is James Pierce Jr. be drafted by the Chiefs, because I put on Twitter yesterday that I will walk barefoot to Knoxville, Tennessee if the Chiefs draft James Pierce Jr. because that's been a frequent.
Why'd you have to throw in the barefoot? Like,
because I wanted to really double down.
Rough.
Okay, I wanted to make it clear that they're not drafting this guy. I looked it up on Google Maps. If I don't rest 11 consecutive days and 3 hours of walking to Knoxville, and that's if I stay at a healthy pace. So
Veach isn't going to do it. He had the trial run with Joshua Uche last year. He gave it to Spags. Spags says, "I'm not planning to do that light over my dead body." So I think Veach learned his lesson, and he's not going to double down here. Speaking of double downing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like he's got no interest in playing the run. He's a pass rush specialist. Just not a high level. Like, he's more likely to play off the ball than on the ball for the Chiefs defense. I get that I had a Tennessee guy on me on Twitter, like, "What are you talking about? This guy's a finisher," and all this stuff. I was like, look, man, if you told me that James Pierce ended up being an all-pro, I wouldn't be shocked. He's got that type of ceiling. This time last year, people were talking about him being the 1-1 in this class. It's just there's some inconsistencies, and there were some off-the-field questions with him. Nothing bad, just football character stuff. And he's just not a high scheme fit, right? Like, we saw what happened to Josh Uche. We put him on a milk bottle when he came to Kansas City. And it's not just that. It's like, when have they ever taken this guy? Felix Anudike-Uzomah, who's bigger than Josh Pierce, has still kind of struggled like that too. So I don't see it being there. We're waiting on the Falcons pick, hoping it's not Walter Nolan. We're almost halfway there. This is pick 15. The Chiefs pick at 31. We've got it so far. Yeah, that's where it starts.
Is there any? And I just want any worry that the Falcons go Luther Burden here?
It could make some sense. They brought in Darnell Mooney, who's kind of like Hollywood Brown, like a Z, but he does run on the slot. But I mean, you had a ton of snaps eaten up by Ray McLeod in that offense this year. But the slot is open for Burden, and you could see it. Like, there's some nice team in there with what they've gotten from Drake London. They obviously Bijan they have there too. It could happen. I'd be surprised. I think that Matthew Golden would probably be the next wide receiver off the board. Like we said, you never can rule out quarterback here with the Falcons as well too. I'd be shocked if this isn't a defense player. Maybe it's Will Johnson. Could be Jaden Baron too, who I think is like probably the best cornerback on the board. I think he's best out of the slot, of course. So we will see what they end up doing. But it feels like they're taking a while to get this pick in compared to how some of these have been rolling.
There's not even
when was the
on this one yet.
When was the last great pass rusher the Falcons had? I feel like they got to solve that problem, especially with a defensive head coach.
Well, it was Vic Beasley that had that pretty good season the year that they went to the Super Bowl, right? He had a pretty good season, but I mean, that was a long time ago. And even that was kind of like a random pop-up season more than it was anything. That was just like a team that was always leading. They had some opportunities to kind of play up on the leads and those type of things. So yeah, they've needed pass rush forever. So it makes all the sense in the world that they would go get a pass rusher. The question is just like, which one is it going to be?
Do you think the Falcons are trying to trade it all?
That's a great point, Lexi. Actually, they have some of the least draft capital of any team in this class, so maybe that's what is going on here. Is that they're looking to sell this pick? Maybe there's some teams calling up about the quarterbacks. We've heard that there's also some teams like the Broncos and the Texans looking to trade up. Could this be like Amarian Hampton? Like, are they, the Broncos want to go get the running back? Maybe the Texans are wanting to go get their tackle or their guard. Gray Zable would be another name that make a lot of sense for the Texans if they're just wanting to go best 5. Interior offensive lineman from North Dakota State, dominated the Senior Bowl. Was given the award for best overall practice player of the Senior Bowl by the coaching staffs. A guy that I think will have a really high floor as an NFL player. Just not sure he makes a ton of sense for the Chiefs. Another name that this could be Jaylen Walker. Jaylen Walker, I was like written in ink for the Panthers. Another guy that coaches just rave about the character. He's this hybrid player out of Georgia, played off ball and on ball. The thought is his potential, it's on ball, a little bit Micah Parsons-esque, but not quite the physical frame there. He's got to grow in size before I think he's ready to rush the passer on every down. But I don't know. This is getting interesting here.
They're like under a minute.
Yeah, like it's down to 42. It's feeling like they're trying to trade back. I feel like they would know who they would want in all this time. It's feeling like
they're going to do that thing where they just like don't pick. They just don't pick and like pass the pick and then pick.
I feel like it's got to be Jaylen Walker, the Georgia player, right? Like they're so big on that.
That's a good call. I forgot he was still.
Would be terrible.
Yeah, I forgot I just kind of in my mind had him to Carolina after all the mocks that had him there, but that's a good call. That would make a lot of sense for them.
But they did pick.
Yeah. Jesus. This is going to be very interesting to see what route they took, because clearly whatever they just decided, they were not confident about it.
Their phone had to have been ringing. There's not like they didn't need to wait until the very last second to turn in their card. So I venture to guess that somebody's getting antsy and they just decided that the offer wasn't good enough.
Oh, you nailed it.
They told Brett Veach no.
All right. Here we go. The Falcons, they finally addressed their pass rusher. They take Georgia defensive end, not linebacker, Jaylen Walker at number 15. We talked about it a little bit. Jaylen Walker is a culture setter. He was the leader of a great Georgia Bulldogs defense. Just ask the Eagles how it works drafting Georgia defenders. That seemed to work well for them. He is a hybrid player. He has played off the ball where he's reading and reacting and playing downhill. He's played on the ball as a pass rusher. If I were to point to a game that I think like best defines what Jaylen Walker is capable of, it's the game against the Longhorns this year. Not the SEC championship, but the one in the regular season. That game was absolutely wrecked by him, by Alfred Collins, that's the Texas defense, by Michael Williams and some of the other guys on that defensive line. He is an everywhere all at once too. If you want to look at the bad side, you're seeing Isaiah Simmons. Again, Isaiah Simmons was much smaller. If you're looking at the upside, you're looking at Micah Parsons, right? The number 11, those type of things. So there's similarities. This was an obvious fit, an obvious need. The kid from Athens, he gets to stay in Georgia. Now he's an Atlanta Falcon. Like I said, the Falcons, they did not even send their offensive coaching staff to the combine because they were so focused on defense. So they go get an edge rusher in Jaylen Walker. Christian, how do you think the Jaylen Walker thing works out? Like, do you think that this is a guy we're talking about a couple of years as another Micah Parsons, another, freak twitchy, bendy edge rusher? Or is this more Isaiah Simmons where it's like a position is a player without a position?
I don't know. He definitely has like a position that can be played. That outside linebacker, sort of ROLB that rushes the passer, is absolutely where he needs to be. A lot of people had him as like an off-ball linebacker. And because that's kind of what he played in some positions at Georgia. You're projecting a lot with Jaylen Walker, and that makes me uncomfortable. But, again, if that's their player, the Falcons player, they say, we need edge help. We're just going to blitz him off the edge. This is a perfect fit. Definitely not a Chiefs guy, though. If they were picking Jaylen Walker, he fell all the way to 31. I would have some major questions.
If Jaylen Walker was a Kansas City Chief, get ready to learn weak side linebacker, buddy. Like,
yes, yeah.
Absolutely. Like, next year, tranquil. Here we go. Like, this is what you're doing, pal. So, this is kind of an interesting fit. I'm surprised he fell this far. Again, my mock draft that I submitted to the Huddle Report just keeps taking blows left and right. Not that anybody really cares about that, but another guy that I had written in ink to the Panthers. Okay, this is a big point. Like, we've reached the halfway point. We're over halfway now to the Kansas City Chiefs selection with the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. And one thing I want to point out, The Cardinals, a couple years ago, they take Paris Johnson, the left tackle, out of Ohio State. They have the right tackle who used to be the left tackle for the Bengals. He's on a 1-year deal. Last year, he tore his ACL late in the year, comes back. They don't really have a long-term right tackle solution. A lot of people have just automatically penciled in defense for the Cardinals because their defense is dreadful. This could be Jaden Baron. This could be pick your defensive player, but it could also be Josh Simmons. And you want to pair him up with the guy, another Ohio State guy. Again, get those anchors set on the offensive line. You still got Jonah Williams there to play right tackle while that knee kind of rehabs and recovers. I don't know. This could be the Josh Simmons landing spot.
Well, I don't know, man. There are still some corners that I see on the board that they could absolutely use in that room. You
Will
look
Johnson,
at that depth chart.
Jaden Baron.
Yep. Will Johnson seems like the perfect pick for the Cardinals right here. Just an off-ball zone guy who's going to get you 5 or 6 picks a year, and he's got that background. Michigan played in a really, really high-level defense. That would be the direction I would go, and thank God, because if Josh Simmons goes here, I think half of Chiefs Kingdom will go to the street and burn couches.
How about this from Field? Sorry, I'm bad about this. How about this from Field Yates? Jaylen Walker becomes the first player from the University of Georgia that the Falcons have taken in the first or second round since 1966. Wow, I didn't realize that it was like that. While we're talking about Josh Simmons, and while I see a nice shiny Buckeyes helmet behind you, Patrick Allen, are you a believer that the Chiefs don't like Ohio State players? Is this real?
No, I don't think so. It's just the way it goes sometimes, right? There's 200 plus players in all of these drafts, and where are you picking and who's available? So I don't buy that. Look, I think he's an intriguing player, and we're starting to get into the area where, not quite, but we're starting to get into the area where if the Chiefs wanted to trade up for anybody, you're starting to look at the teams that are left, right? You get the Cardinals, the Bengals, the Seahawks. I think the first realistic trade up, and I'm curious to hear everybody else's thoughts, the first realistic trade up target for them is maybe pick 19 with the Bucs. Maybe if they're interested in a wide receiver, they want to jump the Broncos, a team that they know well. Pittsburgh is an option. And then I think the Vikings at 24 is another option. What do you guys think? Is there like a primo spot for them to move up if there's somebody that they really, really like that they know won't be there at 31?
I think you hit the teams that don't have enough picks. Like the Steelers don't have a second rounder. The Vikings have like no draft capital whatsoever. And I think another one's the Commanders. We've seen Brett Veach do these little skip ups. Like last year, he didn't do the McDuffie thing where he jumped quite a bit up. He jumped up like 2 or 3 spots to get Xavier Worthy and Kingsley Sumadia. So I think Veach likes that because if you're doing something like that, it's a pick swap instead of losing an actual pick. And I think he wants as many bites at the apple as he possibly can have. So I don't know, 21, 24, 29, maybe some spots to watch.
Welcome in another Arrowhead Addict contributor. It's starting to look like the Brady Bunch, which is actually a thing that I know exists, believe it or not. I didn't watch the Brady Bunch, but I remember the thing. We've almost got a 3x3 here grid. Welcome in Arrowhead Addict contributor. It's Charles Robinson. Welcome, Charles. How are you feeling about the board for your Kansas City Chiefs?
I like it so far. I mean, everybody that I would have thought that they would have a chance to take is still there. So, I mean, I guess that's the best you can ask for at this point in time.
Well, Charles, unfortunately, we're going to have to kick you out of the chat because when you showed up, bad things started happening. It appears that the Arizona Cardinals with the 16th overall pick are taking Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle, out of Ole Miss. This one hurts. It hurts right here. This was a my guy for me. You want to talk about a guy who has some of the highest highs of any player in this class? It's Walter Nolan. The flashes of brilliance from him are some of the best in this class. You told me that there's a guy in this class who becomes like the next Jaylen Carter, next Chris Jones. I could see it. You look at the frame, the way he carries his weight, an underrated run defender, a guy who just hates the man who plays across from him. There's some clips of Walter Nolan, like, hey, the ball defender ran by him, but he's just like putting the guy across from him on his ass. I love Walter Nolan. I always loved you, Walter Nolan. I wanted you to be in Kansas City so bad, but they took him from me. So Walter Nolan is the pick, and my heart's breaking. But what can we do? This is the life. This is the winner's tax.
I would agree with that. I had Walter Nolan in our writers roundtable that came out today. So kind of sucks, but I guess, you guys want me to leave? I can just peace out now.
No, it's okay. But let's see here. Okay, the Bengals are on the clock here. If they do something stupid, you get to stay. If they make a good pick, we'll vote. We'll do a Survivor style vote where you either leave or you go. So we'll see here.
All right. That's
but
fair.
What are we thinking? Right? We're getting closer. We're over halfway. We still have Josh Simmons on the board. Josh Connerly's still on the board. We've only seen one wide receiver go. Terrell McMillan, Matthew Golden, Luther Burden, and Mecca Egbuka still on the board. We're starting to get that little miniature defensive line run that I was referring to. You've got Walter Nolan, Jaylen Walker, Kenneth Grant, Michael Williams all going in the last 6 picks. So that mini defensive line run, it's here, it looks like. And there's still some more names that can come off the board there too. Donovan Ezaraku, James Pierce, Nick Scorton could be there. Shamar Stewart, we haven't heard his name called. Going to be interesting. Queens, we haven't heard from you in a little bit. There's a lot of mouths to feed here as a host. I'm doing my best. Stick with me. What are we thinking? We've seen this next.
I'm actually really interested to see how the Bengals go. If they go defense, specifically defensive end, I think that speaks a lot to what happens with Trey Hendrickson next. So they're definitely not going to go receiver. They're probably not going to go tight end. They're probably not going to go running back. I think they're definitely going to go defense. So they don't have any money. So
how do they not go defense? It's a disaster.
They have to. The last 2 seasons, their defense has looked god awful. That's my. I'm ready. I'm watching the clock tick. I'm like, put the pick in. I want to see what happens because Trey might be out of here.
One thing that, like, going back to some of our Mizzou people here, I think it's pretty exciting that, like, Darius Robinson, who's kind of that hybrid edge defensive end, and also, like, when I meant to talk about this when Mimbu went and whether Burden goes or not, really good for the Missouri program to have 2 years of having back-to-back first-round picks after having 2 10-win seasons. Obviously, they beat the national champions in the Cotton Bowl, a very slimmed-down Ohio State roster I'll add in that Cotton Bowl, but they did get that win nevertheless. Like Darius Robinson, he gets some help with Walter Nolan playing next to him. That starts to get really exciting. They paid Josh Sweat. All of a sudden, you've got some really long, big, penetrating defensive ends, defensive tackles. Walter Nolan can rush from the edge as well, too. So you're starting to get an identity there that you can see. And you think about, like, where did he come from? The head coach of the Cardinals, that's from the Eagle scheme. So they're starting to build that same type of core there. So it makes sense. They're starting to at least get a little bit more identity on defense. Josh Simmons stays on the board. Headed to the Bengals here at pick 17. You brought it up, Jody. If they take an offensive player here, the only thing that's an acceptable answer is probably a guard, right? Like Gray Zable would be probably the logical choice there. Maybe they go tackle and they're thinking about replacing Orlando Brown after the year. That could make some sense, but at some point they got to eat their carrots. They got to eat their vegetables. They got to bring a defensive player in. What do you think about Will Johnson for the Bengals, Christian? You think that that's a good fit for them?
Oh, I think so. Will Johnson, I would go more D-line here, though. You have Trey Hendrickson, who's kind of disgruntled. They need more pass rush. The offensive side of the ball has been taken care of with hundreds of millions of dollars at this point. It's like, just draft that defensive end and help Trey Hendrickson, maybe replace him if you don't have the money to extend him.
Well, Christian, congratulations. You've answered correctly. With the 17th overall pick, the Cincinnati Bengals select Texas A&M edge defender Shamar Stewart, one of the most polarizing players in this draft. Shamar Stewart tested in the 99th percentile for all edge rushers, one of the most athletic edge rushers we've ever seen at the NFL Combine. The only problem with that, and the reason why he's the 17th and not the first overall pick, like Myles Garrett, a player who tested similarly, is 1.5 sacks this season. He only has 4.5 sacks over his college career at Texas A&M. If you want to look at the bright side here, you say you cannot teach this size, this length, this burst, this bend that Shamar Stewart has. If you want to look at the downside, he's a pass rusher who don't rush the passer so good. So the question is what are you getting here? if you're the Bengals, this is the type of thing that they did. They kind of did the same thing a couple of years ago with the guy from Clemson, the name who's escaping me. Christian, you might remember. Who did they take, the edge defender?
Isn't it Murphy?
Miles Murphy, yeah.
Yeah, Miles Murphy.
Yeah, Miles Murphy, right? Like they kind of did this again. They're drafting traits, which has, worked for them sometimes. Sometimes it hasn't. But Shamar Stewart's the pick. How do we feel about this? They do go defense, the Bengals.
He's a bust. I was on the fence like 50-50, but now whatever the opposite of the Midas touch is, that's what the Bengals have had selecting defensive players the last few years. They are cold as ice. I am positive now this guy, he's an athletic freak, but you hit it, Price. He can't close. He can't close on the quarterback. I don't think it's going to work out for him.
This is like when the Chiefs took Dontari Poe. Like, you have a great combine performance. Everyone's like, ooh, excited. Why didn't they just take Mike Green? He's sitting right there at edge for them. He's really highly rated by Lance Zierlein over at NFL.com. He's like, I don't know, 12th or something on his board over there. I don't get it.
Yeah, and like you go back to like what can't we teach? Like these coaching staffs, they're going to believe in their ability to coach up players. You get me a guy with this sort of athleticism, these freakish traits, I can teach him to rush the passer. Well, sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. One thing that I will say, you take a look at a guy like Nick Scorton, who played 2023 at Purdue. Love his 2023 tape. If he's the pick at 31, I'm absolutely elated. He goes to Texas A&M. Big step up in competition, going to the SEC. All excited about it, I was. And then he had a down year. Texas A&M, that defense, it played a lot of contain. They look more as their defensive line as like basically occupying lanes as far as the defense goes and creating for their secondary and those type of things. So I think it showed. And I don't know. Of my opinion, I think that the tape is a lot better for Shamar Stewart. He's a pressures guy, not a sack guy. That's true. And I mean, he's got to be able to figure out how to finish, which is something that like that question has to be answered. But I feel very good about his ability to at least make a difference. I'm not going to go full bust like good old Adam Best here. But hey, you know what? Like, you call your shot. I'm here for
know
it.
your audience.
Got one sack. One sack against college players. He's coming to the NFL.
I will say,
team.
quick glance at just Twitter X Bengals fans. They are not happy with the pick.
They are
from what I'm seeing. They are not happy. So
the dude could have levitated at the combine, and he still only got one sack in college. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty close with a guy named Parker Blake who does a lot of Bengals content. He also runs around in some of the draft circles and stuff that I do. He loves Shamar Stewart, so he's elated. But I mean, I get it. I can see both things. Like it's the money ball. Like, oh, we like this guy. He's a hitter. He's a real guy hit. Well, why don't he hit so good? Right? Like, why don't like it is those type of things. And this is, let's just be clear. Like, this is not the type of pick you make if you're trying to play safe. If this guy bust as by the way, like, can we just acknowledge like all the innuendo terms that exist in draft community? Like, I've just been saying like penetrate, bust, all this. I've
just been in one ear and out the other with you, just not even paying attention.
Okay, sorry. I just had to acknowledge
though, man.
A lot of length. A lot of conversations about length.
The girth, the power, the thrust, the strong hands.
That's how we.
Why can't he finish? Why can't he finish?
You know the again, we just referenced Moneyball. Like, how can you not be romantic about baseball? How can you not be sexual about football? Like with all these terms, right? So, but this is not a safe pick, right? If this guy doesn't end up panning out, you're like, well, yeah, you drafted the guy who had 1.5 sack and a full season of college football in the SEC, right? So I totally get it. Bengals, they're just kind of continuing to roll that same dice with those project edge rushers. At least it wasn't wide receiver. I'm surprised. Got to get Joe Burrow's stats up.
Their risk tolerance is pretty high. I mean, they picked Jermaine Burton last year. They're not a shy front office. I mean, they have like one scout, so maybe that's part of it too. But also, as far as me calling them a bust, if there's one team that you can safely take a shot at in front of a Chiefs fan audience, it's the Bengals. You got to play to the crowd here, Bryce.
That's exactly right. Brian Baldinger, this note from him on Twitter, 7 out of 17 first picks in the NFL draft have been defensive linemen. So that run, it's here for sure, right?
Derek Harmon, if the Chiefs want him, they're going to have to move up, right?
Yeah. I mean, it definitely looks that way. They're going to have to get aggressive if they want to. The only thing I'll say is, like, I think the second tier of defensive linemen, there's some pretty safe players. Like one of my more recent mock drafts that I did, I believe it was my 32nd one I did today. JT Tuimoloau, guy like that, or a Nick Scorton. Those guys are there a lot at 31. I still feel pretty safe about their floor as a player. It feels a lot like the FAU pick in the sense of, like, the board wasn't great. You just took a player, not similar type of players to FAU. I think like Scorton and JTT are very different styles of player, but the same kind of feel to that board for sure.
Yeah, if you were wanting the Chiefs to go edge at 31, you're running out of Spagsy guys that aren't maybe a little bit of a either safe pick or a little bit of a reach, maybe would be a better trade back into the second type of prospect.
Yeah, that's a great point, Lyle. Yeah, like right now, looking at the edge board, you've got Mike Green, Benny Twitchy, Donovan Ezraku, same. James Pierce, we just talked about how that's not a high-level fit. The next like kind of guys you get down to a really Spagnuolo type of guys is Nick Scorton, who, by the way, still doesn't hit 2 out of the 3 thresholds. I think his play style is a lot more Spags. And then Landon Jackson, which, he's probably more of a day 2 guy from what we've seen. So yeah, like the idea of an edge rusher being the pick at 31, it's getting less and less as we go. To bring up Mike Green, by the way, a couple of sexual assault allegations, one for him in high school, one for him in college. He addressed those head on the combine. But if we're sitting here looking at Mike Green fall out of the first round, not that I'm saying that that's going to happen, but those off the field concerns, that certainly could be part of the reason why. That's part of the reason why he was a guy I thought made some sense for the Bengals, because, they've not been afraid to take character concern risk before. Okay. So looks like we have another pick in. This was another one of those kind of like chalky picks, but it makes a lot of sense, especially when you factor what they're building here. With the number 18 pick, the Seattle Seahawks are taking North Dakota State offensive lineman Gray Zable. It has been a long time coming for the Seahawks to get serious about addressing the interior of their offensive line. They finally do that in a guy who dominated the Senior Bowl. This is a long line of North Dakota State tackles who kick in at the next level and end up doing a great job, like Cody Mock and some of the other recent guys that have come in and just play really high-level football. Like I said, this guy was dominating your Shamar Stewarts, your Landon Jacksons, all those guys who were at the Senior Bowl, won Best Senior Bowl practice player by the coaching staffs. His short arms probably are going to limit his ability to play tackle at the next level. But honestly, I think his best spot might be center. That could be a potential for him. This is a best 5 type of guy with bringing in Sam Darnold. We saw what Sam Darnold looked like with pressure on him for the Vikings in the playoffs. They've got to get that cleaner. They've got a good tackle tandem there. They can keep them healthy in Seattle. So this is a floor raiser for that offensive line as they kind of continue to rework that roster in Seattle.
And a good pick for Chiefs fans, because we didn't want to guard.
Yeah, believe it or not, Lyle, all those mocks who had interior offensive linemen to the Chiefs at 31, the Chiefs are not taking an interior offensive lineman.
I can't believe John Schneider and the Seahawks actually did it. I feel like the 12th man, their fans up there have been screaming at their front office to do this for a long time. And if anybody watched the Seahawks last year, despite having 2 great running backs, they could not run the ball up the middle. I mean, it was just abysmal. So I think they, speaking of taking their veggies price.
Well, yeah. And I mean, something for them too, that you think about is like team building wise, it kind of made some sense, right? Like there's a lot of guys who can be starting level guards found on day 2 and day 3. It's just that they weren't good at it, right? So, like, hey, you might as well sink a first-round pick into it, right? You look at the Chiefs, who got a Pro Bowl caliber guard on day 3. Now, there are some reasons for that medically that Trey Smith was able to fall to them, but yeah, they continue to do this. Charles, what do you think? We've got the board here. We're 18 picks into this thing. Some of the best available sitting on the board: Malachi Starks, Jaden Baron, Jihad Campbell, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Josh Simmons, Emeka Egbuka, Matthew Golden still on the board right now that you're really liking?
So this is like very recency bias for me personally, but this week kind of fell in love with the idea. This is definitely a reach type pick, and it'd probably be a trade back in the second round type of pick for the Chiefs specifically. But kind of like the idea of Travion Henderson in the backfield. And mainly because I heard Daniel Jeremiah on a podcast talking about how he essentially is the best pass protection back that he's evaluated in recent memory. And I think if you look at the combination of his speed and his strength, his, explosiveness and the way he can kind of, just has that breakaway ability, plus being an incredible pass protector. If you think about the Chiefs' question marks in the offensive line, you bring in a back that has the ability to help pass protect, and you're probably, helping yourself out indirectly in that way.
I think we must have. He's frozen on my screen.
Oh no.
Price is gone again. Oh my God, guys.
Price is I'm telling you, man, he's too jacked up about the draft, and it's interfering with his signal. Charles, like who's your guy? Like looking at who's left on the board, who's the guy that that's still sitting out there that you're hoping either falls to the Chiefs or that the Chiefs go up and get?
If it falls to him in the first round or they go up and get, I guess Josh Simmons. But at this point, I've had this lurking feeling all week that we're going to trade back somewhere in the mid-20s. Like as teams are we're getting towards 25, 26, the Chiefs are going to trade back out of the first round. It just kind of feels like one of those years. I don't know. I've been very indifferent about this draft, and I think it's kind of one of those. I don't know. I'm not really fired up about anybody this year where we're picking. So I wanted to see Walter Nolan fall to us. I saw him down in that range in a lot of mocks. Obviously, he didn't get past the middle of the first round. The name slipping from me. The D tackle from Oregon, I guess, would be
Derek Harmon.
Yeah,
Derek Harmon. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, would be. I think ideal because I think I don't know. Offensive line, obviously, a couple things that need to be addressed. But if you get a certified stud defensive tackle in there beside Chris Jones on the Chiefs defense, then you're almost kind of cementing that transition from offensive, high-flying offensive team to more of a defensive juggernaut, and with an offense that can still put points on the board and the best quarterback in the world. So, that probably, I don't know. It's tough to say.
You probably nailed my top three. I mean, Simmons, Harmon, and Travion Henderson, who's been like my at first I was a little afraid to kind of scream it from the mountains because you knew all the CEH scarred people would come for your head, but he's such a
little
perfect
different
fit. He's such a perfect fit. And with how Andy Reid uses running backs, like a power back just doesn't. It's almost like the small edge rushers. They just don't take advantage of them, so it doesn't make much sense to go there. But you draft a guy like Travion that's that explosive and will stay on the field on passing downs, pass protect, catch the ball out of the backfield. It's such a perfect fit that the sensible thing would be Simmons or Harmon if they're there. But my heart is kind of like, oh man, Travion would be so much fun in this offense. He would be so much fun.
I agree.
I'm with you. And yes, I'm the Ohio State homer, but I think I don't want another FAU pick back there. Right. And I know people are gun shy because of CEH. I think people need to just get the fuck over that. Like, who cares? They tried it. It didn't work out. Right. But if there's a difference maker there, if you're choosing between, well, we should do defensive interior or edge, and you end up with another FAU, but there's a guy there in Travion Henderson who's electric, who can pass protect for you, who can really change this offense and give it a spark, then I think you go for it regardless of what round you're in. By the way, speaking of Ohio State guys, and as Matt Connor, editor-in-chief of ArrowheadAddict.com, joins us, his heart is broken right now because the Bucs, who have receivers, by the way, do the sensible thing at number 19 and take Emeka Egbuka, who Matt and I were talking earlier today. We thought he could make a massive impact on this offense. Matt, how you feeling, man? I'm sorry.
I'm sad right now. The dream has died. By the way, there's a big hole in the middle here. It's like Creed Humphrey is in charge of this Spread. I'm making that's a center joke for everyone out there. Yo, good to join you here for just a few minutes. Glad to see all your friendly faces. It's been a little while since I've been on the pod. Just cranking out the words, but good to be here.
Yeah. So Egbuka goes to the Bucks. Price, who, again, as I said, his vibes are so strong that he's cutting off his own internet. I'll turn it back over to him. But Price, are you surprised that the Bucks went with Emeka Egbuka here?
Yeah, this one is a little surprising, especially when you look at they re-signed Chris Godwin to a 3-year deal. You still got Mike Evans there. You honestly got a pretty exciting season out of McMillan, who they drafted on day 2 last year from out of Washington. I just how many guys are playing wide receiver for this team? It's great. I'm like, hey, if you're the Chiefs, call about Trey Palmer. And it's not just because I have this sick ass Nebraska helmet that I just bought in the background. But seriously, Trey Palmer's a nice field stretching option. Great speed down the field. Loved him coming out of Nebraska. Go Big Red. Got my cup here. Seriously, how many guys are going to play at wide receiver? I had this pegged as the Donovan Ezaraku spot. I know Trevor Sigma from the NFL Stock Exchange podcast at PFF. He was really big on them taking Maxwell Hariston. Just felt like something that they didn't need here. Maybe they're cooking something up here with Godwin or something like that.
I'm glad it kept him out of Denver. I didn't want him to go to Denver with Sean Payton. So now I don't know. Do they look at Luther Burden maybe? But
I think that makes a lot of sense. It feels like the chalk here is Amarian Hampton to the Bucks. That's been the consensus for a long time. But I've always thought Burden made a ton of sense for them, where it's like, this is a guy we can line up all over the formation. They've been looking for that quote unquote joker. When you talk about Bo Nix being at his best at Oregon, a lot of it was feeding to the guys underneath, a lot of that sort of things where you've got yak ability. The slot is also very much open in Denver. You don't have a predominant slot wide receiver out there taking up a ton of snaps. So it makes a lot of sense there. We'll see what they do. The corners, they're falling. If they wanted to really just go full no-fly zone, they got a really good season out of Patrick Surtain, Defensive Player of the Year. They have the kid out of Iowa. I'm struggling to remember his name, the cornerback. The other guy there, they bring in Hafunga, put Jaden Baron in the slot, or go get, Starks or something like that. Damn, that's really nasty on the defense too. Matt Connor, how is your heart doing after seeing Emeka Egbuka come off the board?
I was so sad, man, because I look, to me, having Patrick Mahomes leading a middling offense for the last 2 years is just criminal. We have you have the NFL's most precious asset. I love having an elite defense. It's fun to watch, but I'm over it. I just felt like Egbuka was just provided such an incredible floor to a position. I think we all have concerns that Xavier Worthy can be can carry an offense, maybe given his build. Are there going to be character concerns there? There was a little dust up this offseason, but then he was, fortunately that turned out okay. But you just wonder, Rashee Rice with the suspension coming off of injury, Hollywood Brown, totally unreliable, although hopeful. Travis Kelce, even he admits, I've lost a step. It's harder for me to make defenders miss. To me, you just have to get a floor there. I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs go 80% offense in this entire draft class. And, I know there are sexier picks, but to me, that guy was the best floor at the position that they could have potentially got, and now he's not there. And so, it's sad. But give me Burden, give me the explosive back, but give me someone by the end of the night that makes me think Mahomes is going to be smiling going to bed tonight. That's what I want.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point that Egbuka is a floor player, but he does a lot of the traditional wide receiver things well. Blocks his ass off in the run game. Unselfish player. This is a guy who's played second fiddle to Marvin Harrison Jr., to the many talented wide receivers they've had at Ohio State. And now he gets another opportunity to be that type of player in another really full room with a future Hall of Famer and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and, some of the other guys that we mentioned. So it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out in Tampa Bay. I guess, maybe they're thinking about life after Mike Evans.
That's a future play with Evans, so close to retirement. Godwin's injury history is certainly not anything you can count on. It makes sense to me from that perspective.
Get ready to learn empty formation, buddy. They're going 2x3, 3x2, everything, and we're going out of the gun, and Baker's going to be slinging that thing. Although I tell you what, if you're a fantasy football person, sprinkle a little bit of action on that Baker Mayfield over, because that's a lot of it. Oh, here we go. So we've got another pick, and you know what? They took my advice. The Broncos, they don't take a running back. The Broncos take Jaden Baron, the cornerback out of Texas. I hate this. And I hate it because it's a great-ass pick, man. Jaden Baron, one of my favorite players in this class, a guy who has a lot of similar traits to Trent McDuffie. He's going to come in day one, be an impact run defender and out of the slot. Great coverage, slot corner. Can do some safety things for you, too. This is a damn good football player, a ball magnet. Every time you watch Texas, he just jumps off the tape at you. This is one of Christian's favorite players in the draft. So, Christian, I'm going to let you cook a little bit on why you love Jaden Baron.
So, Jaden Baron was one of my favorite prospects, mostly because he has played all over the defense. He played free safety. He played box safety. He played slot. He played on the outside. Like, this was the spagsiest pick to ever exist. Like, it's just unfortunate or fortunate, depending on how you look at it, that we have Trent McDuffie, because he is Trent McDuffie light. He's a little bit older, so I just a few concerns there. But like, as far as picks go tonight, that might be the top one. Perfect fit, great player. He's going to have a high floor, very high ceiling as well. This is a perfect pick for the Broncos.
Yeah, they're really creating kind of a no-fly zone there, and like it's not going to be easy throwing the ball in them in Kansas City, no matter who you got at wide receiver. So it does not get any easier for them. What do you think about like how this AFC West is like right now? The AFC West draft picks. We've got the Chargers coming up here in a few picks. Ashton Jeanty, Jaden Baron. The AFC West, it's not getting any easier. Charles, what do you think about this pick?
It's certainly disheartening that the Broncos appear to be at least becoming a well-run organization. Bo Nix had a good rookie year. I still don't necessarily believe that Bo Nix is going to end up being the man. But God, I don't know. There's a lot. It's a lot more of an uneasy feeling going into this year than it was like 2 seasons ago when the whole rest of the division was a dumpster fire. So I don't know. I mean, that's a nice pick by the Broncos. And I mean, Jeanty to the Raiders, the Raiders are a completely different team this year with, Pete Carroll at the helm and Geno. And it'll be interesting to see if they allow Jeanty to just stand straight up in the backfield in Vegas. But that's interesting.
Yes. Yeah. I did forget to bring that up. Like if you ever go look up at a clip of Ashton Jeanty out at Boise State, actually, this started becoming a trend across all running backs. Like most running backs, they stand in an athletic stance, hands are on their thighs, usually like slightly bent at the waist. He stands upright menacingly, like Michael Myers. Like just like, but like, dude, when you ball like him, nobody cares, right? Like nobody's gonna say something. If you suck and you do that, people are gonna say something. We're now with the Steelers on the clock. This is a potential Shadur Sanders spot, but this is also 10 picks away from the Chiefs. Christian, do you have what I asked you to bring?
I do.
We're now in striking range. We're now in striking range for the Chiefs. Christian watched the movie Draft Day for the first time, and I told him to watch the movie.
Like ever in his life?
Yep,
yeah, he had never seen the movie. Yeah, so he did mention that Diddy was in that movie, which I thought it was weird that Christian like instantly recognized Diddy because I didn't know that Diddy was in that movie. But it's whatever, we won't worry about it. But I would like you to reveal your sticky note to me, Christian. We're 10 picks away from the Chiefs.
Note says Luther Burden, no matter what.
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Mine says Luther Burden, no matter what.
Let's go.
I tweeted that 3 days ago. So yeah. Same. Yellow sticky note. Luther Burden, no matter what.
I had to pick a player because I couldn't say draft best player available no matter what, because it's just not great for the content. But we seem pretty unanimous here that Luther Burden, and it's not like let's just say he went to Clemson or whatever. It's more about you've got a guy who's a former 5-star, one of the top wide receiver recruits in the country, has an insanely productive season last year at Missouri, can win in many, many different ways. You tell me you can draft a player who has the ability to create with the ball in his hands, and you give me Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes with Xavier Worthy, with Rashee Rice. And like another thing that I like, which we talk about the suspension for Rashee Rice, you can instantly plug Burden into that role. So there is an insurance plan there in place. This feels like if I told you this time last year that the Chiefs would draft Luther Burden, I'm like, oh my God, what the hell went wrong? Did Mahomes get hurt? How are they drafting in that range? And he might be sitting there at pick 31. Now, we mentioned, nice work, by the way. Real quick, just give me the quick 5-minute or 5-second review on Draft Day for you, Christian, the film starring Kevin Costner and Jennifer Gardner.
Very, very good. I liked it. I think a lot more than I probably should have. But there are so many, like I said this earlier on the podcast, so many like B-list celebrities in that it was more of like, where's Waldo type of situation where it's like, oh my God, that's Terry Crews. Oh my God, that's Arian Foster. Like, what are all these people? It's the Green Goblin from the first Batman. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah. Well, okay. So like we talked about a little bit. Pick 21. This was the turning point for Shadur Sanders. The Steelers, they don't take Shadur Sanders. The slide continues. He set up with this cool little green room in Texas with all these propaganda and stuff, but the Steelers, they pass. They take defensive tackle Derek Harmon from Oregon, a player that a lot of people connected to the Chiefs. This is a guy totally transformed his body coming to Oregon this year. A really stout run defender with pass rush upside. I took a look at his tape. This man lived in the backfield this season. Huge part of Oregon's defensive success this year. The Steelers, they're continuing to build that defensive line. They really don't have anything outside of Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton, a guy I really liked out of Wisconsin. So they continue to invest on that defensive line. And the slide, it's in full effect for Shadur Sanders. I think if you're a Chiefs fan, Matt Connor, you're sitting here and you're thinking it's trade down time. Is this a W for the Chiefs? Is this a win that Shadur Sanders is falling?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I at this point, there's just so little difference in, who's going to get taken. They even said early on, like maybe around 8 or 10, all the way through maybe most of the first round. It's like, the boards are going to look totally different. We saw Tyler Booker go to Dallas. We saw Gray Zable go at 18. It's all about need and value for a specific team. But whoever's high on Brett Veach's board, it wouldn't surprise me. He admitted that there's less blue chip guys on their board this year than there was in previous seasons. But the way the draft is falling, it wouldn't surprise me if there's still 1 or 2 of those guys still floating out there, and they might still be doing so. So maybe either the move up to grab one of those guys, or if they all disappear, take the bounty. It was just reported a couple of minutes ago that the Giants are trying to get back into the first round. For sure, we knew those rumors were going to be there anyway with the Browns probably as well. So, it makes sense to me that, pick up the extra picks. What I would have even loved to see is pick up a draft asset for next year, slide back, get what you need, and then go from there.
And I see this comment from Jesus here in the chat. He's talking about like, how would this be a win for the Chiefs? When I look at the board here, I say I don't see a ton of what are we seeing? We're seeing a ton of defensive linemen go off the board. We've seen a run on offensive linemen and tackles. At some point, you have to look at the board and say, there's not a big difference in this group of players that I'm looking at right here and another 10 picks back. The tier of players we're getting here, it's less and less. You can pick up extra picks. Some of the best drafts that the Chiefs have had, it's when they've had a lot of day 2 picks. You take more swings at players. I promise you, Mike Edwards doesn't have to make this roster. Jerry Tillery doesn't have to make this roster. Juju Smith-Schuster doesn't have to make this roster. You bring in young talent to compete and win those jobs outright. You get more athletic. You get more young. You get more healthy. Old guys, they get hurt. That happens. So I view this as a win simply because the odds of the Chiefs being able to trade back, it's becoming more and more real. Real quick, I want to read a super chat from Eric Humphreys, and I think he brings up a great point here. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. He says, go get Hampton. We need a game changer at running back, and it looks like the running backs are starting to fall. My man Christian, he's a big Amarian Hampton fan. I'm a fan as well. Is it possible that pick 31, Amarian Hampton or Travion Henderson are the best players on the board for the Chiefs?
Oh, yeah, easily. And there's one guy falling that I'll mention here, Malachi Starks, who I think is a very, very Spags guy as well.
Great fit.
But right now, I'm all right with the Chiefs sticking and picking if our options are Omarion Hampton, Malachi Starks, Luther Burden, or even Josh Simmons. You look at any of those guys, if we're taking them at pick 31, that's fine with me. I don't mind trading down, but if you're telling me you get an RB1 in the draft or a brand new free safety that can play all over the field, or Luther Burden, or a left or right tackle for the future, like that to me is value. And we're at a point in the draft where value is the name of the game. Not for sure if any of those guys are going to be there on day 2. So
what
about
Will Johnson from Michigan? Like, he's a guy that he's Zerline over at NFL.com has got him ranked as like the 5th highest grade in the entire class. He's got him as boom or bust, but do you see him being somebody that should be going soon?
Well, so a couple of players right now are falling, and this was expected due to medicals. Jihad Campbell tore up his shoulder, had a rotator cuff issue, I believe, and Will Johnson, he fought. There's a couple things with Will Johnson. The 2023 tape is excellent, as most Michigan's players are. This 2024 year, he fights some turf toe. A lot of people think that they kind of quit. They kind of quit on the team. Like, he got an injury and looked for the first opportunity to stop playing on what was kind of a lost season for Michigan. Will Johnson also is a more heavy outside zone off man corner. I don't think he quite fits the press man, but at pick 31, you've got to think about it. Like, to get a talent like him, that's the type of pick that the Ravens or the Eagles, they make, right? And everyone just goes like, what the hell? How'd this happen? You picked a dollar bill off the ground that's just laying there for you to pick up. A great logical replacement for a Jaylen Watson next year. Christian Fulton has never played a full 17 games in a season. So boom, there you got your connection where it's just like, all right, well, we plug him in. So yeah, and Christian brought up Malachi Starks, high level fit with Jaden Hicks. This is a guy who comes in, play free safety day 1. Honestly, like, I think he's one of the best players on the board right now, and I love him at pick 31. So you bring up some good points. Jihad Campbell's another guy that would make some sense. I don't think it makes sense for the Chiefs because he's an off-ball linebacker, but I don't know, man. Like, you told me they took him at 31. I wouldn't be mad, I guess.
If the Chargers are on the clock, do they go for their Michigan guy?
That would make some sense. That would make some sense.
That would be very on brand.
Most
I
of them are
honestly
gone,
would
too.
not be upset.
So we've seen Ashton Jeanty and Jaden Baron go in the AFC West. Who's the player you don't want to see go to the Chargers?
I can see Harbaugh running Amari and Hampton like right at a defense over and over and over. So I mean that would be kind of a logical fit with them, which you never want to see.
I feel like I could totally
Luther Burden. Yeah, you said it. I mean,
Luther
you got
Burden.
Luther Burden and Ladd McConkey. Like, I mean, you give Herbert those guys, and you're.
Adam, what do you think? Like, who's a player you don't want to see end up with the Chargers?
Trevion Henderson, just because I think his ceiling case is Jahmyr Gibbs, Alvin Kamara. He's the kind of running back who can catch the ball 80 times. He's ready to pass protect for Justin Herbert. I think he'd be perfect in Kansas City. There are 2 guys left that I thought were reasonable targets for the Chiefs that I think can dramatically alter their season next year. They're Josh Simmons and Trevion Henderson. I just think they're both kind of perfect fits. And hit on something Patrick said earlier. I know we're all scared and we're all like healing together after the Clyde Edwards-Helaire pick. But the last time the Chiefs were afraid to do something in the first round for a long time, it was after they picked Todd Blackledge at quarterback in 1983. And they finally picked a quarterback in the first round. It took them like almost 4 decades later. And it was the best thing they ever did. So the past is not prologue. You have to be brave on draft day. But yeah, I do not want to see that guy in the powder blue, man.
I think the one thing that like I've learned so far from the AFC West is that they're gonna run the ball this year. So are we gonna be able to stop the run? And I think we've known how it's been over the last few years. We've seen it be a lot better when it comes to our interior D line, but are we going to be able to do that? I wasn't really too thrilled with like the production from Drew Tranquil last season, especially because he gained weight. Hopefully he goes back to his regular weight, but it looks like they're going to run the ball against us, and that's going to be our biggest opportunity. So if there is someone there who can be on the defensive line at 31, I would prefer us go that route. I would prefer us to go. Yeah, that's the route I would rather go. We need to be able to stop the run.
Boy, something that's really jumped out to me, there's only been one trade in this first round. We had that big trade right at the top, and then it's just been chalk. That surprised me. I figured we were in for a lot more of moves, and it looks like, some of these teams that were rumored to move up, the Broncos didn't. If you're a Chiefs fan and you're thinking that they're going to move up for Josh Simmons, this is the situation you want. You've got the Chargers on the clock, the Packers and the Vikings, two teams that would consider moving down, particularly the Vikings. You hop the Texans. That's where you go get it. That's what we saw in Matt Miller's mock. We've seen that in quite others. I did that in my final predictive mock. This is the way that you thought this was going to play out. You're pretty happy. Lyle, what are you thinking about the board right now?
There's a few guys that I really like, and a lot of people have mentioned them. I think if you want Josh Simmons, you may need to get into that Vikings pick at 24. I just have a feeling he's not going to be there a whole lot longer than that. Otherwise, I think you just wait and either trade back or let somebody fall to you. I was going to jump on the, oh goodness, my mind is blank, the Georgia safety. Starks, thank you. The thing that I think would make him such a good fit in KC is he can also, Spags loves guys that he can switch in different roles to confuse quarterbacks. And you could put him in the slot sometimes and move McDuffie outside and be doing some switcheroo things there where quarterbacks would be going, wait, I thought he was the free safety and suddenly he's the nickel. And chess pieces like that are the kind of things that Spags loves to use to mess with guys. So I would love that pick too.
Well, it looks like we have another pick in here. Looks like we're going to have to continue to worry about running backs here, but you won't have to worry about the Chiefs drafting Amarian Hampton at pick 31 because the Los Angeles Chargers, they take care of that. They draft him out of North Carolina at the 22nd overall pick. The Los Angeles Chargers go get a running back, which we know that that's what the Chargers want to do. As Lyle, you were just talking about, they want to pound the rock with Amarian Hampton and Najee Harris. They get some big bruising backs. I loved Amarian Hampton. I think this is a guy who Christian had his RB1, wild man over there with the hot takes, but there's a ton of ceiling left in his game. Had a better year this year after losing a first, a top 5 overall QB pick in Drake May. Honestly, a lot of shades of his game too. Young Kareem Hunt loves to seek out contact, has those tree trunk legs. Tacklers just seem to bounce off of him quick and sudden after the catch in the pass game. Really like him. Adam, how you feeling about having Jeanty and Amarian Hampton in the AFC West? It's Mike Pennell season, buddy.
I'd feel better if Derek Harmon and Walter Nolan and some of the defensive tackles were still on the board. Yeah, I like Travion Henderson a little bit better than Amarian Hampton. I think he's going to last longer, but giving what's the offensive coordinator there that used to be in Baltimore, giving him a run game weapon like that is pretty scary. I'm not going to lie. They've got what's becoming a great offensive line, Greg Room, the cornerstones of a great offensive line there. So, man, this is a loaded division. I think it's the toughest division in the NFL when you look at the coaches and the skill players and the quarterbacks and just kind of holistically how the franchises are run. So life is not getting any easier for Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, you nailed it. The combination of the two best, especially power backs in the draft going to AFC West opponents and the defensive tackles that are worthy of being excited about 31 already being off the board. It's not a great combo for how things have played out just from a matchup standpoint in the division.
Man, I feel like so far the AFC West has won the night. Do you guys agree?
It's
for division wise, I think they
have. I mean the Jaden Baron pick really is doing a lot of work here because I never dreamed that he was going to be there, and I just think you made a real strength with that secondary, and the pass rush is still really good for Denver too. So you've made a defense that's really good with Hufanga. Oh, by the way, they brought in Dre Greenlaw for their linebacking core. So yeah, that's all of a sudden gonna be some real battles for the Chiefs there. And yeah, you continue to ask Bo Nix to just do what he can. he had a great season this past year. I'm not sure that that's what you can come to expect from him every year, but you're not asking him to do a whole lot. And they still got plenty of capital if they want to go get another offensive weapon on day 2. So yeah, it's been a great draft for the AFC West. Let's hope the Chiefs are just like the exclamation point to that, right? And then not the fall flat there at the end.
I know there I was going to say, I know there's obviously character concerns there, but for a team that has trouble generating pressure and drafted FAU and is kind of a disaster, and Chris Jones is coming to the end, you're sitting here looking at Mike Green getting closer and closer to the Chiefs. Chiefs generally not too concerned about character, not on the top of their priority list when it comes to drafting guys. Like, is that somebody that they could be looking at, like not expecting to be there, that maybe it sort of throws us a curveball?
In the same vein of like James Pierce, Donovan Ezeraku, etc. He's 6'3", 251 pounds, played at Marshall, highly productive, 17 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, but the scheme fit is just low for him. Like, this is another guy that you can't come in and expect to set the edge in a 4-3 defense, and not necessarily the type of place that I would expect to see him land. I'd be surprised if he was the pick. And I also think like there's some jumping off points here for him with the Ravens and with the Lions, who definitely could use some more pass rushers. But I don't know, man. Like, sometimes you just got to do that. It is frustrating. I will say, like I said, I was arguing with a guy who's a big Tennessee fan about James Pierce. He's like, why don't they draft these players? I was like, hey, I don't make the rules. I just play by them. Okay, bud. So you want to tell me that they're wrong for doing that? I'll believe it.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. Josh Simmons, does he make it past the Houston Texans at 25?
Nope. That's the thing right here, right? You know, it's the one thing that we brought up about this, Matt, is Josh Simmons has some maturity questions, has some character questions. They talked about setting the culture of the offensive line all year and traded a great tackle away because of it. Maybe that's a concern for him. What do you think, Adam?
I think if you want Josh Simmons, you got to go up to this Vikings pick at 24. I heard Brandon Thorne, who I think is maybe the best person at evaluating offensive linemen in the game right now, certainly one of the best. He compared him to a more fluid Christian Darrisaw yesterday. So that's the upside we're talking about. I think there's no question about the risk, the health risk with the patella. But when it comes to the left tackle with the most upside in this draft, it's not Will Campbell. It's not Mimbo. It's not anyone else. It is Josh Simmons. The question is, you got the character concerns. He didn't interview well, right? And the health stuff. But and then you have the Chiefs, not exactly great at drafting and developing tackles under the two Andys. But I think he is a kid worth taking a chance on. It just depends on how much they'd have to give up to move up to 24, because I just don't think he's getting past the Houston Texans. They need to replace Laramie Tunsil and had one of the worst offensive lines in the league last year. So they have a lot of work to do in Houston.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a move up or move out type situation at this point. Because, I mean, you've got to think that like the Giants or maybe – another team would want to move back in to try to steal one of those quarterbacks at the end of the first if they get paranoid about it. So, I mean, there's going to be opportunities there for the Chiefs to trade out, you would have to think. But, yeah, I mean, it does look like they probably would have to get up to 24 to get Simmons at this point.
I just read a report from Jordan Schultz that says the Eagles are discussing moving up to this pick for the Packers. The world champs going to get somebody. Who is it going to be?
Feels like they're feeling themselves a little bit, right? I do like
the Packers picked, though. They picked. So
they did. Okay.
The question is, who were the Eagles trying to get?
I think it's Will Johnson. I think they were trying to get that.
It's not Simmons.
No.
Okay. Looks like we have it. All right. With the 23rd pick, the Green Bay Packers, they finally do it. They draft a round 1 wide receiver. The pick is Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas. This is a guy who really surged late in the season. They brought in Isaiah Bond out of Alabama to be the next Xavier Worthy, and instead Matthew Golden took that job from him. 4.29. Get your cowboy hat, Patrick. Let's go. Giddy up. 4.29 speed for Matthew Golden, but I think he's a better route runner and wins at the catch point more. This offense just went more and more through Matthew Golden as the season progressed. He's a guy who was an all Big 12 player out of Houston the year before, transfers to Texas, and just continues to grow. I think that if you're the Packers, this is kind of an interesting fit. I do think that he can play the Z or the X. They obviously have Jaden Reed, who's another speed threat, but you got to remember Christian Watson tore up his knee really good towards the end of the season, and that offense looked totally different without him running out wide. So I think that this is what their solution is, that we're going to bring in him, and I don't think you can really count on Christian Watson going forward anyways. He was in that same draft class as Sky Moore. So here they get their speed threat back. They can run him at the Z, run him at the X, and continue to stretch the field. Matthew Golden is the pick. Would you have liked Matthew Golden for the Chiefs, Lyle? Do you think that would have made a lot of sense for them to draft?
I think he would have been probably too good a value to pass up, and you find a way to make it work. I've been saying all along, and again, I feel the same way about Burden. He might be too good a talent to pass up, and you find a way to make it work. But I think they need more one of the second, third round, more true X big body guys to kind of play more that old MVS role, to block on running plays, to stretch the field and take some of the pressure and open things up for Rice and Worthy, as opposed to adding another guy that's more similar to their skill sets and how they would use them. But at a certain point, the talent's just too good. I mean, at this point, I think that's a great value pick for the Packers. And as somebody that's got some Jordan Love dynasty football fantasy stock, I'm good with that pick, and would have been good with it for KC. But in a perfect world, I think getting one of those big bodied X's, maybe in the second or third round is more the way I would go.
Charles,
what
do you think about that?
Do you guys think that Aaron Rodgers is booking his next ayahuasca retreat out of spite because the Packers just took a receiver in the first round?
I hope so.
They never did this for me.
I love that Josh Jacobs complains one time and they draft a receiver, and Aaron Rodgers waits his whole career and never gets it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, if there's one thing that's for certain, Rodgers found a way to make this about himself for sure. But
I thought he was going to retire right when the draft started, just to,
Yeah. that seemed like guys, a possibility.
Look. Yeah. I actually just saw a tweet from Josina Anderson. The Giants are trying to get back into the first round. So I don't know. Let's see what happens at 24. That does seem to kind of be the fulcrum here.
Vikings only have 4 picks.
Yeah, this is a key turning point here. You've got the Chiefs. Like, if they want to get up in front of the Texans, this is the opportunity to do it. We've always talked about that Josh Simmons' floor kind of feels like the Texans. Lexi, what do you think? Like, should they trade up for Josh Simmons? Does this feel like the right place to do it? Or do they just let the board play to him?
You got to do it now if you're going to do it, I think. But I think if it were me, I'd probably just let the board play.
We haven't talked a ton about like Simmons actually as the player, right? Like, you've got the patellar injury. There's a wide variety of reports from like, hey, this guy's ready to go for camp, to like the knee's not looking good. I'm not necessarily sure what the truth is there. You just got to trust the medicals. But we talked about Jaylen Moore. How sure are we that Jaylen Moore, there's a real possibility that Jaylen Moore isn't the answer? In which case, where are the Chiefs boat? Right where they were last year, except with a worse left guard in Kingsley Suamataia. Jody, how about you? How do you feel about Josh Simmons trade up here? Are you feeling it, or are you thinking that might not be the best option for him?
I just can't get past how good the run game is in the AFC West right now. It's just really good. So, definitely, like Lexi said, if we're going to move up, this is absolutely the time to do it. I don't know if I know the Vikings should go back. I don't know if they're going to trade back. But no, if you're going to do it, now would be the time to do it. But I don't know. What does that have to see?
There is a report that the Vikings are staying put and taking Ohio State offensive lineman Donovan Jackson.
Oh,
no way.
Okay.
That's a good pick.
Wow.
Former KC reporter Alec Lewis, now in Minnesota, is the one that tweeted that out. So we'll see if that proves to be true. That would be interesting.
Alec Lewis is a good dude. Yeah, boy.
Well,
Donovan Jackson, like if that is the pick, you've got a guy who kicked out to tackle, played really admirably out there. He actually has longer arms than Josh Simmons, at least at the combine was. But this is a guy who you can, like Christian Darrisaw is still rehabbing. He tore his ACL, I believe, pretty late in the season. So this is a guy that you can kick out to tackle. And they're also like, they've got the ability to kick inside. I know they spent on Will Fries for that offensive line, but this is a best 5 situation. I know a lot of teams were higher on Donovan Jackson than maybe consensus was. This pick makes a little bit of sense. So if this is the pick, which I've not seen anything confirmed yet, but I trust Alec Lewis, right for The Athletic. Okay, yeah, here we go. So Alec was correct. It is Donovan Jackson. I think this is a win for the Chiefs. They don't trade up. The Texans here are the next threshold, right? But if you're thinking tackle, this is a big win for them because you get another guard off the board. I don't think that the Chiefs were ever taking Donovan Jackson to play tackle for them.
Who do you think the Texans take then? Do you think they?
No, and he stepped in for Simmons when he got injured at the tackle position for the Buckeyes and did a nice job. So he's a really good guard. He could play tackle in the NFL depending on the team and how they evaluate him. So I'm guessing that the Vikings like that versatility and they'll get him in there and they'll figure out maybe what the best spot is for them. But that's a win for the Chiefs for sure.
I wonder if the Texans, if they don't go Josh Simmons, again, we talked about those culture things, is this a landing spot for Malachi Starks? Free safety. They drafted Kalen Bullock last year. They just paid Jalen Petrie. They also have CJ Gardner-Johnson, who they traded for the Eagles. That sounds like a lot, but Bullock is as much of a slot as he is a true free safety. And you could get Starks in there. Then you've got a 3-man rotation that you feel really good back at the safety position. You also got Jimmy Ward in there, who's really struggled to stay healthy. He's definitely on the wrong side at 30. So that could make some sense. Maybe they go Eman Wari. This also could be a Jihad Campbell. They were relying on Azeez Al-Shaair, who's definitely had his issues on the field. Jihad Campbell's fallen down here. That could make some sense too if they're not going to go tackle. But it feels like this right here is a real kind of threshold for the Chiefs if they're thinking tackle.
I think the Texans are going to go receiver here.
You think they're going to take Burden? Because we've got the big 3 off.
I mean, with no more Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, who knows when he's coming back from that injury? Who are they throwing the ball to?
Did you guys see Adam Schefter's post just now?
No.
Giants are trading back into this round.
Okay, so it looks like the Texans are trading number 5 to the Giants. I am 99% sure that this is Jackson Dart. I will be shocked if it's Shedeur Sanders. It sounds like
that's spicy.
Well, it sounds like from Todd McShay's reports that there was a pretty consternationist meeting that occurred between Shedeur Sanders, Brian Dable, and some of the other Giants coaching staff. So I think there's a real chance that this is Jackson Dart. So we'll see, right? But the Rams, they moved back.
Could this be good for us to get Simmons or?
I mean, I definitely think that this says something too, right? Like this is one of those things you got to think about too. Why is this happening? Why is Josh Simmons? Why are the Texans a team that needs that? Why are they passing on? Why are they trading back? Obviously, 1-2 gain draft capital. But what's the status of that knee? If we're sitting here and the Chiefs pass on Simmons, you got to wonder about that knee. You got to worry about those character questions too, right? So sometimes you got to read the tea leaves. Will Johnson, a guy who like I had on my big board at sometimes as high as 3 or 4 throughout the season. He's sitting here falling. What does that tell you? The medicals a lot of times are what comes back to it. I remember Adam last year, we're sitting on this stream, was pounding the table for Jerzon Newton. Well, he had a foot injury and we found out about that stuff afterwards. I know some of the big insiders have been tweeting about the knee for Will Johnson being a concern. So that probably plays a part in it. Like what's happening here and why? That's the questions. Oh my goodness. Joining us now, we have a celebrity. We're up to 9 people. Whenever are we at 9 now? I think so. We're at 9, or did we? Some people have left. Okay, we've got Sterling Holmes on the call here. Stu, how you doing? How you feeling? How's the board treating you?
Yeah, not great, Bob. I love the quarterbacks that are still on the board. That's ideal for Kansas City because I think that actually alludes to I know Brett Veach said teams don't typically call him about pick 31 and trying to trade back and all that, but maybe this year's different, or I'm being delusional and talking myself into that.
Did you see that the Texans traded with the Giants, and the Giants are on the clock right now?
I just now watched that. I have a setup downstairs. I'm now in my basement, and I have a TV straight ahead of me. I have so many items on right now. Very difficult. Very difficult.
So that might change some things here.
But my Kenneth Grant falling to 31, gone. Derek Harmon, I love you. I never knew you. Gone. Walter Nolan, hey, this would be fun. Gone. My
Walter
worst
Nolan
nightmare, a tackle at 31 for Kansas City that Andy Heck and Andy Reid and the Chiefs will not develop. This is my nightmare. I am living in it. I am not excited because that's going to happen. But the one saving grace, LB3 is still there. Luther Burton III, save me from my nightmare.
Thank you for having an opinion, Sterling. So unlike you.
Well, what? I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, everything's great. What's that? What? That's boring. Okay, I will give you hot takes, at least like medium, mild.
That's what we call Talk Radio 101. That's why it's the best in the business, folks. That's Sterling Holmes. Okay, so I haven't seen it yet. I'm like 99% sure that this will be Jackson Dart.
Ari Mirov posted it.
Okay, so
I see it.
All right. Well, here it is. At pick number 25, the New York Giants are taking quarterback Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss. They pass on Shadur Sanders. It continues to fall for Shadur. Jackson Dart, you talk about the things that he does well. First off, it's arm strength, it's mobility. He's more mobile than he's given credit for. They run some QB power. The Lane Kiffin offense, it's very creative. This is a guy that you're probably thinking is going to take a year. He's a project. You go back and look at some of the tape for Trey Harris or pick your favorite Ole Miss player. There's a lot of one-read plays where we're looking across the slot. We see the guy, we're layering that throw, or we're going to backside slant or a backside like button hook or whatever. There's basically an RPO on every play and a screen option on the backside of every play on the ISO. So this is a guy that they've been hot on for a while. I think it makes sense. You've got two NFL professionals with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. Notice I call them NFL professionals, not good quarterbacks, but they do have NFL professionals there to help Jackson Dart. So Giants, they take their swing on quarterback and the Rams move back. What does this mean for the Chiefs? What do you think, Christian? What does this mean for the Chiefs?
Oh, I think it means that there are still 3 or 4 players that are on Veach's board that'll be at 31 when we pick. And I alluded to it earlier. Sticking and picking here, not a bad idea. If Malachi Starks, Luther Burden, Will Johnson, Josh Simmons are on the board. Now, definitely questions about all those guys. What kind of is curious to me here is, though, Mike Green and James Pierce. Could we see those guys go off the board in the next couple of picks? I mean,
the Lions and the Commanders are the teams that I think like those guys are fit for. Let's just run over real quick, like some of the best available according to the Arrowhead Addict big board. You've got Malachi Starks, safety out of Georgia, Mike Green, the edge rusher out of Marshall, Jihad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama, Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan, Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri, Donovan Ezeraku, the edge rusher out of Boston College, Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Ohio State, edge rusher James Pierce out of Tennessee, and Trey Amos, the wide receiver the cornerback out of Mississippi. So still some names on the board. I'll throw Nick Scorton and Josh Connerly in there. Those are some guys who got mocked to the Chiefs pretty frequently. So we are just now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks away from the Kansas City Chiefs. It feels like the possibility of them trading up is getting less and less by the minute here.
Yeah, you say that, but then last year they made that little skip up to get ahead of whoever they were scared of taking, Xavier Worthy. And Diana Rossini reported yesterday that Veach is looking at minor jump ups. So I could see them going up to 28 or 29.
Let's make it 30. Just trade for the Bills with the Bills for the S's and G's, just to jump up one spot.
Oh man,
some spicy's happening. Right
okay,
now.
So it looks like the Falcons have traded with the Rams to get back into the first round here. Now, this is the Shadur Sanders landing spot, right, Sterling? You can never have too many quarterbacks.
You can never have too many quarterbacks.
Oh man, I actually thought Shedeur was going to go to the Rams. I thought, well, originally Dart, and then I go, okay, Shedeur Sanders. I can see it. You learn under Sean McVay. I actually think Shedeur makes a lot of sense in LA with Sean McVay learning under Matthew Stafford. Maybe not the best arm of anyone in the draft, but I think can be cerebral, a very physical quarterback, if you will. I think Shedeur doesn't get credit for the amount of hits he took at Colorado and was able to get back up. So yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. Actually, the Rams not going with Shedeur or since Jart's off the board now at 26.
It's going to be a receiver too.
How about the Falcons? This is what they came into this draft with: 15, 46, 118, 218, and 242. So 2 7th-round picks, a 4th-round pick, and a 2nd-round pick, and they're trading up. My brother in Christ, what are you guys planning on doing for the rest of the roster?
Is it going to be defense or is it going to be?
It's got to be, or I mean, maybe they go offense. I assume that I think that they're probably it's either Will Johnson or they're shooting their shot at the edge rusher and they're going to grab Jaylen Walker and Saraku or Mike Green.
That's what I think. Okay. That's what they definitely need some help on their defense. So I totally agree with you on that.
But this is kind of like what we talked about, that like these teams, they're looking at the board and they're like, pass. Like I'd rather go down, right? So for some of these teams that really need to get going, like the Falcons and stuff, like it makes sense. I feel like this is going to be another edge rusher, and they're just trying to double up on their pass rush here.
Wow, the
Falcons, the Falcons
gave up their 1st rounder next year and 46 to come back up here.
What?
Yeah, that's insane.
According to Mike
well, they got to be going defense then. Like they need to secure.
That seems incredibly dumb.
They need to be securing their future if they're doing all of that. So
they need to secure their future by firing their GM. That's terrible.
Oh, they should have been did that. That's not new. You got a Chick-fil-A that I can't eat at on Sunday. Like what?
I don't understand. As far as the Chiefs trading back right now, like, is it making more and more sense for them to?
Not for our content, it's not.
Maybe.
Well, no, but like, who would?
The Browns.
Why would you want to go to 31? Right? It's to get a 5th-year option on a guy.
I think with the new CBA, that 5th-year option has never been less valuable in recent history. So I just don't think teams care about it that much anymore.
I am going to be pissed if the Chiefs trade out of the 1st round, and we've been doing this all night. I know I've been by the way, I was doing Stack in the Box, but like, come on, I feel bad for my guys at A10. Shout out Todd Lebo out there grinding at Arrowhead. He's doing all this work right now just for the Chiefs to trade back. If that's the case, did you
at least get some Garozos out of the thing?
That's what it feels like for sure.
By the way, shout out to Sterling, who turns 21 tomorrow. Big birthday for Sterling.
Add 10.
You're a Taurus.
I am a Taurus, yeah.
He's not 21. Aren't you 31. Like my age, I think?
31.
Yeah. Okay, so you're like a year younger than me.
Did you at least get some Garozos out of the deal, Stu? You get some
Garozos?
Yeah,
don't they? What?
Doesn't usually at 8-10 they have like Garozos at the draft show, like Petro always does that.
Yeah, I do love Gorilla. I'm not there. I'm here at my house. I have
okay. TV. I thought you were at the studio. Okay.
No, I'm in my basement. This is my home studio. Got straight ahead of me is my TV. I have my setup over here. It's actually very nice. First time I've done it, and the NFL draft was a great test run, and it's actually worked. So that's kind of nice. But yeah, no, I bet Lebo's crushing some chicken spadini right now.
Okay. Boy, I would really love him being on the radio station, them just constantly having to dump him because of him just not understanding the profanity rule. We have a pick. The Atlanta Falcons, they do double up on pass rushers. They're going to try to fix that one way or another. F them picks. They take Tennessee edge rusher James Pierce Jr. for the Atlanta Falcons. He is the pick at 26. So I will not be walking barefoot to Knoxville. Good news for me. And, this made sense. Like, hey, we're going to get serious about this. It feels like that GM is starting to feel the hot seat, even after taking quarterback Michael Penix last year. They go get Jaylen Walker. They go get James Pierce. That's a hell of a tandem. It came at a price, though, for sure.
Yeah, you give up pick 46 in this draft and your 1st rounder next year for James Pierce. It's a little too spicy for me. Good luck with that.
We have to love it though, because it's not a guy the Chiefs were going to take. Spags is just not going to sign off on Pierce. So some of the guys we want to fall keep on sliding in this draft.
I wanted Bryce to walk. I'll be honest. I wanted him to walk there barefoot. I thought it'd be fun for the program.
I would have found a way to make it for charity or something, like, I don't know. If you didn't rest 11 days and 3 hours. Okay. I had some guys who are police officers who are friends who like backpacked the Katy Trail or something. And it took them like 3 days and they like camped 3 days, just the Katy Trail, which is like here in Missouri. It would have taken me so freaking long, but it's okay. I don't have anything to worry about because I knew it was never going to happen. Ball nowhere.
All right. Let's go around the board right here. Let's all go, and any guy that you think makes the most sense for KC if they can get him at 31. Who's left on your board that you want the Chiefs to get? We'll go around.
Lexi, why don't you start us?
She muted herself.
Sorry.
She's really didn't care about this.
I have my sound.
I'm like, sometimes I answer for Lexi. Sometimes she answers for Jody. No.
You're saying who do I want right now with who's left?
Yeah, with who's left.
Yeah, make a pick.
All right. Wise pick would be Josh Simmons. My fun pick would be Travion Henderson.
If they get Josh Simmons, I am going to be so sad.
You're going to be sad?
The good news is
you want Luther Burden. I want him too. Like,
the good news though is that Sterling was mad that they picked Xavier Worthy last year. So like his GM skills.
Pause. Okay.
I was there, dude. You were pissed.
I've got witnesses. Okay.
Okay. In fairness, last year I was a little toasted, and I really wanted Ladd McConkey. I really wanted Ladd. I was a little toasted, and I was like, "What are we doing here? Why are we doing this?"
He wanted a white boy summer in KC.
In fairness, 2 days after, I completely retracted my drunken statement.
Please
a
do
day.
not.
It was 1 day.
Please do not write that I'm mad. Do not put in the papers I am mad. Lyle.
No, but I would say like I think I've just opened my mind to so many possibilities in this first round of the draft because I literally didn't know how the board was going to fall, and I think it still has been kind of a surprise. So I think I've come to terms with like if we get Luther Burden, I'm good with that. If we get Simmons, I'm good with that. If we get a running back like Travion Henderson, like I might be okay with that, seeing how the AFC West has gone tonight. So I guess that's where I'm at. But yeah, any of those three I'll be good with. If we go D-line, if there's someone they see of value still there, like a Green or something, sure. But yeah, that's where I'm at currently. But we'll see what happens in a few minutes.
Lyle, how about you? Who are you thinking best available?
Honestly, I would echo a lot of what she said. I think Simmons is probably the most logical pick. Just because of the potential upside. I mean, when you hear offensive line experts say they think he's the best pure left tackle in this draft class, if he's healthy and you get him at the end of the first round, like that's just logical. And my fun pick is Travion Henderson too. Although Starks, I think makes a lot of sense too. Just from a value standpoint, get a player of that level at pick 31 that you can't go wrong with that. And unfortunately, I think my old laptop is starting to melt down. So I think that's going to be my cue out of here for the night.
You probably got to teach tomorrow too, don't
you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to bed though, but I mean, yes. I think
that's the spirit. That's the spirit.
I've got a 5:30 a.m. alarm that's going to come real early. So,
all right, brother. Well, thanks for your great work this year on the draft and nice work on the running backs. We appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Catch you, man.
All right.
You guys are going to make me drink if you keep talking about drafting a tackle. That's never going to develop here in Kansas City. You're going to make me do it.
I want us to make the same pick. So
cheers.
Drink up, buddy.
See, the Kingdom Queens, they get it. They fit in very well. Welcome.
I've got my lemonade here. My vodka lemonade is good.
You were supposed to do tequila lemonade.
Tequila. I'm not angry enough for tequila. Tequila.
I'm not angry enough for vodka.
There's only two type of people. There's only people who like tequila or people who are angry. There's the only two type of people. Okay, so I'm number two. I'll throw my boy Nick Scorton in here. I love Nick Scorton. I see shades of Justin Houston in his game. You go back to 2023. This is a guy who was talked about as a top 10 pick. The power that he plays with, a high motor, a guy from Purdue. They love that connection with Karlaftis that he had. I don't know. I'm just saying I feel like you take Nick Scordon. This is a guy who will absolutely make an impact here in Kansas City. Makes a ton of sense. I'll throw Josh Simmons in there. I still think you bring like if there's a player on this board right now that I think that comes in year one and makes an impact, Malachi Starks. That's the one that I feel makes the biggest impact.
What about Nick Emmanwori, the other safety?
I'm not as high on Emmanwori. The only thing I'll say about Emmanwori is if they draft him, I like the fact that they have a plan for him. We talked about the Landon Collins comparison for Emmanwori. They've always had this big-bodied safety, so I could see it. Oh, well, forget it, okay? The Ravens.
You like the noise? I have the soundboard over here.
So
is hilarious. Oh my
the
God.
Ravens at pick 27, they're picking another dollar bill off the ground. It's what they freaking do. They take Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia. They pair him with Kyle Hamilton. This was a big problem for them this last year. They gave up a ton of explosive plays on their defense. They go get a very versatile, a very smart, savvy safety. Last year, again, another guy like his 2024 wasn't as good as 2023. This is one of the best safeties in the class. This is one of the best football players in this class. Hashtag draft good football players. The Ravens do that with Malachi Starks. Prepare yourself for everyone just talking about it on Twitter about how awesome they are at this drafting thing. But they make another smart pick, and they needed that. So Malachi Starks come off the board to the Ravens.
And they'll still lose in the divisional round.
Probably.
They'll still lose in the divisional round.
But you have to like what this allows them to do with Kyle Hamilton, who's one of the best defensive players in the league. It allows them to lean into his versatility even more, I think.
I think they want to get Hamilton back in the slot where he's kind of been at his best.
We are totally taking Simmons. I'm convinced.
Yeah.
Am
I mad about it?
I feel it is a tackle, whether it's Connerly or Simmons. Like,
just prepare yourself, Sterling. You know it's coming.
I hope it's not Connerly.
Okay, but hear me out. I don't necessarily hate Josh Simmons, the prospect, of the patellar injury. Like, look at the track record of players who've come back from a patellar injury. It's not great. You couple that with the fact that the Chiefs are not in the position to allow tackles to develop in Kansas City right now. You're trying to win Super Bowls. You don't care about developing guys. Kingsley Suamataia would have played 17 games if you were playing for the Jets, if you were playing for the Panthers, if you were playing for the Saints, but you're not. You're here to win now, and you have to be good year one or game one. Everyone's going to say, well, look, Josh Simmons gets to sit out a year. Okay, that's great and all. He's not doing anything. He's rehabbing. That's phenomenal. I enjoy the rehab process. That's great. He can learn the playbook, which is, not as
Holmes sat out for a year,
receiver playbook.
I mean,
the quarterback. Are you? We're not.
I know, but it's the next
quarterback.
It's the next most important position, left tackle. You can have that guy sit out a year. It's that valuable. Protecting Mahomes.
Sterling, let me ask you a question, because I do think that this is like a really big question to answer. Jaylen Moore, everyone in this call agrees he's not a sure thing at left tackle.
Sure. I think he's going to be better than Simmons in the 2 years.
Okay, well, so if Jaylen Moore isn't good this year, what is the answer at tackle?
There is none. This is my point. Everyone wants an answer. The whole point I'm trying to make here is there is no answer, especially in the draft when you're picking at 31. The answer is there is none. The answer is you're going to have to eventually try and get a free agent, which is going to be very unlikely. Their best chance was with Trent Williams, or they look back now and go, okay, yeah, with Orlando Brown Jr., the Chiefs messed up and Orlando Brown Jr. messed up. If both parties could do it over again, they would still be here in Kansas City. They realize that. So one, the hope is Jaylen Moore is good or above average. If he's above average, I think you're going to see the Chiefs maybe even overpay to make sure he stays here in Kansas City. The best option is a trade.
It cannot be worse than last year. It can't be worse than last year.
Well, what did Trey Hillman say? Don't say it can't get worse.
Adam,
it can always get worse. I'm with you though. I think it can get worse, or it cannot get worse. But where I'm currently at in the left tackle situation is the Chiefs cannot develop tackles. They're not in the position to allow them to get game reps because, again, they're trying to win Super Bowls. So what it comes down to is you got to trade, you got to sign a free agent. Those are the only options in my mind personally. They're not going to be high enough. They're not going to get the Will Campbell. Sorry, they're good. They win. That's where I'm at.
No, you're absolutely right. Me and Lexi talk about that all the time. We're like, it's clear we can't develop offensive tackles. So what do? Do you have to go get someone who learned in college, or do you get a new coach? What do we do? We got to pick.
I don't know that they can't develop tackles. They took a swing and a miss on Kingsley. Wanye was maybe never going to be a starter, was always going to be maybe a potential swing tackle for them. Like, look, man,
What about Niang?
Juwan Taylor.
I don't think it was a swing and a miss on Kingsley. I think that they took his confidence from him. He only played a game and a half. Like, how do you expect me to come in here and be a great player and I only played 5 quarters? 6 quarters.
He was horrible. That's why he was so bad that they were like, we can't put this guy out here. We're gonna move our all-pro guard to left tackle. Like if he works out at guard, that's fantastic because they thought he could start for them. And like forget about developing. If you're worried about the Chiefs tackle, it's evaluating tackles because they drafted that dude and they watched him all summer in camp and they were like, yeah, he could be our starting left tackle. And they were dead ass.
He was good in camp.
The Chiefs have never drafted a tackle in this range. It's either Eric Fisher at number 1, who is not really a top number 1 worthy overall player, but it turned out pretty well. And then like all the other guys are 50, 60, whatever. They've never picked a true first round talent offensive tackle other than Eric Fisher. So I agree, Sterling, we've been making this point. We've been hammering this point that the Andes struggled to draft and develop tackles, but we haven't seen them do something like Josh Simmons. And even if you think it's similar to Niang in terms of the injury, the talent discrepancy is huge there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's no denying that, again, this is a higher draft pick, but it also comes with the caveat of the injury being such a major concern. I feel like people are somewhat glossing over this. I think Connerly is an interesting one because if Connerly was in last year's draft, he would have been behind most people or behind Kingsley Suamataia on most people's boards. I'm not wrong here. This is just how the consensus would have gone. And so
you're cooking.
What do you guys? So let's change the name here for a second. I know Josh Simmons has been all the smoke, but do you guys still feel the same about Josh Connerly? Similar profile, had a really strong second season. Some of his best reps came against Abdul Carter in the playoffs. Okay, looks like we have a pick here. It is not a tackle. The Lions are selecting with the 28th overall play defensive tackle Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State. I wonder how close we're approaching the number of players from a certain school in the first round. We've had Egbuka, we've had Tyleik Williams. Is that it? Or I swear we've had another Buckeye, haven't we?
Michigan has had 5 already. I mean, the Big Ten is.
Texas has had a lot of guys too.
Texas had 2. I don't know. It seems like it, but Tyleik Williams, he's a run stuffer. This is a guy who at sometimes played as up at 1 tech and has played all the way down at 3 tech. Again, you talk about needing to raise the floor of that defensive line. This is another guy who's going to look really good playing next to Lee McNeil whenever he returns. Obviously, they've got Aiden Hutchinson. They continue to stack that defensive line. I am really surprised that this is not Donovan Ezeraku or Mike Green. To me, the character stuff with Mike Green, it's really showing up. The player that he showed that he was at the Combine, the player that he showed he was at the Senior Bowl, it's much better than this. I am shocked at his fall, more so than Shadur or Will Johnson or Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, I'd agree, Price. I mean, it is kind of crazy. There are 3 guys here that I have in the top tier that all have character concerns or off the field concerns. Luther Burden being one of them. It's there's an argument this is the second best edge in the draft and the best wide receiver in the draft, and they're both still on the board. Now, that's good news for KC if they trust their culture and what they're bringing to the table for these guys. But I mean, it's clear that there are legit off the field concerns with those 2 players.
Yeah. Patrick, I'm going to throw to you as I run upstairs real quick. What are your thoughts about Tyleik Williams? You got an Ohio State helmet behind you and how this board's playing out for the Chiefs.
Yeah. Williams is a good player. I'm a little surprised he snuck into the end of the first round here, but again, these teams are looking at needs and maybe they have them, it's like the Chiefs taking FAU, right? They didn't really have anybody they liked. They took a swing. So Williams going here, that's a need that they have, and they're going for it. But he's a good player. He's stout in the middle, plays the run really well. So I'm I'm just excited about the number of players that are on the board for the Chiefs right now. whatever your poison is, right? If you're team Josh Simmons, if you're team Travion Henderson, if your team Luther Burden, like they're all probably going to be there for the Chiefs, depending on what the Lions do here. And like, I keep going back and forth. I'm on one hand, I understand what Sterling's saying. Like, I want weapons for Patrick Mahomes. I want Burden. I'm not afraid to take a running back. The Travion Henderson's explosive, like the difference maker in the backfield. But at the same time, I was there at that Super Bowl, man. I had a pretty good seat. And I have nightmares about it all the time. It was horrible. If Josh Simmons can come in and they've got Jalen Moore in there and he can get right, you're going to, like, Jawan Taylor's on his way out. He's too expensive. He jumped off sides 5 minutes ago. All right. Like, he's probably on its way out. You need some tackles. You got to have some tackles. If Patrick Mahomes is dead, we're not winning anything. I don't care if we got Jerry Rice come again and Barry Sanders back there. If we can't block anybody, we're not winning anything. It's the only thing that stopped Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl is they can't block. So I don't know the answer. I think Simmons is good. He was having his best season as a Buckeye. He got better every single year before this injury. I know he doesn't have the arm length. I'm trusting the Chiefs on this one. If they think he's the guy, if they think he's the answer, I want him to take him. If not, give me the sizzle.
So I fully agree with you. I think you're right. I think we need to do whatever we can to protect Patrick Mahomes, make sure he's not on the ground. But if we can't develop this player to do that, then what are we doing? Right? He still needs to come in here and be able to be NFL ready. And he can have a great training camp, but what if that doesn't translate on the field? So, I hear you. Yes, we need to make sure we have somebody in here that is going to make sure that Patrick does not die, because we will be back in the playoffs. We will hopefully be back in the Super Bowl. The AFC West is really good this year, right? So, if we can't get someone who can be developed into this role, that it is a waste of a pick. And honestly, if there are so many guys that are available right now that the board still looks really good, Veach is very happy with what he's seeing, why not trade back at this point and just get some more picks in the top 100? The Texans now have 5 picks in the top 100 because they traded back. Like, that is beautiful. I would love that for Kansas City right now.
I guess the thing to remember right now is if you're slipping to 31, you have some kind of word. You know, there's not going to be a perfect prospect at 31. All these guys, I mean, Travion Henderson has a little bit of injury history too. We haven't talked about that. Mike Green, obviously the character concerns. When these guys start dropping, the drops can be precipitous. We saw that with A.D. Mitchell last year. We've seen it with other guys. So, but yeah, I think we all have to like the way the board is shaking out. I mean, Chiefs Twitter today was Luther Burden, Josh Simmons, Travion Henderson. I mean, Walter Nolan and Derek Harmon are gone, but it's like 3 of our top 5 choices are still around. I didn't think that was possible an hour ago.
Well, we have a new development in the tackle situation here. If the Chiefs were going to take a certain tackle, there's one less on the board. At the 29th pick in the NFL draft, the Washington Commanders are selecting Josh Connerly Jr., the Oregon offensive tackle. This was a guy that Nate Tice and his dad, Mike Tice, former NFL offensive line coach, had as their offensive lineman 1. A smooth mover in space. One of the things that I really liked about him is that he had the ability to really get off the snap and move in space. Was able to get to the second level, a nice athlete, really had some great reps against Abdul Carter in the Big Ten championship. Again, I think that I think there's a good chance that we sit here at pick 31 and the Chiefs pass on Josh Simmons, because I think that this is telling us what the knee is, and it's looking like it's not great as a team passes on Simmons for Connerly, and that's a team that just traded for Laramie Tunsil and has Andrew Wiley at right tackle. So interesting move there by the Commanders. We are just 2 picks away. Just 1 pick away. We've got the Bills and then it's the Chiefs. So it's getting close.
Price, nobody has mentioned Ariante Ursary yet. Is that a possibility? Someone like that we haven't mentioned yet, sneaking into the first round.
I look at Ariante Ursary, I see Kingsley Suamatia, except a guy who played exclusively 44 games at left tackle, a rough player in pass protection, nice fluid mover in space as far as the run game goes, can really reach those run lanes, nice size. I know he's a local kid, graduated from Ruskin High School. To me, if you take Ariante Ursary at pick 31, you're just taking Kingsley Suamatia again. That's just like the type of player I see, except he has more reps at left tackle than Suamatia did, and isn't the freaks list member guy that Kingsley was. So I wouldn't love that. There's a lot of other players I'd rather take off the board right here than Ursary.
I think he did make the freaks list. He was just like at 60 instead of top 5.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend. There's like 112.
I know,
list, so.
but to your point, Kingsley Suamatia was like top 10 in Feldman's freaks list, and he's like big gap.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a first rounder. I'd be surprised if he was the Chiefs pick. But, like at this point, with the way that this board is, you still got Mike Green, Jod Campbell, Will Johnson, LB3, Luther Burden, Donovan Ezeraku, Josh Simmons, Trey Amos. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills go Trey Amos here, by the way.
I'm just trying to throw out some other potential shock dark horse names.
Yeah.
So Chiefs fans, when we get thrown a curveball, we don't have a heart attack. It's gonna live on the pod.
Gonna have to be Ty Robinson. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Hate to see
Quinshon Judkins could be another name. Running back, athletic.
Wrong OSU back.
No, Quinshon's the better back. Come on now.
I'm just telling you, I think the Chiefs would go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, Sterling.
Right, no one's agreeing.
Sterling, we've been neglecting you. Do you have something you'd like to say?
No, I was giving crickets to the take that Quinshon Judkins, and no one was going to agree with him. So I felt bad.
Oh my god!
I had to just let him know that no one was going to back you on that one.
No, I get it. There's a fast running back that plays for Ohio State.
The thing about Judkins is like if you bring him in, I just feel like you're almost kind of like hoping he just takes over the RB1 role and like. I think Henderson's the better fit with Pacheco, with Kareem Hunt right now. But let's also not forget, like next year will come, right? In which case, Henderson, I'm not sure he's a guy that you want taking a full workload. But I will say Henderson is a very high level fit for the way he plays in the passing game for the Chiefs.
Yeah, and also we keep mentioning Patrick Mahomes dying, which I'm not comfortable with how many times we've mentioned that on the air tonight. But pass protection. I know the offensive line is the biggest part of protecting Patrick Mahomes, but a running back who's ready to pass protect on day one is pretty high up there too. And Travion Henderson's the best pass protector in this draft class. He's outside of Jeanty, he's the most electric pass catcher too. So if there's one thing that can kind of start to reverse what we saw in the Super Bowl, that's not a tackle, it is probably that position.
See, but I see Quinshon and I just see Kareem Hunt plus, like faster, more explosive, weights behind his blocks. Like, I just can't imagine the original version of Kareem Hunt on this new Chiefs offense. That's just what I.
What about the original version of Jamal Charles dialed down like? 15,
we're not
20,
calling
20%. Dialed down 20%. That's fair.
Okay. All right. We're closer. I was really praying that you weren't going to say Jahmyr Gibbs, which is a comp that I've heard way too many times.
Dial down 20%, like not Dollar Tree, but like an imitation.
No, I got you. Yeah,
Kirkland brand Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, still pretty good, still usable.
I can't wait for the Bills to take Luther Burden and just crush my hopes and dreams.
It's gonna suck.
I was about to say that. Like, are they about to do that?
To be fair, it would be like the first time they've actually done that to you. So
no, they'll draft a cornerback who they shouldn't draft.
Trade
with the Chiefs. Just do it.
Their pick is in. Who is it?
Maxwell Hariston, maybe.
I've been sitting here like refreshing, like
Amos. I don't know.
Probably
could be Rebel.
Could be Rebel. Yeah,
I'll say Will Johnson. They'll do the. They should.
It could be there. I mean, it could be Green or Ezeraku. Like that's kind of the Von Miller type of player that they were going after there.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, looks like Mike Garafolo's reporting.
Did
that
we
the
just
Eagles,
switch with the Eagles?
Yeah, we swapped. We
Are
traded
you-
one pick back with the Eagles. It looks like.
Oh,
So
why? Not with Howie. Not with Howie. Please.
it looks like the Chiefs are moving one spot back with the Philadelphia Eagles. We saw this last year. The Bills did something like this with the Panthers. They moved one spot back. Look, I mean, I know everyone's like got this like Howie Roseman thing going on, but like they probably have a pretty good idea of who the Eagles want, and the Chiefs probably have a pretty good idea of who they want. So I would say, like, if you're worried about the Eagles taking the player that the Chiefs wanted, that's probably not a concern here. Now, I will say you got to wonder what the Eagles are up to just because of it, but
Chiefs.
The rest of the league is not happy with us right now. The rest of the league
is going to be so good with the Eagles. I hate it.
Yeah, those two touches he gets every week.
But what?
Right,
What
exactly.
the Chiefs
Because
even get
Saquon's
for
gonna
moving
run for
back?
Well, we just got pick 164 for trading with them.
that
But
doesn't
the Chiefs
surprise
have to
me.
know. They wouldn't trade without
What are we-
knowing who they're
yeah.
going to take.
But
And
what's the point of trading up then? If
Well,
we're not
it's
gonna take that
because somebody else.
could trade in.
The Eagles must think somebody else is making it
Yeah,
on.
everyone's brain always thinks inside mock drafts where it's like, oh, this is the first, it's the box, but you forget that there's other teams here wanting to get it. So there's
Wanting
a
to
player
get
that they like. I would not be shocked if it's Mike Green or Ezeraku. Again, another need for them, another kind of
God,
high
if they
fit.
get Mike Green, oh my God.
Which tells us, listen, the offer that the Chiefs were getting from any other team had to be better than the offer that they got from the Eagles, because the Eagles are only moving up one spot. So for the
Right.
Chiefs to only move back one spot, that tells us that there's somebody there that they want in the first round.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd have moved back to the second.
Or that the Eagles are the only team willing to deal with the Chiefs there, and nobody else wanted to allow the Chiefs to
Literally.
move back. I mean, that's possible too.
That's
Are
possible.
we just underrating that this is a cope, that the Chiefs are like, "Ugh, we didn't get to pick at 32
Well,
this year. This sucks. We're just gonna
Exactly.
cope our way
A
through it."
Seahawks fan just said that to me. They're like, "You guys just
Well, we
had
were
to be
supposed
last."
We were supposed
Called
to be
it.
here anyway. It's
Pick
fine.
30.
Well, and like the thing is too is like if you looked at the Chiefs draft board, they were going to be sitting out like the entire 5th and 6th round.
Right.
So it doesn't surprise me that they picked up an extra pick in that range, because that's just a really long time
Yeah.
to go without a pick. And they can also pair some of their 7ths together to get back up in the 6th round too. So it doesn't surprise me that they did this. Okay, looks like we have a pick here. I'm sorry, Sterling, would you like to announce it?
The Bills are really trying to stop Xavier Worthy because they drafted the fastest player in this draft, cornerback Maxwell Hariston from Kentucky, ran a 4.28. So this tells me, hey, this is going to be your Xavier Worthy stopper. The Bills, they're trying to keep up with KC, and they will
Actually
still
love
be
that,
in the
because
rear view mirror.
Yeah, he's
They
really
gave us-
quick and
They
twitchy.
gave us
yeah.
Xavier Worthy last year, so thank you for trying to stop him now. A year later, I think that's amazing.
Yeah, they knew they messed up, and the Chiefs will
And
get Will Johnson to stop. Who's the guy they drafted at 38?
Keon Coleman?
Keon Coleman.
I mean, I don't think they need any help stopping Keon Coleman. I think
No.
he's kind of doing that himself. But it must be said that if the Bills would have gotten Trent McDuffie in the first place, they probably wouldn't have needed to pick Maxwell Hariston here, because Kyrie Elam was a giant bust. We all know the story.
So I think, one thing that we'll have to remember here too is just like keep in mind the thing that happened with Keon Coleman and Xavier Worthy, where those two players were just compared to each other all season long. That's going to happen with the Eagles, whatever the Eagles do here. So if
Why
they take
did
a
we
player,
not? Did you see? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
no, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's a good chance that what the Eagles do here, it's just might not have been the pick that they really wanted.
Lexi,
So
it's
it-
Mike Green,
Can
isn't
I
it?
say who it is?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's Mike
they
Green,
told
isn't
the
it?
Chiefs. They told the Chiefs who they were picking.
It's
Okay.
Jihad Campbell.
Yep. So we have two things. We have two things. So we have Jihad Campbell as the number 31 pick for the Eagles, and we have, more importantly, Patrick Mahomes sunglasses emoji tweeted from his Twitter
just
account.
saw that.
He did this when Xavier Worthy was picked. This has got to mean an offensive player. I have a hard time him getting hyped for it.
It's gonna be Simmons,
It's-
or Burden.
Oh,
Burden
no,
or
it's Burden.
Henderson.
It's Burden. It's got to be
You got to
Burden.
stick with your sticky note.
Is it? Is
Oh,
Xavier we're going Luther Burton here. MIZ.
Got to be.
Come on, guys.
ZOU. Z
Let me go find my-
O U.
I don't have it.
I'm going to have to play devil's advocate with Burden, because everyone else is is excited.
Oh my god.
Oh, we've got dueling help. Chiefs are
That's
taking
not
Ty
gonna fit over my
Robinson,
dome.
baby. Ty
I
Robinson.
don't have a helmet.
It does not fit over my dome. The hair is just not going to allow it. It's just
Your Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. It doesn't matter. Ohio State, Mizzou, they're all going to be wearing
Oh.
Adam's helmet here in a little bit. The vibes, they're high. On the board right now for your Kansas City Chiefs, they have Mike Green, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Donovan Ezeraku, Josh Simmons, Trey Amos, Nick Scorton are probably the top available names. So, what do we think? How are we feeling? Patrick?
You gotta love getting a FaceTime from Patrick Mahomes because you know that's what just happened.
I want an Ohio State guy. So give me the protection with Simmons or give me Travion Henderson. Let's go.
Boy. I don't know.
give me Luther or give me death. But not actually. Like I don't know. I'd take like a minor cut if we don't get Luther.
I feel like
That's
we get
the
more
most
super
I'd do.
chats if we, if you do that on the live stream, we probably get a few more supers for it. Okay, the chest is getting tight here.
And then
It
they
got
go to
real quiet all of a sudden, guys. Come on,
Okay,
it's
here we
not
go.
that deep.
Just for you.
And as soon as this is over, Price has to immediately spend the rest of the night until dawn redoing his mock drafts with an
How do
extra
you
50
how do you
minutes.
know that that's a little? So tomorrow morning when you wake up, you can expect a fresh mock draft, factoring in the Chiefs' first round pick from Arrowhead Addict from me. I've got a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch upstairs calling my name, and I'm going to house that and re-listen to all the live streams that I wasn't on tonight. So,
It wouldn't be Arrowhead Addict without the cereal talk,
It wouldn't be. You got to get it for the
Right.
content.
right. If you have a 2026 mock draft tomorrow, I'm going
That-
to block you.
That's
I
next
will
week.
block
It's next.
you.
That's
I
next
will
week.
block you. I'm just saying. I'm
Next
not
single-
dealing with the foolishness.
I will write a way too early mock draft for next week. Nick Singleton out of Penn State. Tell you what, I really like him. Ja'Cory Bonnery, nice little move tied in.
I feel like getting Jody on the podcast now, like the nonsense at Arrowhead Addict is like it's coming down.
It's been
She's not gonna put up with the nonsense.
2
I'm like-
minutes since nonsense.
She's Trey Smithing us. our
If there's a
shenanigans.
2026 mock draft in the next 48 hours, we're gonna have a problem.
I like how the Chiefs were like, "What's that? You waited 31? Nope, you're gonna wait one more."
Right.
Yeah,
know.
what the
What if they trade back
Kansas
again?
City?
They traded back again?
No, what if they did?
Right. Oh. Whatever. But yes,
If
y'all
they
need to have
did-
Jody on your other shows because she will put you into your place.
If the Chiefs trade back again, I will say so loud it's going to be absurd, okay?
Are you bleeping yourself?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Thank you. Yeah. I do radio so I can't cuss on air, so you have to find ways to circumvent that. So
I get it.
FCC
We slip up sometimes. It's fine.
FCC just won't let me.
Okay, Chiefs, if you could, if you could do it.
Yeah, this pick is
now.
taking forever. Oh my god.
I gotta find my.
It's just because it's the one we care about. I feel like a lot of them took long.
They're, they like played every game by walking it off, so they got to like walk off the draft. Like coming down the last play.
Leo Chanel getting a block on Kamish.
So we got
Okay.
Burden, Henderson, or Simmons, right? That's pretty much what we think.
Or
Is that the
Jaguars.
consensus or no? Is everyone kind of
Yeah. I'll sprinkle in some Scorton and some Will Johnson if they just wanted to do the thing.
I'm just thinking with Patrick tweeting the sunglasses. That makes me think often.
Yeah.
It doesn't really feel corner. You're right. And
Right.
also just the way Spags and Dave Merritt have developed defensive backs. I just think Trent McDuffie was kind of a one-time deal.
And we can find them. Like Beach does really well with that. So
In case you missed it, the Chiefs, they moved back one pick with the Philadelphia Eagles. They pick up a 5th round pick in this draft. So a little bit more action for you on day 3 for those of you guys who, like making mock drafts and stuff. Not me. Not
wait,
me.
what was it? Round 5 or 6?
Yes.
What did you say?
Is the pick in?
5.
Yes.
Mm.
Wait I'm sorry.
Oh my
Chiefs,
gosh,
no.
you seemed way too calm when you said yes. I'm on the edge of my seat. You cannot
I'm
do that
sorry.
to me.
I was still looking at. I'm watching the Eagles on the TV right now, so that's what. Sorry.
I always forget how much further ahead we probably are than the actual like ESPN draft. Like ESPN, they're just not like, "Hey, Jackson Dart to the Giants." Like we get so far ahead. Also, I wonder if they've done the thing where they've talked about everyone's greatest tragedy in their life. You ever see ESPN does that? Like, Tedero McMillan out of Arizona, his mother was hooked on methamphetamine until she was 10 years old, at the age of 10 years old. And it's like, what does this have to do with this guy and the football player ever?
No. So did you see that hold on. They spoke about someone whose mother is currently on life support and he got drafted and he was on his way immediately to the hospital to let her know that he got drafted. And I was like, oh, that's really sad. Wow.
Jordan Schultz on Twitter. Chiefs are staying at 32, expecting offensive line help for Patrick Mahomes.
I told y'all to be ready for
Sorry. Sorry to break that news to you, Sterling.
With the Chiefs medical team is good. They drafted
Trey Smith. Rashee Rice had the foot thing his senior year. Yep. We gotta trust Rick Burkholder in them.
Pick is in.
Deep breath.
Oh my gosh.
Stop.
I got thirsty. I needed to
You're
take a drink of my beer.
You're
Sorry, I know.
Sorry.
That's an asshole.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
It's okay. It's really not.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
this is what I put up with every week, guys, with Sterling. This is what I have to deal with.
I'd rather. Well, I'll wait till it's official.
Oh man.
I'm like a whole lot of disappointed.
It's so underwhelming. All of that for it's not
right,
the
man.
sexiest pick,
the
right?
fact that if they do getting that, if they do end up getting Josh Simmons and they didn't have to trade up for that, like that's pretty nice, right? And it's an ideal landing spot where you've got Jaylen Moore who can come in and hopefully, like ideally, Simmons probably doesn't have to play this year at all, or as though it's just an injury.
Which is so not thrilling for a first.
And to Mr. Sterling Holmes' point of the Chiefs not developing a tackle, maybe this is what they need to do. We talked about this on air, Sterling, at 8:10, that they've not really given a tackle a real redshirt year to really kind of come in here and develop. So maybe that's what they need here. And and I'm not considering Lucas Niang that same level of investment here. So
is Luther Burden going to end up in Houston?
All right, here we go. With the 32nd pick in the NFL draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Ohio State left tackle Joshua Simmons.
Let's go. Let's go.
The Kansas City Chiefs get what probably was a top 15 talent in this draft all the way at 32 due to a couple of things. One was the torn patellar injury that came pretty early in the season against Oregon, and then some maturity questions that may have existed. But Josh Simmons is a Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes' blind side, it continues to be invested in. This is a guy who, again, a high level talent. The Chiefs, they're continuing to invest in the offensive line. It makes sense. Josh Simmons, the mock drafts were right. They were all right all along.
Sterling, before you go crazy on this,
it's important
to remember you're not going
crazy. Thanks, Jeremy, for my medicine.
Thanks
for my medicine. I appreciate it.
Last night.
Go ahead. All right.
I'll
go.
Wait, I want to give a shot to this.
This is like he put on some of the best tackle tape of this draft. Very athletic, great hands, great feet. The only issue is the torn labrum and very, very few snaps. Now, we're not talking like 50 snaps. We're talking like 306. But on those 306, only one quarterback hurry. So not a pressure, not a sack. Only one quarterback hurry, and that's playing for Ohio State. So good competition. Did very, very well in his limited snaps. But you're betting on potential here.
I think the way you have to look at it is last night I did a final mock, and I was thinking the Chiefs would have to move up to like 21 or 24 to get Josh Simmons. I didn't think this was a possibility. Not only do they get him at 32, they pick up an extra pick in the process. So, I mean, you have to be thrilled with that. You did talk about the competition with Josh Simmons. Those first 5 games were all blowouts. If you're cherry picking, you're like, you would have liked to see him play against the more difficult part of the season. But I said it before, and I really believe this. I think in terms of upside at the tackle position, he's got more than anybody else in this draft. And the Chiefs are just done playing around with this position. They have 2 options now for these next 2 years at left tackle. And also, this is a potential replacement for Jawaan Taylor, who's going to be one of the most overpaid players in the league next year. Sterling, I know you can get excited about that. I mean, you have been anti-Jawaan Taylor contract from the jump.
Yeah, I hated it when they traded for him.
Same.
Or the contract. I was not a fan, and everyone told me, "Oh, in Veach we trust." I get it. Veach knows more than me. But he can make mistakes. That was a huge mistake. Veach, again, way better than me. I'm not disagreeing with that sentiment, because I know anytime I argue with anyone, they always go, "Well, how many rings have you won?" Yeah, none. I get it. But he's not perfect. The Jawaan Taylor contract was brutal. I don't think this Josh Simmons pick is brutal. I just don't like it. I'm not like angry about it. I'm not saying that Josh Simmons is going to be a bust. It's just way too large of a risk that I would have taken at that specific spot when the Chiefs cannot develop tackles. Andy Heck is still your offensive line coach. Nothing has changed. Besides you drafting a guy, everyone keeps going, well, look how good he was. Yeah, the key was. That's the word, was. I have no idea what he's going to look like. I will say the Chiefs medical staff seems to be more lenient with a lot of players than other organizations. It's worked out for them. It worked out very well with Trey Smith, with Rashee Rice, a lot of guys. Their medical staff is top notch. I think the Chiefs really do a great job making sure their medicals clear with them. So that is something in their favor. But a patellar injury is very terrifying for me. You're picking that in the first round. The trade back alleviates that concern a little bit. I do like Josh Simmons over Connerly personally, so at least they got the better tackle prospect in my eyes. It's just hard when LB3 was right there. LB3 was right there. He wasn't supposed to be there, in my opinion. I don't think LB3 was supposed to be there. You have one contract or one wide receiver under contract in 2027. Xavier Worthy. Because Rashee Rice has one more year after this year. I just get so concerned with the amount of injuries on tackles specifically. That injury, we have not seen a player really have success after a patellar injury. I don't know if people really remember. This is a name very far out. People will probably laugh at this. Remember when Martinez Rankin was actually good for the Chiefs? Remember Martinez Rankin? And we're like, wow, the Chiefs got a steal here. Then he tore his patellar and was absolutely done. I get it. That's not the same type of guy. He was older. But can we name any player who's come back from a patellar injury and been good?
Real quick, before we'll get more into the dialogue here, I want to read a couple of chats here. This is from Jeremy Kennedy, a 30-month member of the Ring of Honor. I don't want to get a guy to sit on the bench as our first-round pick for Patrick Mahomes' prime and Travis Kelce's last ride. You're welcome for the medicine, Sterling. Time for me to take some too. Okay, so real quick, let's get to know the Chiefs' new first-round pick, Josh Simmons out of Ohio State. He's 6'4", 317 pounds with 34 and an eighth inch arms at his pro day. That's the measurement that Dane Brugler said all the teams are going to roll with his pro days because of some of the consistencies with the combine measurements. 81 and a quarters inch wingspan. He posted 33 bench press reps at his pro day, which is among the top of offensive linemen this year. He came from San Diego. He played at San Diego State for 2 years. He's played 19 games at left tackle, 13 games at right tackle. He was honorable mention All Big Ten despite missing his final 10 games for Ohio State. He's light-footed with lateral strides, has a nice wide base, terrific pacing to stay centered when he blocks. He is a really effective run blocker. He had one penalty in all of 2024, which is a false start in Oregon, the same game he got injured in. There were some flag issues, penalty issues the year before. He really cleaned those up, and then obviously had a patellar injury against Oregon that really ended his season, but a huge upward trajectory for him this year. He is now a Kansas City Chief, and you have the flexibility now. if Juwan Taylor, if this is his last year in Kansas City, he's cheaper to cut than keep this year. He can play right tackle for you. If you love Jaylen Moore's played some right tackle. And this also makes you injury proof and gets you out of, relying on Wanya Morris at left tackle if Jaylen Moore doesn't pan out. So that is your new pick, Josh Simmons. And the Buckeye curse, it's over, Patrick. The Chiefs have finally drafted an Ohio State player.
Yeah, man. Look, I know nobody wants him to sit on the bench. We don't know that he will. It's not impossible that he could play for the Chiefs this year. We have to see how the whole medical thing shakes out. I think it's important for everybody to remember that's like, oh, he's going to be sitting on the bench. The Chiefs still have a bunch of draft picks in this draft. Okay. They have guys, they have 2 third-round picks. If they want to trade up early in the second round and get Luther Burden, they have the ammo to pull that off. They can use picks from next year. They can get one of these great running backs. They can add dynamic weapons on offense that are going to help them. But I'm going to say it again, man. None of it's going to matter. Like Luther Burden, great. Doesn't matter if Patrick Mahomes is on his ass a second and a half after the ball gets snapped, or if he's running for his life. It doesn't matter how many great wide receivers the Chiefs have. So I'm trusting the Chiefs on this one, who have been studying this over and over and over again. Even though they got Kingsley wrong, they think this guy can be their left tackle of the future. They would never have taken him in the first round if they didn't think he could be their either left or right tackle of the future. And as I mentioned, Juwan Taylor's probably on his way out. So this is a massive, massive need. And sometimes you have to pay a premium, and sometimes you have to plan ahead. It'd be great to have some money right now, but sometimes the best thing to do is invest your money in the stock market and wait. So they can take other guys. They can plug them in. They went to the Super Bowl last year with the guard playing at tackle. So if their bet on Jaylen Moore works out and he's good at left tackle, and then Simmons becomes their right tackle, they're in incredible shape heading in not just to this year but into the future. So it's just, I feel like we all overthought it. Like Patrick Mahomes got his ass beat in the Super Bowl. He played terribly, and the Eagles took the belt to the ass to the Chiefs. There was a disaster at tackle last year, a complete disaster. We're mad that we took a tackle.
So you're telling me this
draft
is the tackle spot in 2025?
Well,
it may or may not, but they have to fix the tackle.
He's not playing in 2025.
They can't keep kicking the can down the road, Sterling, for eternity.
Here's
go ahead, Adam.
One crazy thought. Sometimes teams do this with guys they want to put training wheels on before they have them kick out the tackle. Could he play a little left guard in the interim and be potentially part of that situation? I know he hasn't played guard since high school, it looks like, but just wanted to throw out that possibility.
I really don't want to wave the white flag on Kingsley Suamataia that quickly. They've got Hunter Norzat, they've got Kingsley Suamataia, they've got Mike Caliendo, who started a Super Bowl for him. You drafted CJ Hansen, Wanya Morris.
That's 5 though, right?
Yeah, that's 5. That's 5 guys who can compete for left guard. And Adam, you're just making a suggestion. I'm not downing you or anything. If Josh Simmons is coming here and competing at left guard, then we've got to ask some Kingsley Suamataia questions. We got to ask some CJ Hansen questions. We got to ask some Hunter Norzak questions, because you just spent 3 picks on interior offensive linemen. I'll be very interested to see what the timeline is for him with their medical staff. Is this a guy who is a candidate for the PUP list? Is this a guy who's going to roll out day 1 in training camp? I will tell you, teams really do not like having guys miss their first training camp as rookies. That's a really big deal. So it'll be fascinating to see how this plays out. The Chiefs making a big investment in the offensive line with Joshua Simmons. Hey guys, if you haven't already, please make sure to like this video and to share it with others. It's a good way to go back and listen tomorrow if you want to relive some of the best moments of the draft. If you haven't already, also subscribe to Arrowhead Addict. We're so close to hitting 55,000 subscribers on the YouTube page. Share this with your friends. Share it with your family. All right, let's go just real quick round table. We're going to go on a scale of, let's say, 1 to 5. 5 being home run, great pick. 1 being Sterling. Where do you sit? We'll start with you, Christian. Scale of 1 to 5. How do you rate the Josh Simmons pick?
I'm going to say a 3. I think it solves a future problem, but I think with first round picks, you kind of look for that impact. And that's not something I think we're going to feel in this first year of Josh Simmons. Man, I just, with Luther Burden on the board, Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, those are guys who will immediately come in and make an impact. It's hard for me to be at a 5, but this is still like a solid pick. Potential future left tackle. I heard a lot of comparisons with him and David Bakhtiari, who is a fantastic NFL player. I think he's a little bit more mobile than him, but yeah, still a very, very solid pick for the Kansas City Chiefs who need offensive line help.
By the way, I'm sorry, Jessica Roy Collins, I trust the Chiefs. Come on, Sterling. You have been a KC fan since 2017. Leave the analysis to the real Chiefs insiders.
Accurate.
I mean,
She cooked you. She
that's
cooked
just
you.
not true. I mean, my first memories were Chiefs games in the early 2000s. I actually technically am credentialed, and I do have, some insiders, but that's okay. Just because I disagree with a pick doesn't all of a sudden make me a hater. I never get that. Like, because when you say that, that means that you think that the Chiefs have never done anything wrong. If I criticize the Chiefs in any way, what you're saying is the Chiefs have never made a bad draft pick, that you love the Clyde pick. That's what you're saying then. That you love the Jawan Taylor contract. That's what you're saying then. Because the point I'm making is the Chiefs are the best organization in the NFL. Brett Veach, the best GM in the NFL. He can still do wrong. I don't love this pick. I don't hate this pick. I know that's the whole joke. Scale of 1 to 5, I'm a 2. I dislike the pick. I just think the variance is too risky for my personal preference. I like floor guys. I've made this known. For everyone who keeps talking about, look how good he was, though. He was phenomenal in college. That was pre-injury. I'm not denying that. If this was the year 2023 and he was going into, the 2024 draft, I'd say, oh my gosh, how did the Chiefs get Josh Simmons? But that's not where we're at. We have to be realistic. And I'm not going to sit here and just always side with the Chiefs. That'd be such a boring damn podcast. No one cares about that. I'm here to try and give my real thoughts. My real thoughts are I don't love this pick. I don't hate this pick. But to me, this was way more risky than my personal preference allows.
To have Sterling's back here, you did say, and you often say, that Brett Veach is the best GM in the league. I won't go that far. I often throw what about Eric DeCosta? What about Howie Roseman? What about Les Snead or Brandon Beane? You are very flattering of the Chiefs, but you're right. They're not infallible. They do make mistakes. This is very difficult. Nobody gets the draft even halfway right. So I think it's totally fair. And it's good that on this program, we have someone playing devil's advocate. It'd be boring if we didn't.
Adam, you want to go ahead and give your rating, what you think?
I think it's a 5. A shot at a franchise level, all-pro level potential left tackle at 31 or 32 should not be theoretically possible. The Chiefs do it. The Chiefs give themselves that opportunity. They pick up extra draft capital along the way. I don't know how you can complain about that pick. From my perspective, unless you're just really worried about the injury. We mentioned Rashee Rice. We mentioned Trey Smith. We did not mention Jerick McKinnon, who could never get right and stay right before he came to Kansas City. This is one of the best training staffs in the business. They would not have signed off on this pick unless they thought there was a good shot he could get on the field and in short fashion. So I'm a 5 here.
Queens, we haven't heard from you yet. Lexi, what do you think?
I guess Andy Reid just said in his press conference that he'll be good to go for rookie camp. So that's a good sign.
That's a great sign.
It sounds like Rick Burkholder has been working with him a ton, and his patella is looking good. Everything's looking good with it. So honestly, hearing all of that, hearing their due diligence they did with him, I think it's all promising. I think it's a little bit concerning what we paid Jaylen Moore for left tackle. That's my only kind of qualm with it, I guess, would be what's your full plan? But I guess it's better to have more insurance than less, as we've seen with left tackle in the past with the Chiefs. Or, I mean, I don't know. Do you get one of them to play right tackle next year? Do you switch a Jaylen Moore? I mean, I don't know for sure what their plan is, but I do like that we have really, compared to last season, we had Wanye Morris and Kingsley going up for left tackle versus this year. And we now have Josh Simmons and DJ Humphries last year. Yeah. Well, that was, I don't even know what to make of that. But now we have Josh Simmons and we have Jaylen Moore on the left side battling that out during training camp, and I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So I think there's a lot of good to come from it. Overall, I'm feeling optimistic. I trust what Brett Veach and his staff are doing. I trust that it seems like Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes all feel good about the pick. And it sounds like they've done their work with the injury history with him. So I'm excited. I'm willing to give it a chance. And that's all we can do with these first round picks. I mean, we can be critical. We can say like, it'd be more exciting to have maybe a running back or a wide receiver or whatever else you guys wanted to see taken there. But I think overall, I think it makes sense. I think it's a smart pick. Hopefully.
Jody,
you never
how about
know,
you?
But.
I think the best thing about all of this is adding a 5th round pick. Being able to trade back, gain another pick. That's probably my favorite thing about all of it. If we're just being very transparent, I don't think we're going to see him this season. I think this is a year where he sits and he learns. And if his injury is much better, if his medicals are much better than we're thinking, I think that's fantastic. But we also know, because we have such a great medical staff, they're also not going to rush anybody out on the field, which makes me think that he could sit for a very long time and maybe come in if it is like a break glass in case of an emergency situation. So, I'm very happy that we were able to add a 5th, because we already know what Veach does in the draft. He can go late and get a lot of great guys, which will be some really good depth for us. So that makes me very happy. Protecting Patrick is always important too. So getting the future ready, I'm never going to be mad at that. I'm never going to be mad at preparing for the future. We know we have another 10 years out of Patrick. So if we can have this guy for another 3 to 4 years on our roster healthy, that makes me very happy. But I also want to see an impact player right now who can come out on the field and be in training camp and be ready to go. And I don't think we're going to see that from him. And I don't want to say that's okay, but I want to see some guys who can come out on the field right now and make an impact, especially if it's going to be on the offensive line because of what we went through last season. So,
get a number rating from you?
Oh, 3.
3? Okay. Has everyone given their number?
Real quick. People say he's going to play this year. That means something horrendous has happened. If he plays this year, that means Jaylen Moore has been brutal, and that contract is a disaster.
I mean, they're paying him $50 million. It's not that big of a deal.
I mean, it is when you're trying to pay Trey Smith still, and you got to get Trent McDuffie paid.
Yeah,
the safety market is going
a little
up.
On that.
I'd rather double down on a solution than have what they had last year. You know what I mean?
I get the sunk
No, you're absolutely right. Last year was a disaster. It was a disaster. You're absolutely right.
I get the sunk cost methodology right there, where you're saying if you think this value was right there with him and you've already paid Jaylen Moore, will you still take the guy that you think is going to be your future left tackle? I understand that thought process. But again, it still comes down to the fact that if he plays this year, that means Jaylen Moore is not living up to expectations, and that Jawan Taylor either got a lot worse or injured, because that's what it would come down to. While, again, I'm not saying I hate this draft pick. The variance is there, and I will still give my exact same thoughts I give on nearly every single tackle drafted from picks about 20 on. That first year is not going to be good. It's just not. I mean, how many top 10 draft picks at tackle are just absolute studs? You got Penei Sewell, and you got Joe Alt, and both those guys were on the right side. Andrew Thomas was almost
Rashawn
run
Slater.
out of New York.
There's some other guys.
But year one, a lot of times there were some struggles, okay? Andrew Thomas took 2 years to really develop. That first year, he was almost ran out of New York as the 4th overall draft pick. That's what it comes down to. Again, I'm trying to have some nuance with this, just bring some nuance in the conversation. I'm not just this angry guy because they drafted Josh Simmons. It's just not my personal preference.
Just not
Sterling, if you didn't have a penny to your name, okay, you were completely broke and you had no place to live. You were homeless. And somebody walked by and they gave you $100, and then you bought yourself a shack to live in with all of your money, $100. And then the next day, somebody gave you a mansion. Okay. Would you live in the shack because you paid $100 for it?
So you're saying so just hypothetically here, you're saying that shack is Jaylen Moore and that the mansion is Josh Simmons.
Yeah, I'm saying you didn't know. You
That's
needed
a
a place.
wild
You needed
take.
you needed a roof over your head. You had no idea whether or not you were going to get your mansion. So to say that it's a disaster if Josh Simmons ends up playing this year, if he gets into camp and he's the clear best left tackle on the team and Jaylen Moore's not, fine. You're not going to be paying him that much. He's the back end of the first round pick. Jaylen Moore can be your swing tackle. Who cares? They had to secure somebody. They had no idea who was going to be available for them at the end of this draft.
I will acquiesce and say that is a fair point.
How is this any different than Hollywood Brown? They didn't know who would be available in the draft. And then they got Xavier Worthy, who they thought was a better version of Hollywood Brown. And Xavier Worthy ended up playing more. And nobody was mad about Hollywood Brown not turning out because, the rookie ended up being better than him.
It's
Patrick.
Look, at the end of the day,
Patrick, let's get a rating from you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, it's fine. My rating is a 4. I can't give it a 5 because there's injury, there's unknown, right? We've talked a lot about how, the Chiefs, it's so hard for them to get a starting tackle because they're always picking it at the end of the first round. And that's correct. Well, this is the kind of situation where the Chiefs could get a starting left tackle. It's not going to be perfect. He would have been a top 20, possibly even a top 15 pick in this draft if he continued to play the way that he was and he didn't get injured. It sucks that he did, but it might end up benefiting the Chiefs. This is one of those situations where we could look back in a year, 2 years from now, and everyone's going to be like, shit, man, I can't believe the NFL let the Chiefs get Josh Simmons. They let them move all the way back to 32 and they get Josh Simmons. If it doesn't work out at the tackle situation, we're in the same damn boat that we were in. But I'll read this to you from Ian Rappaport. One of the draft's biggest curiosities is Josh Simmons, a sure first-round talent coming off the patella tendon injury rupture in October. While opinions vary, teams were impressed with where he was at the combine. He squatted 225 in April. He's already doing sled work. It's all positive, no setbacks. He's going to be cleared before training camp, an indication that he's still considered a first-rounder. And the Chiefs, he just tweeted this out, the Chiefs, they're comfortable with his rehab and did endless homework on it. So Chiefs aren't always right, all right? But, we got to trust them. This is their jobs. They know a hell of a lot better than any of us in this room. They've seen him in person. They've seen, MRIs, whatever. Man, we should all be crossing our damn fingers because if this works out, if they got a top 15 guy at 32 plus a 5th-round pick and they have Patrick Mahomes protected, fuck, I don't care. We could pay Jaylen Moore $20 million this year. I'll be thrilled if this guy's starting for us for the next 5-10 years.
Absolutely, but I don't want to see him at training camp and get hurt and retweak or anything.
I think the framing will be really interesting. A quote that was tweeted out by Pete Sweeney over at Arrowhead Pride asked about the tackle rotation. Head coach Andy Reid reiterates that he said the best 5. Mentions that Jaylen Moore can also play right tackle. Truly sounds like the Chiefs will have a 3-way battle for 2 spots between Simmons, Taylor, and Moore. For me, I'm going to give it a 4. I probably would have given it a 3, but getting that extra 5th-round pick and not having to trade up for a guy that, the thought was 23, 24 was the spot. Guys like this, they just aren't in striking range for the Chiefs very often. There is some inherent risk with the character questions, with some of the patellar knee injury rehab. With that being said, if this works at left or at right tackle, this is a massive win for the organization to get cost control and to get a player with his type of ceiling. This is a guy that, has been on an upward trajectory every year until he got hurt. You are able to move on from Juwan Taylor. You are able to, have him play at left tackle. I know that this is not what we're thinking, but there, again, is a chance that Jaylen Moore is not good this year and that he looks like Kingsley Suamataia. He played in a scheme with Kyle Shanahan that's very forgiving for offensive linemen that have constantly uplifted offensive linemen. Jaylen Moore comes in and looks like Kingsley Suamataia 2 or 3 weeks in the season. You now have an answer. If that was the case, if he was a problem going into this year, you were just SOL. And now you actually have an answer that almost every draft mind consensus agrees is a top 15 talent in the class, just dealing with injuries. It's a gamble worth making on a roster, which, by the way, how many open spots are on this roster? Not many. So you take a guy who you are a great landing spot for him, where you can give him a redshirt year if he needs it. You don't have a ton of openings on the roster already. And yes, I understand Mahomes prime, Kelsey's prime. None of that stuff matters if Patrick Mahomes is hurt. And we've seen that the last couple of years. So now you've got plenty of picks. You picked up an extra pick. You want to go make that splash on offense. There's plenty of Travion Henderson's still on the board. Luther Burden's still on the board. There's plenty of wide receivers. Don't worry. I'll be tweeting out my best remaining available all day tomorrow. So if you want to get excited about the draft, there's still a lot more of it left. So honestly, this was a worthwhile investment.
I think the best part of this is that we got an extra pick out of it, because I was thinking if we were going to get him, it'd be trading up to get him, right?
Yes. Yeah.
The fact that we got a 5th round pick out of it on top of it all, like I think that's so worth it. Like you said, there's still a lot of really good depth at running back, whether that be a Quinshon Judkins later on in round 2 or 3, or I don't know that Travion Henderson is going to fall to us at this point, but if he does, fantastic. But I think there's a lot of running back draft regardless of even those two. And then same with wide receiver too. Like there's a lot of guys. Like I still think a Jalen Royals could be a cool fit on this team. So I don't hate the pick. I think there's a lot of ways you could have gone, and I'm going to trust in what they saw in him, what Andy Reid and Veach like that they saw in him. And clearly Mahomes likes him. And like we said, hopefully, I mean, even if like something happens with Jawan Taylor and we need to send more to right tackle, and then Phil Simmons in later on in the season, something like that too could be interesting. So I think
this is Jawan Taylor's last year, so
Veach basically made that very
this
clear.
Is Jawan's last year.
In
he
the
made
comment,
it very clear.
He has 2 years left, but Veach made it very clear that final year is not going to be picked up. But I do think what's interesting with that point, that what's interesting is I think you're right, because here's the issue is, can you take a running back in the 4th or 5th round? Yeah, I think you can, and it can still be very effective. Can you take a tackle in the 4th or 5th round that's going to be effective on this offense or on this team? I think the answer is no. So if you go from that point of view, I think you can make the case that, again, the Simmons pick makes even more sense. Again, I'm going to have my concerns with this situation. I understand the sunk cost methodology that, again, Patrick, I love that you actually brought that up. The fact that you brought up a sunk cost to me was just so apropos. That was
first time I've ever convinced you of anything.
It's phenomenal. Hey, I'm an honest man. Okay. I can admit when I understand a good, some, economics in this Arrowhead Addict podcast. Right. But yeah, man, I guess, again, I'm still at a 2, but I'm almost moving more towards a 2.5, I guess. I'm moving more towards a 2.5.
One more thing about that.
Just come with me to 3. Just come with me to 3.
One more
I'm
thing
at 3.
One more thing about that 5th rounder, and Lexi, you kind of hit it, and you said the Chiefs probably aren't getting Travion Henderson. Well, now they have extra ammo if they want to go up and get Travion Henderson. Yep. If they want to go up and get Luther Burden, they can jump up from 63 by using that 5th rounder perhaps. And we know they like to move up in the 2nd round. We've seen them do it time and time again. They did it with Kingsley and Rasheed and McCall. So I would look out for Brett Veach to be on the hunt. I don't know if he'll do it in the 30s or the 40s, but the 50s for sure. He likes jumping up there. So
I agree. And
you're absolutely right.
He said in his press conference too the other day, he said he loves moving up. He loves to be aggressive. So you're not wrong. Like, he gets this extra pick, and we have 3 7th rounds. Like, there could be something to
this.
This
is the only the 2nd time that Brett Veach is traded down. Let's hope it goes a lot better than the first time with Sky Moore. Yeah. But hey, you know what? You live and you learn.
Sorry. I will say I do think getting that 5th is leverage, and he definitely is going to move up. So I would not be surprised tomorrow if we see Veach move up.
And Price, your point about the Chiefs not having any, like, that's such a good point. Like, they don't have, how many starting spots are there? How many roster spots are there, period, on this team? They were in the Super Bowl last year. Like, they've lost some guys. There's some back end, but like, who was going to be out there racking up a ton of snaps, even in the 1st round? So I thought that was an excellent point, and something that, Chiefs fans, if they're a little bit upset that they didn't get the like flashy position player, should remember.
Guys, this has been an incredible we're going on. We started at 6:45. It's 11:12 Central here. We're
God
working
bless.
on almost 5 hours. It's been incredible. This has been a lot of fun. If you haven't already, if you've been in the chat lurking, you got to throw us a like. You got to throw us a sub. Please take time to do it. This has been a great time. There's no people that I'd rather go through this journey than these people right here. It's been a blast. We will be back tomorrow covering wall-to-wall Chiefs. I'll have a mock draft kind of going over the rest of the draft. Of course, you can expect that from me. And we'll be back with our full slate of shows next week. Monday, the Intangibles.
Tomorrow, Sterling and I are debuting. We don't know if it's Funky Friday or Freaky Friday. I got to sleep on that. But
Filthy Friday.
There we go.
All right. Before we go,
yes. Tomorrow 1 p.m. though. Tomorrow 1 p.m. Central.
Okay. Final thing. It could be my medicine talking. My medicine could be speaking to me. I'm going to go ahead and give it a 3. I'll join you, Jody. I feel like I'll join you. Here's why.
Yes.
I'm not in the medical room. Okay. I'm not a doctor. Shockingly, Dr. Holmes was not my father either. He was a DJ. So we'll go with, I'm not a doctor. They know more about the medicals than I do. Again, still too risky for my loving, but I will acquiesce and say, it's fine.
Sterling.
It's fine.
Hey,
yeah.
Sterling. Hey,
fine.
we could be the Dolphins and have their medical staff. It could be worse. I trust the Chiefs medical staff.
Listen, I know Price is trying to get us out of here and wrap it up. But before we go, I want to say hats off to Price, who did an unbelievable job hosting this. He and Christian all year. There are draft guys dropping knowledge all over the place. Fantastic job, my brother. Fantastic.
Great job.
Love what you do. You'll never work a day in your life. That's exactly it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't do it. So there's that. Guys, we appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much for making this a fun time. Guess what? You get to go to bed a Kansas City Chiefs fan. So it's a great night. So from all of us here at Arrowhead Addict, it's always go Chiefs. And thank you for listening. Have a great night.
Go Chiefs.